I'm in Świnoujście, and right behind me is a sign that marks the border between Germany and Poland. This is the most northwestern point of Poland and therefore the start line of Poland's only shoreline that goes all the way down towards a small town called Piaski over at the Polish-Russian border. Over the next few days and over the next few videos, we're going to be exploring this coastline, seeing what Poland has to offer across the various towns and cities along the way. Join me for the adventure and let's go and see what we can find and discover here in Poland along Poland's only coastline. So right there we have Germany up to the fence and the sign, and then obviously that's the border that goes to the sea, and then on this side is Poland. And then this is the start, the beginning of Poland's coastline that goes all the way down there, all the way east towards the Russian border. Let's go and explore Poland's only coastline here, starting in Świnoujście. I think first we should probably step into Germany, just so we can say we've been to Germany on this trip again, because I visited. No, I didn't even visit Germany last time. But let's go and step into Germany. Here's the sign right here to my right, and we're going to step into Germany. The sign's here, and we're now in Germany. We're on the other side of the fence, just there. So right in front of me here is the German beach. And then we're going to step back into Poland, as this is our start point. Świnoujście, to me, I thought was going to be a bit of a quiet place, but actually it's quite touristy, and there's a lot of German people here, because obviously they can just cross the border and visit Poland and Świnoujście for whatever reason they might want to. And I didn't think there'd be so many tourists, even though it is summer. And yeah, I was just a little bit surprised. There's a lot of places to park, but they're pretty much all paid. And I found the only place that's free to park. I've got 2 hours here, maximum. So I don't really have a lot of time to explore Świnoujście, unfortunately. But we'll do our best and just see what we can see and explore. But the border itself, yeah, it's obviously borders are interesting to me, and there's like some bits up here we can have a look at. Right, now that that's sorted with, let's go and explore as I leave Świnoujście's coast and sea behind. We'll walk back up, as there was some border things up here. So as I leave the beach here in Świnoujście, luckily so, because as I say, I got sand on my good shoes, and it's kind of getting into the breathable holes and stuff. So yeah, this ain't the greatest. The sand's a little bit deep. It's making it a bit tough to walk in. But right in front of me, as we leave the beach, we have this wooden walkway which leads basically straight to the border. You're basically looking at one half Germany, one half Poland here. There'll be a few things that kind of represent that. For example, right in front of the people in front of me, there's a couple of bollards. They represent the two sides of the walkway that we're about to walk on. So yeah, as you can see here, we got the Polish bollard, the German bollard, represents the two sides. This one has Polska on the plaque with the eagle. This one just has the number 923. And then up ahead is quite a touristy little sign, although it's quite a cool looking sign, of the German-Polish side as well. It's got the two flags that represent. There's a lot of people there, there's a lot of cyclists. Don't know if you can see from here, just over there. So you can see as we walk up towards this sign, even on this side, there's the Polska and Deutschland flags and sides. People are getting photos from the other side. So I'm going to be in the background of a couple of these photos. But if we walk around to the other side, you'll see the other side as well. It's basically the same thing. On the floor, we have a blue line, which represents the border. Currently stood on the line. We walk back into Germany. Here we have a map of northwestern Poland. You can see that Szczecin is down here off the map, and then we're way up here in the top corner there. Świnoujście. So a lot of this area is just like kind of forested. There's obviously the beach and the sand and whatnot. There's a little bit of like a town bit. There's a few shops and whatnot. There's not really too much to see from what I've seen anyway. And obviously a lot of it is just people cycling and running and just having a good time, kind of exercising. It's a nice little pedestrian path for that kind of thing. And then the rest of it's kind of just like parking spaces and that kind of thing for people to visit the border, and probably to visit over into Germany and vice versa here into Poland. As I say, I parked at a Biedronka, which is the only place which was free parking for 2 hours. Everywhere else you have to pay some kind of fee. And so I parked at a Biedronka. I will go in there and buy some bits as well. That will basically be my time up. By the time it's taken me to walk here, walk back to the car, and obviously to do some shopping. Yeah, I don't really have much more time left for the parking. So that's just my quick visit here to Świnoujście. And yeah, we're going to continue, as I say, up the coastline to the next destination. I need to check to see where we're actually going because I can't even remember. So we're off to the next destination. Where are we going? We're going that way. Wait, spin. We're going that way somewhere in that general direction, east towards the Polish-Russian border. Well, just down the road from Świnoujście is this really nice, beautiful seaside town called Międzyzdroje. Just check this out. It's so far, it's just really beautiful. Just driving through here, I drove down here because there was like a lack of parking, and luckily I found somewhere to park and figured all that out. But as I drove through, I just saw like this big, nice open area with the gardens. I saw this, which is obviously leading towards the beach. Over here, you've got like your little shops for the food, ice cream, and that kind of thing. Yeah, this is such a beautiful little seaside resort. I just don't even know which way to go. I think we're going to have a little look first of all through here and just seeing through the parkway and just seeing what we've got down here. They've got like a long pavilion, I guess you call it, or you know, like the walkway for pedestrians to walk down. It is very nice. Look at everyone over here like chilling on these chairs. I don't know if you can see over in the distance we got a Lilo. Dude in that suit must be boiling. It is probably about 28 degrees, I would say, right now. It's a really nice temperature. It's a bit windy, so it keeps you cool. Yeah, this is a really nice green area, a little park area for people to walk through, and it's very clean as well. Look at this. Very clean. Just there, the pizzeria. I've literally only just got to Międzyzdroje. I've literally, just as I got on my car, started recording, and already I'm very impressed. Look at this. Little park area for the kids. That's a very decently sized park area for people to play in. I'm very impressed right now. Apart from Sopot and Gdańsk, which I've been to before, I've never been to a Polish seaside resort. Obviously, I've just been to Świnoujście, but I don't know if I'd call that a resort as such. It's just more of the border town between Germany and Poland. That's probably why it's as touristy as it is. You have to pay, I don't know if you can see behind me, 4 zloty to use the toilet though. Yeah, I don't like places you have to pay to use the toilet. Right here we got fridge magnets, we got all the typical beach gear. That gift shop only takes cash, however, and I've only got card with me on this holiday. I haven't withdrawn any cash. I want to try and avoid withdrawing cash if I can, just because it's easier for me to use only card rather than having like juggle cash as well. And then just around here is another big wide open area for pedestrians to relax. More restaurants over there. Nice seating area. Surrounded with pretty flowers. Yeah, this is really nice. I kind of wasn't expecting this. I thought Międzyzdroje was a lot smaller than this and not as you know, touristy like this. This is something like I would expect more from somewhere like Sopot, but not from Międzyzdroje. But yeah, you just never know until you visit somewhere just what somewhere's going to be like. Obviously, I knew Międzyzdroje was like on the coast, but I didn't realize it was just one of those hotspots, you know, for tourists to come to. Because I guarantee a lot of people here are probably a mix between Polish, German, and probably a few other neighboring countries as well. And all around Poland, you'll see this a lot in places like Gdańsk. I know you'll see like these big ice cream cones just here, half chocolate, half vanilla. I'm a bit of a sucker for ice cream. I think we're gonna go and try one though. Amerykańskie lody kręcone. Dzień dobry. Poproszę amerykańskie lody duże.
O jakim smaku?
O jakim smaku? Czekolada.
Mieszany, tak?
Tak.
Takie coś, tak?
Tak, oczywiście. Tak, dziękuję.
Kartą pan płaci?
Kartą. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję. Ludzika podamy też po szyneczku tutaj. Trzeba wyjść, zamieszać granitę.
It's as easy as that. I bought one yesterday, not in the vlog, I kind of just got it afterwards. Just before, actually, I was talking about that big fight that happened in Szczecin. And it was quite a nice ice cream, actually. It wasn't quite what the picture looked like, but for some reason they call them American ice creams. Bardzo dziękuję. Miłego dnia. Here we go. It actually looks like the picture. So I got one of these in Gdańsk back in 2018, and I've not had one since. Yum, just as nice. What nice people as well. Hopefully this music doesn't copyright my video. Yeah, really nice lady there who just served me. I almost said the wrong word when she asked me. I almost said oczywiście, which means of course. Which might come across a little bit rude, so I stopped saying that word, but sometimes I kind of blank a little bit on what words to use. Yum. I'm right here with my tall Amerykański ice cream. We have the sea view. Now I'm going to go walk in here, but I don't really want to because my shoes will get sandy again like they did about 5 minutes ago down the road in Świnoujście. But right here we have the pier. We'll walk along the pier in a minute. We have obviously the beach, the sand, the sea. We've got cliffs over in the back. No, I've got sand on my shoes. I've also got ice cream dripped on my shoes now. This ice cream is already melting and it's only been about a minute since I bought it. So this right behind me is the Baltic Sea. It's the same sea that goes around, shares with like Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. On the other side of that sea will be countries such as Sweden and Finland and Norway if you went a little bit further west. Such a beautiful view right here. Wow, this is really taking me by surprise. I'm looking forward to the next few days, you know, exploring this coastline. Now, I imagine a lot of Polish people, when it comes to the summer good weather, just like we do back in the UK, will come to places like Międzyzdroje and Sopot and other places along the coastline because obviously it's nice weather, you want to go to the beach, but for Polish people in Poland, this is their only coastline, of course, as I've already mentioned, and so they have to come here if they want to go to the beach. Or if they want to go abroad, obviously, then they can do that. But they want to stay in Poland, they have to come along this coastline. I don't know if you can see just how much of a mess this is making right now. It's making it quite difficult to walk around and eat because I feel like a little kid with the amount of mess this is making. Dziękuję. I had to come back to this place to get some tissues. I don't think there's any around my mouth. So it's hard actually for me to see. Right, so coming back here, I'll just walk through like an indoor market thing. It looks quite nice. Let's go and check this out again. To be honest, it's all just like gift stores and that kind of thing, but there's also other things that are not quite as tatty as you would expect from like gift shops and arcades and that kind of thing. There are other things. Somewhere there are birds apparently. I can hear birds chirping. Jewellery shop right here. Then we got like cakes. There's one of the birds down there. Not gonna lie, I wish I had some of that water that the bird has so I can wash my hand. The only water that I have available will be the ocean. It's way down there, past all the sand, so it's either I have sticky hands from the ice cream, or I have sandy shoes from walking across the sand getting to the water. But I think for now I have to deal with the sticky hands. That was a nice ice cream actually, I really enjoyed it. I'm gonna get some more along this little journey as well. We'll walk down to the pier and see what the pier has. Probably just a better view to be honest, of like behind me here. This really doesn't feel like Poland right now. This is weird. Like I don't know, like it doesn't give vibes of Poland, you know? It may be because the cafe right next to me is called Cafe Monaco or Monaco Cafe. But it kind of, without all the buildings and stuff, it kind of gives like Monaco vibes. I've never been, but I've seen like on vlogs. Obviously I know Monaco has loads of like semi-skyscrapers, if you want to call them, like high rises, and obviously an F1 track and stuff, but there's something about it that just kind of gives that vibe, you know, of like the hills kind of going up immediately and then going over like that. Yes, this is Poland, my friend. You can't see it so well, but this is also another indicator that you get a lot of German visitors. You've got the sign in German and in Polish, but not in English, and I can't really understand fully what it says because it's covered in stickers, but it's a good sign that you know, this is also a hot spot for German tourists. And to be honest, it's only about a 15-minute drive from the border of where I came from at Świnoujście. Świnoujście is down there somewhere. So down there is where I began the video. And if you keep going, around there somewhere is Germany's coastline. Probably like there, I would imagine, or something. I don't know, you probably can't see anyway. But the coastline obviously just continues through into Germany and probably further afield into other countries that border Germany, such as Denmark and Netherlands. While on the other side of me, which I've already shown, but is now through the cafe, is going to be more Poland and eventually Russia. And when I say Russia, some people may not know, Poland only borders a little bit of Russia, which is called an exclave, and it's called Kaliningrad. So Kaliningrad, I don't understand why exactly Russia owns this little piece of land. It could easily be swallowed up by Poland or by Lithuania. For some reason, there's this kind of awkward piece of land between Poland and Lithuania, which is called Kaliningrad, which is owned by the Russians. I don't really know the history behind it or the reasons why Russia owns it, probably for military purposes and whatnot, I'm not really sure. But because of that, Poland does technically border Russia, and obviously that's where the coastline eventually meets. That's why when we go down the coastline, eventually the next country that we get to will be Russia. And this piece of Russia, as I say, is an exclave, which means that the piece of land, the piece of land that is Russia that's connected with Poland, is disconnected from the rest of Russia. Talking about like the Monaco vibe, it's just like those few buildings, if you picked them, copied them, pasted them all along there, it would give Monaco vibes, slight Hawaiian vibes. The buildings in Hawaii are slightly different, but it kind of gives that kind of same feel of like the white buildings, sun, sea, sand kind of look. Because in Hawaii as well, in Honolulu, you have like some kind of hills with trees on. Probably Honolulu, you don't have them as much, but in other Hawaiian cities, especially in Oahu, you'll see kind of that kind of look with the white buildings and like kind of trees on the kind of mountain sides. Okay, so we've almost made it to the end of the pier, which is quite a long pier actually. I've never been on a pier so long, I don't think. As we just walk by all the people, they're taking photos, so we'll go on this side actually to get out their photo. The pier ends here. Now that they've taken their photo, the pier ends here. And it just has like a little platform down there. I wonder if boats dock up there and there to kind of let passengers out or something. But this is the end of Międzyzdroje's pier. As we turn around, there's Międzyzdroje's beach. And this is the pier. And yeah, this is the end of the line for Międzyzdroje. It's just nice sat here, to be honest, just enjoying the weather, enjoying the vibes of this all. Just walk back down the pier, kind of just near the end again, or back at the beginning of the pier. And in a minute we'll go and check out more of Międzyzdroje, away from the pier. We've had a look at the beach. And yeah, there's other things we can go and have a look at. We'll see what's available. Unfortunately, I can't really have a beer because I'm still driving after this. But yeah, otherwise we can go and check out, see what else is available here in Międzyzdroje, whether like park areas or food places, you know, whatever. We can just go and have a look at the general vibe of the place. But so far, this has been a really nice little like touristy area. As I said, I didn't expect it to be so touristy. At least unlike the UK, like when people say they're going to go Poland, they normally say they're going to go to Krakow. Very rarely will they go to like Wrocław or Warszawa or somewhere like that. But yeah, it seems like here, like obviously other places, other countries, for example, like Germany, they'll say when I go to Poland for a holiday, more likely they're going to go to these seaside resorts So it's just interesting seeing like, you know, the different countries, or the different like foreigners you'll get in different locations depending on, you know, what they want from the holiday. And I've never heard of British people going to anywhere in Poland other than Krakow, Wrocław, Warszawa, or I guess Gdańsk as well is actually another one that's up there because it's quite cheap to fly to for Brits. So that's typically what they fly to as well, I guess. That was my first Polish city anyway. I kind of forgot to mention, even though I kind of mentioned it earlier, but when we got to the top there, which is only basically straight up from where we stood now, like straight up there, that though you can't see it physically, if you were to go like directly straight up there, you would actually hit Copenhagen, give or take. Copenhagen is probably like there or something. And then otherwise here is Sweden, over this direction is Finland, and obviously this way would then be more of Denmark, and then Norway, just if you kept on going further that way. Just for anyone who was kind of curious about the geography of where we stood, I know I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but it was a little bit vague. I actually wanted to mention it when I was right at the end there, but I guess I kind of forgotten about mentioning it, and instead I was more focused on like just looking at the views and stuff. Another sign that you have loads of German tourists come to this place is the Berlin Doner Kebab place. They love it there. I think apparently the Doner Kebab was actually created in Germany. You'd think it'd be Turkey, but I think actually it may have been Turkish immigrants in Germany. I don't really know the history, but anyway, it's popular in Germany, and obviously in places where German visitors come a lot. There's one, I've seen a couple around here already. Just around the corner from the pier that we came from, which by the way I just learned in Polish, pier is molo, M-O-L-O. That's the word for a pier in Polish. Just around the corner from that, I have an aquarium. I'm not going to go inside the aquarium in this video, or you know, today at least. I'm going to have to come back if I want to go inside of it. It's an oceanarium, it's called. I'm not going to go in there just because I don't have too much time left to explore Międzyzdroje, and I know for a fact that's going to take a couple of hours to properly go in and have a look around and see all the fish and stuff. I don't really have the time, unfortunately, to go check them out, but I do like an aquarium and a zoo and stuff like that when I have the time to check them out. Well, there's toilets up here. I wonder if they're free. I still need to wash my sticky hands. The answer is yes, I did have to pay 5 zloty, that was, which is about £1. I just paid £1 to wash my hands and obviously use the toilet while I'm at it as well, because I'm not paying £1 just to wash my hands. But it was very nice toilets, at least in there. I wasn't going to do like a toilet review or anything, but very clean, very nice. So at least there's something, because I've paid for toilets before in Europe and they've been pretty grim. And so if you're going to pay for it, at least you want like good quality, nice clean toilets, you know? So there's that. That'll probably be the only time I use it. I'm not going to get any more ice cream here, because obviously that was the main reason why I wanted to use them. But now I feel better with my hands being clean. So yeah, overall Międzyzdroje so far has been a really nice place to visit. I might head back down this way in a minute. I just want to see if there's anything else up here past the Oceanarium, or whether this is like kind of the end of Międzyzdroje, like the main part of Międzyzdroje, that is. You've even got it up on there if you can read it. I'm not sure if the lighting is so good. Oceanarium Międzyzdroje. Oh yeah, it looks like it just continues going up with like various different shops and bits. Yo, this place is actually pretty big. I didn't expect it to be so huge. On the map, it kind of didn't look so big. It may look bigger as well because a lot of it's kind of forested and stuff. Międzyzdroje is actually on an island called Wollin. Wollin National Park is within this island of Wollin, and Międzyzdroje is kind of like the city. Is it a city or is it a town? I'm not actually sure. Probably a town, big town, kind of on this island of Wollin. A lot of, when you click on Międzyzdroje on the Google Maps and it gives you like the outline of the settlement, it looks quite big, but obviously a lot of it is just like kind of trees and national park. I think further down here we're kind of getting away from the hustle and bustle of Międzyzdroje, and we're just kind of going more on the outskirts. By the looks of it, it's hard to tell. Just more like food places, kebabs, pizza, etc. And then down there is just going to be other bits. So we're going to have a look back down where we came from and see if there's anything we missed. You get like these little things here, as you do in a few different places. This is what it looks like here in Międzyzdroje, to kind of get one of these little touristy train or bus things, carts or whatever, to kind of cart you around and show you around. I assume that's what they do. I'd never actually taken one myself, really, I don't think. There's a whole bunch of like gift shops and things that basically say your typical tap, your license plates with your name on, fridge magnets, shot glasses, teddy bears, that kind of thing. But I'm not really interested in that. It's such a nice like layout as well. Like if you just look at this is all pedestrianized here. Pedestrianized here, grass area, more pedestrianized area, more. The pier, the molo is just over this way. And then obviously the beach and stuff is just behind this building. Interestingly, you've got hairdressers, the Frisier, and then a few other shops and things. I don't really ever recall seeing hairdressers next to a pier before, you know, or nearby a beach. I guess locals come here as well. They just, I don't know, it's an interesting place to put a hairdresser's. Right behind me, you'll see like these little seating areas as well that gives you shade, being used by a couple of old folk there. Really nice layout of the seating area right here, as you can see. I mean, like I say, the main thing is that you get the shade, but also just, I don't know, you could probably seat like a good 8 or 9 people in there. If you're with like a group of mates or something, you just sit in there if you wanted to and just chill. Stitch has a couple of friends. Check this out. I don't know who the pink one in the middle is. It's some kind of unicorn. But you got Pikachu, Stitch, and a pink unicorn. So it looks like obviously there's a few of them. If you get too close to them, maybe not, I'm not sure. I know in the US they'll try and charge you a load of money for them just for taking photos. So you have to be careful when taking photos and stuff of people dressed in costumes. Yeah, maybe here they're just not as money hungry as they are in like USA. But, ooh, we've got a zapiekanki store right here. Very Polish store indeed. And then right next to it, we got another one of these Berliner doner kebabs. I would have bought a zapiekanka right now, but I don't really fancy it because I have just off vlog bought some bits from the Biedronka that I parked at and in Świnoujście, and I just had some bits from there because it's just cheaper. This holiday, I'm not going to be eating at so many restaurants just to basically keep the price down because I'm here for twice as long as I was last time. May not be making as many videos because last time I was able to make so many videos in the 1 week I was there. I made like 30 videos in total. We got an amphitheater here as well. I've made like 30 videos in 1 week and I spread them all across like between like February and like June. And right now, as I'm recording this, my vlogs from South Korea are being uploaded. Yeah, I got an amphitheater right here, look. It's a bit closed, I imagine, to public. It's just being like worked on at the moment. But yeah, like sometimes they may have like music on or something, polka music maybe, traditional Polish music. Whereas this time, I'm here for twice the amount of time. I'm here for, I think, like 16 days, actually, just exploring not only the coastline, but then I'm going further afield, kind of exploring the northeast of Poland a little bit, and some other places as well. So, because I'm here for like twice the amount of time, you know, money needs to go a bit further, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And because of that, I won't be eating at as many fine dining establishments like your Polish kitchens, your milk bars, that kind of thing, mostly because it just costs money. And I'm happy most of the time just eating at a McDonald's or going to Biedronka or Żabka and buying like little bits there. I will occasionally maybe eat at like a milk bar or something, but it won't be the highlight of any of these videos, I don't think. I haven't really thought about it too much, but I'm just doing what I can to kind of keep the costs low at the beginning of this holiday so that at the end I can, you know, do what I like with it rather than being kind of left short. So I was talking about a second ago about how we're on an island and I can see the words Wyspa Wollin, which means Wollin Island. So this is the island that we're on. It looks like on Google Maps that it's not an island and it looks like it's part of Poland, but it's like around here on Google Maps, not on this map, on Google Maps you've got like land like right here. There's like thin lakes and stuff that kind of go all the way around this, and then obviously here is the ocean. We would have been, where would we have been? Up here somewhere a second ago when we walked on the pier up here. Or right here, Słowiński Park Narodowy, which is kind of majority of it. You can see it's up here as well. Słowiński Park Narodowy, and it goes. So the majority of this is like a national park, and then Międzyzdroje is really like this bit, roughly there. But yes, this is its own island, Volin Island, but you won't necessarily see it on Google Maps quite like that unless you're properly looking, because like I say, it's so close to other land in some areas that it kind of looks like it's attached to the mainland of Poland, but it is its own island. That's quite cool that they've got their own little like boards here. It shows more of the national park and kind of the layout of the national park, and then Międzyzdroje just there. And then some more information about Międzyzdroje that I won't read. Yeah, it's just interesting to come and look at this kind of thing, see the information. I mean, if you wanted to as a tourist, you could look at this, walk down, look at the information boards, and just enjoy yourself, enjoy the sun. That's the park we walked through earlier. Oh, and then we've got moving statues. I genuinely believed a second ago when I saw these that these were real. Yeah, they always trip me out. They always do such a good job of looking like they're a real statue. Like I say, a second ago I was talking to the camera, I wasn't in one camera, and I genuinely thought they were real statues, such as this fella over here. If he starts moving right now, I'll be super tripping. But I'm pretty sure that's a statue. Yeah, he's attached to a plaque. We've got a big gorilla over here. Alright, so this is where we started the video. Or not the video, but this is where we started this segment of Międzyzdroje. We've been in it for quite a while, to be fair. We've recorded a lot, at least anyway. So now we could either go down there or we could walk up here. I think we're going to walk up here because I just want to see what's down this way. Originally, I was looking over here and I saw the ice cream, but obviously we've already had an ice cream now, so I don't need another one. And obviously it's going to make a mess. So that's something for me to avoid having again so soon, especially. Yeah, I think what we'll do is we walk down here and we'll kind of circle around if we can and walk over the other way. Then hopefully we should be able to get everything included and everything seen here along the pier. Well, not pier, what would you call something like this? What do they call it in the UK? Like an avenue. The avenue? Or the beach avenue? I don't actually know what you call it. Along the pedestrianised walkway and then down and along the beach anyway. We'll check out what we can. I think for a quick little tour of Międzyzdroje, we've done pretty well to check out as much as we can. Oh, look at the aesthetic of this place. Very islandy. And it's funny saying that because obviously, as I say, we are on an island. But you know what I mean? Like, it's more tropical island, I guess. Or, you know, somewhere you would expect in like Cyprus or in the Bahamas, somewhere like that, where you'd expect like this kind of straw roof, the nice backdrop to where you would sit down and have your nice lights. Hopefully you can't hear the music too loud because copyright if I ever manage to get monetization. But, oh, it's a tiki bar, that would be why. I just saw the tiki head. But yeah, there's like the music for the vibes. Yeah, such a cool little bar. Like, I like that kind of aesthetic. Like I say, it reminds me a lot of Cyprus because you get those kind of things over in Cyprus. We've reached kind of the other end of like where all the main part of Międzyzdroje is. So like I say, I'm going to try and hook around and head back that way rather than going back that way and then coming around back this way and then back that way. To just kind of save a bit of time. We've got like maybe an hour left or something here before we need to go. Of course, you're never far away from Żabka's here in Poland. And here in Międzyzdroje, obviously another doner kebab place. Yeah, I'm starting to get the feel for this place. And potentially the feel for the entire coastline. I really don't know what to expect. The only place I've been to, as I've already mentioned probably, on this like route is Sopot in Gdańsk. But that was back in 2018. Otherwise, everywhere that I'm going is like brand new for me. Kind of looks like I'm gonna have to turn around and then go back independently down the other route. Unless of course we can go down just over here. Can we explore down here? It's all kind of blocked off by like different buildings that you can't really access. Oh, you got like a view of the sea. Oh, it's a restaurant though. Alright, there's nothing down here. I thought there would be. I kind of drove by and I thought, oh, this looks like a nice area to kind of come down and have a look at. Now it's not as good as way over there where we've already been. Oh, yo, check this out. How cool would it be to but win this Eevee or the Squirtle? It's massive. I can't quite get the size comparison, but it's probably like 5 foot or something. You can win like a panda. I think is that like Dog Cop or whatever its name is, Paw Patrol. That's the one. Mickey Mouse. This one. It's a shame I don't have any physical way to win them or to take them back home. I could probably win them, although it's probably like a trap here because all those things are, but I have no way to take them at home because that's literally like not quite as big as me. Like I say, it's probably about 5 foot, which is like, you know, a lot lower. I'm about 6 foot. I'm just over 6 foot. But they're pretty big for a teddy bear. That'd be quite cool to take home and kind of gift to someone. But the chances of me winning it probably quite low, especially as I don't have cash. I've only got card. They even check, to be honest, if they take card. Dude, what I do like is that they just got Żywiec on tap right outside of the doner kebab place. Because I love how they just have the beer like right there ready to pour. It looks super fresh and really tasty. I have had Żywiec before, obviously, but I really fancy one right now. I think when we get to the next place, I know that that's most probably going to be my end of the line for today. I can then go and get myself a Żywiec or the local beer or whatever I decide to get. But right now, I can't, because if I drink a beer now, I'm going to be a little bit lightheaded. And then I'm going to be driving in like an hour. I know, oh yeah, you know, you'll be fine or whatever. But here in Poland, I think the drinking laws are quite strict. You're not meant to have like, I don't know, like there's a very small margin, like way less than you're allowed in the UK. So if you get caught drinking and driving here, you're kind of, you know, not doing too good basically. And if I had one beer, especially with the strength of the beers here, I'd definitely be over the limit. So I'm going to have to wait until a little bit later on before I can have my beer. Okay, so we've got one last little section here to check out. And this time, obviously, as we've gone up there, and then we've just gone down there, we're now walking down this way to go and check out what's lurking around this corner. Like I said, I think it's just going to be the beach. I don't see there being much more, but who knows? You know, a minute ago we went over when we bought the ice cream and we went down to the beach. I was pleasantly surprised at the atmosphere. So let's go and check out down here. For some reason on the floor here we've got like little handprints all in the tiles. We've got the walkway here, which I think leads around to where we were earlier. I think I saw the other end to it earlier. Wejście C, this is entrance C. And it is literally just another entrance into the beach. A slightly different view of the coast. You can see the Molo just along there. It ends around there. I can't quite see on the camera, but that's where we walked to earlier, to the end of the pier to have a look out towards the Baltic Sea. So I'm not going to go down there again. I'm not going to get my shoes all sandy. I was curious as to what was down here. I've now figured it out. Let's have a little walk down this walkway. See if we got anything down here. If not, then that'll be Międzyzdroje completed. I don't know if you can see that. Just down there you've got obviously the ocean, then you've got sand, but in the sand they've got like a little man-made river or whatever for people to swim in as well. But I think it's pretty cool. It's almost like if you're too scared to go into the ocean, just go into the man-made river there and you know, you'll be fine. I'm not sure if you get like dangerous animals here actually in the Baltic Sea. Do you get dangerous animals here in like Poland? I have no idea. I couldn't imagine you get like sharks, do you, or anything? You might be able to get jellyfish, but other than that, I'm not really sure. Europe doesn't really have too many dangerous animals, although obviously Poland has bears and the bison and wolves. So already there are 3 animals up on the UK, which has literally nothing that can kill you, like not in a poisonous way at least anyway, or whatever. You can maybe die by a cow if the cow was really wanting to kill you, but yeah, otherwise the UK is pretty safe when it comes to animals. Here, it's pretty safe, but obviously there are the couple that I've just mentioned that could kill you. But I don't know about ocean creatures. We don't really get dangerous ocean creatures in the UK that I'm aware of. We don't get sharks or anything like that, so yeah, I've no idea. Well guys, I think that's it here in Międzyzdroje. You know, today so far we've visited Świnoujście, which is up there, about 15 minutes away from Międzyzdroje, right here. Now obviously we've just spent a big portion of today and a lot of recording, you know, visiting Międzyzdroje. We just spent a long time here visiting Międzyzdroje. Yeah, we still have more today to go. We have other places to visit. So I'm going to continue my journey more east down the coastline of Poland. Let's go on to the next town or city to see what else we have to explore. And this will be the last place for me visiting today, I believe. So I should hopefully be able to have a beer after this drive. Let's go. We are now in a city in Poland called Kołobrzeg. Before I get to the beach side and check out the beach, the sand and everything similar to what we've seen so far in today's video, I'm walking through this kind of park area right next to it, and just look at how cool this is. This is like a little play area for the kids, but they've kind of built like these like climbing frames and stuff up in the trees. So if you can see up there's like a zip line, and around here we've got like little platforms and the climb up, and it's like one of those things you get in the UK sometimes, but you have to pay for it and you get them for like adults. But obviously this is for kids just in a play park. Well, not in a play park, sorry, but just in like a park for people to walk their dogs and things, but it's just kind of amongst the trees. And for, you know, a little bit for them to crawl through or whatever, and then climb along the steps, and then along there. They're doing something over there at the moment. I was just walking by, I thought that was so cool. Like if I was a kid, I would love this so much. And just the whole area in general, like this whole park is just so cool. Again, you've got such a nice wide area for the pedestrians to do their thing, people to walk their dogs, bicycles to go down, and then you just got all these trees which are shading the area from the sun when it's like really hot weather like it is today. It's really appreciated. Now you have, you know, such an area that you can go to for the shade if you need it, especially, you know, for someone who's sunburnt like myself. Over here we've got more stuff around the trees. I can't quite tell what that is. Something to do with like kids climbing up. You look at that. Yeah, pretty cool park if you ask me. So I was just walking through here because this is en route of me walking down to the beach. My hotel is 3 miles, or 3 kilometers, sorry, not 3 miles, 3 kilometers that way. I've just had to walk down because there's no tram system in this city. And so I thought I'd take a leisurely stroll in the sunshine, just see what Kołobrzeg has to offer before we get to the sun and the beach is what I meant to say, before we get to the beach. And it's a nice little pleasant surprise as well, just, you know, stumbling upon this park, as it always is here in Poland. It always seems for me just to be a nice little surprise. Okay, so this is my first view of the beach area of Kołobrzeg. Looks like we need to go down this way. We're not quite there, but we're close. But it's starting to look a bit more pedestrianised, a little bit more open, so I think we're on the right path. Oh yeah, sick. I just realised by looking at the Piaski umbrellas right in front of me here, I'm not driving for the rest of the night, so I can have a few beers if I wanted to. I can actually sit in the sun and just enjoy myself. We got a, Galleria Molo pier. I will leave that for a minute, because we want to go down this way on the outside. I don't know if that's an actual like shopping area. Well, it looks like a shopping area, but I don't know if that's for the actual pier, as we learned the word molo earlier, or whether it's just called that because it's like next to the pier or something. I think my answer's about to be answered. My question's about to be answered. I can see, I think, the pier just up there. I think I can see the pier just up there, and there's also, if you can see in the distance, like a man juggling fire. Let's go and check out the man. Oh my God. Let's go and check out the man juggling fire for a second, shall we? It looks like he's doing a good job. Hey, we've got the big gorilla again. Right, he's drawing a big crowd, this dude. Right, we're actually close to the guy now. Now he's gone.
Dziękuję. Dziękuję. Dzięki. Jeżeli coś nagraliście, możecie wstawić na Instagrama, TikToka. Znajdziecie mnie jako
He's literally finished.
Puśka
I hope you could see a little bit of it as I was walking up to him. He's literally just finished giving away social media as you know, the ending part of his show. He's just given like a bow, I think, or something. Ah, Gutton. Maybe there'll be something else here in a minute. That's like right at the edge, the end of the pier. I think, do you have to pay for this pier? There's a Casa Molo, like price list. 9 zloty. Oh yeah, you have to pay to go on this pier. Just saying, in Międzyzdroje, you didn't have to pay to go on their pier, you could just go on the pier. Doesn't really look worth it. I'm gonna go on it, I think, but it looks pretty empty. Alright. Let's go and check out the pier then, as Mr. Juggling guy is finished. Dzień dobry, jeden normalny. God, sometimes I really do forget my Polish. That's my receipt. How do I, oh, it's got a QR code on here, so I think QR code goes there. We go through. Yes, we're on the pier, boy. 9 zloty later. What's that, like £1.80 or something maybe? And we get a VIP view of the beach here at Kołobrzeg. Like I say, the pier is looking a little bit emptier than earlier in Międzyzdroje, but we'll try not to compare them too much. I don't know if you can see because of the angle of the sun and all that, but we've got like a nice big bouncy castle over here, the pier, and then the open ocean, the Baltic Sea yet again. Obviously, as I said earlier, this is the Baltic Sea. Every single time I go to a town or a city along this, the next few videos on this road trip, and I see the ocean or show the beach, it's all on the Baltic Sea. Because obviously that's the only sea that's kind of bordering Poland. You get the idea. So, oh, there's a lighthouse right over in the distance. I don't know if you can see that, just over there. Again, anything this side, because of the sun, makes it quite difficult to like see because the camera focuses everything on the sun and therefore everything else goes darker to compensate for the brightness of the sun, essentially. So that's why facing this way things look nicer, and then if I was to face this way I look quite silhouetted. And here, to be honest, is kind of a similar view with Międzyzdroje. Similar in the fact that all we have is like the beach and then obviously kind of the tree hill things that go up and around. I wonder what we got at the end here. Is it just like a restaurant? Looks like I've just paid 9 zloty to come on a private pier with about 4 other people to then be kind of taken to a restaurant. It's the only thing on here. Or is it like a little row of shops maybe? If there's like a beer place, I might sit down and grab a beer, you know? Still need to finish my can of beer that I was gifted yesterday by the more on the side of dodgy geezer that I met in Szczecin. I didn't even mention it yesterday in the video because it kind of escaped my mind, even though it's such a kind of big thing. The guy was just saying like racist stuff. Like he was just saying things that were racist. But it's, in the moment, obviously, it's hard to like kind of process and be like, oh wait, you're saying stuff that, you know, hard for me to really say, but like stuff that I wouldn't say personally, let's put it that way. But also, again, until I actually look at like the footage and until I actually like listen to it properly, and sometimes I use a bit of AI to help me like kind of understand the words that I can't understand, then I won't know fully what he says. So when the video is like kind of subtitled, not necessarily I know everything in the moment, if that makes sense. So, but he definitely said some things that are racist because he was half English, half Polish, kind of, you know, saying things that I wasn't really comfortable with. I keep getting told by people, Polish people and non-Polish people, that the Poles are, you know, people that have quite strong views, let's just say. I don't want to call them racist because obviously it's a whole country of people, and it's a bit disrespectful to say that, but like even Polish people have told me, oh yeah, us Poles are racist, but I don't personally want to use that rhetoric. You know, but when you come across somebody like that in the street, you didn't ask him anything about, you know, like politics or, you know, whatever, and then he's just like, you know, I don't even know what exactly he was saying, but I know for sure he was talking about, he was to say, you know, saying certain things. You'll see in the video if you watch it. But anyway, enough of that, because, you know, that's that. Right here is the end of Kołobrzeg's pier. It's not a very long pier. It's not as long as Międzyzdroje, but we're at the end here, and right in front of me we've got the end, and obviously the water. Very nice. Nice little view right there. Right, there's not much else to see at the edge. There are some shops below us, so I'm going to take a few photos actually. Right, now that we've kind of checked out the end of this pier, as I say, right below me right now is kind of some shops. And because you have to pay to come on here, it's not very busy. I mean, look at it. It's quite empty. Like I said, there's about 4 people on that pier, and then there's a couple more down below at the shop. So we're going to go check it out, see if there's like somewhere to buy a beer or something else. So let's go walk down the steps into the shops. I do almost just hit my head on this thing. There's not a lot of room. There's also a wall there with some wings on. Look, fella's getting his photo taken with the wings. So, right here we have the shops. What do we have? I wonder if they're going to be like exclusive prices, jacked up for the people who can afford to come on the pier. So right there, sorry, we had ice cream. We got beer. We have Polish beer, that's good. Blonde. I think that's another bar. Okay. We have a couple of beer places. Dzień dobry. Poproszę książęcie.
Pszenica, dobrze.
Yeah, boy. Książęcie turns out to be a beer that I'm having a lot recently on my trips to Poland. Where shall we sit? We'll go over here a little bit. I want to try and sit away from the music. We'll sit somewhere where the sun will be. Or maybe actually we'll sit just here. We get a bit of sun. Yeah, screw it. The music hopefully won't be an issue. Na zdrowie. Książęcie. Can I say that right still? Or yet? Książęcie. I've said it wrong quite a few times in previous Polish vlogs. I find this word quite difficult to say, I'm not going to lie. This is a golden książęcie. And yeah, we're just sat here right now. Hopefully the music's not too loud up in the background. Yum. It is a nice beer. I'm there talking about how beer to me tastes all the same, basically. This one has like a distinct taste. Almost a little bit more like a wheat beer. I don't know if it actually is a wheat beer, but it gives me that vibe. You know, I've only just started exploring Kołobrzeg, but so far today, Międzyzdroje has been my favorite place. Obviously, I've only visited a couple of places, and as I say, like Kołobrzeg, I still haven't explored it properly, and maybe there'll be a lot of things I won't be able to get to see, but Międzyzdroje, really nice place, really, really fascinating, really, you know, like, took me by surprise. I really didn't expect it, to be honest, from a place like that. Even though it was just a seaside resort or whatever, you know, there wasn't anything really too different. I don't know, it was just like the amount of space for pedestrians and the cyclists and everyone else who's just walking around, you know. They had the aquarium, but saying that, actually, I have seen a sign saying that right here in Kołobrzeg there's also an aquarium, oceanarium. But overall, all the places, including Świnoujście, has been fantastic. Świnoujście was quite cool as well. That actually surprised me. I literally thought it was going to be like dead quiet, no tourists. How wrong was I? This beer here cost me 18 zloty. That's pretty standard, that's not jacked up. I paid 18 zloty for a beer all the way back in 2018 when I was in Gdańsk. So it's about £2 to £3, give or take. Like, it's not expensive, but I mean, you could probably find cheaper here in Poland. You can definitely find more expensive, average price. I mean, it's not too expensive, and considering, you know, I've already paid to come on the pier like £9. I don't know, I just kind of thought because it was more exclusive, because you have to pay to come on here, there's less people here, that there would be higher prices, but it's not, it's pretty fairly priced. Right, if we have a look at the weather, I'm enjoying the weather at the moment because midway through, like in like 5 days or so, the weather starts to become shit. We've got today, tomorrow, the next day, so that's 3 days in a row of like good sunshine. In 2 days from now, so in 2 vlogs from this vlog, it's going to go up to 30 degrees, which is pretty hot. The next day it goes back down to 22, but it's going to be quite windy. The next day is going to be nice, you know, sunny, but only 18 degrees. Then the Saturday, yeah, and then on the Sunday onwards, which if things work out correctly, by Sunday I would have already finished this coastline road trip that I'm doing, and I'll be doing other things along here, you know, in Poland. But as we can see there, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, rain. So I'm hoping that that changes. That could kind of ruin my ideas for my vlogs. Not really ruin, but just kind of like it's going to be harder for me to vlog when it's raining, because imagine me trying to do this right now, sat outside enjoying a beer. My camera's going to get soaking. You'll sort of vlog probably of me at Snowdon with my mates, like absolutely drenched. I can't be having this camera out in the rain. It's just going to ruin the camera. So all that to say, right now while I can, before the rain starts in 5 or 6 days, I'm enjoying myself. I'm sitting back and relaxing. I'm having a beer and looking at the view, which again you guys can't see because the big little railing thing, what do you call it, a fence, the big fence. So I'm just enjoying myself, while at the same time trying to show you guys as much as I can of these different places. I've gone for another beer. I've got it right here next to me. For like £3.50, let's say, like for a beer, that's really good price nowadays. In UK, like you're paying £5, £6 for a pint on average. You could probably find them cheaper, but yeah, this is pretty good. And it's good quality beer as well. It's not the shit you get in like the Wetherspoons in the UK with like the really outdated beer and whatever else they do to make it really cheap. So we've only got like an hour of sun before it like sets, and then we have no more sun here in Kołobrzeg. I need to go and explore more, so I need to drink this kind of quick and go and explore Kołobrzeg a bit more, because I've not really explored it much. I've just walked down a pier. So yeah, I think we're going to go and explore Kołobrzeg and see what's up. After I finish this, I'm going to be so off my trolley. So we've just had a nice little drink over there. We've had 2 beers. So I'm feeling the effects, let's just say. Let's have another look at these wings. These are pretty cool, aren't they? Nice little wings on the wall. I believe people get their photos with the wings, and they, I don't know, it just kind of makes for a bit of a better photo. These people are down there about to take some photos with the wings, I think. It's like a thing on Google Maps, like a waypoint on Google Maps. Right, we've had our 2 beers. Let's go back into Kołobrzeg, as I forget where we are right now. See what's popping, see what's happening. Probably everything's like died off now because I've been sat there for like a good hour just kind of chilling and relaxing, having my beers. Off in the distance over here, you can see just there, I think, in that general area, we have a Ferris wheel like we went on last night in Szczecin. Anyway, we're walking back towards Kołobrzeg. We're going back towards the mainland. We're coming off of the pier. We've had our 9 zloty worth with the 2 beers. People are actually still over there on the bouncy castle and on the trampoline thing, kind of enjoying themselves, having fun. People are still along the beach and stuff, so maybe there will be some things still popping off. Maybe the guy juggling fire will be there still. I'm kind of gutted we missed the guy juggling fire, man. That would have been so cool. But, you know, such is life, I guess. Here we go. Wyjście, the exit to the pier here. Exit the pier. Alright, that was a lot longer than I thought, actually. We were there for quite some time. We do have someone else setting up something that looks like juggling related, but they're going to be a while, I think. I don't think they're going to be here anytime soon. kind of setting something up. This is a kind of a map of Kołobrzeg. I think we're over here somewhere. No, we're not. We're tu jesteś. Just there. We were obviously just drinking there. This is the whole city. And as you can see, with it being the whole city, like majority of it is like kind of covered in trees. Interesting. Oh, it looks like these guys are maybe already doing something. Let's go and check these guys out, these street performers. They may not be juggling fire, but they're waving flags around, and that's just as interesting as anything else. He might not be the street performer, he might just be a random guy flying flags now that I'm looking at him properly. It's the same guy juggling fire, like just, I don't know. I don't know if he does it like every half an hour maybe or something. The other side to the pier, that's where we're sat. This is the other side, this is the beach. Where everyone comes, obviously. It's free, people are here enjoying themselves. Nothing else really to see here. Let's go and check. Maybe let's go and have a look at the shopping area. I don't know what it's called now. We'll walk back up here. But I don't know where the other side of the shopping centre is. Oh wait, I think this guy is doing something now. Put the shopping on hold, we're going back to the guy. Right, what's this guy doing then? Ah, he's juggling fire, let's fucking watch this.
Taka mała próba generalna, jeszcze nie zrobię nic efektownego. Ukłonię się, a wy spróbujecie zrobić najpiękniejszy hałas, jaki tylko potraficie. Uwaga! Raz, dwa, trzy, teraz! Tutaj państwo z tyłu też może. Świetnie, szybki trik rozgrzewkowy. Jeszcze nie skończyłem. Numer 2. Pod drugą. Stop. Pan nie bił braw, o co chodzi? Cześć Szymon, jak masz na imię?
Dzień dobry, mówi po angielsku.
Where are you from?
UK.
UK, oh,
Yeah.
bonjour.
Dziękuję. Mój bracie.
It's trick number 3, special for you, okay?
Okay, dziękuję.
Look at this. I can explain you this show in 3 words, okay?
Okay, sure.
Give me money, okay? What's your name?
Jamie.
Jamie.
Yes, yeah.
Jamie, special for you, 3 balls. Special for you, only
Dziękuję.
for you, 3
Mój
balls
bracie.
behind this beautiful bag. You know? Look at me. Specjalnie dla, nie pamiętam jak ma na imię, na 3. Raz, 2, 3. O! Say bye bye.
I'm being involved in this.
It's
Yes?
your last time, chodź.
My last time. Alright, I'm getting involved. Let's go.
Are you drunk?
Okay. Tutaj?
Nie.
Okay.
Tutaj.
Tutaj, okay.
Stój. Klap. Dzieci, to co robię jest głupie i niebezpieczne. Nigdy nie róbcie tego w domu. Zróbcie to w szkole, będzie zabawniej. Uwaga, wielki finał na 3. Jeżeli show wam się podobało, a numer wyjdzie, to ostatni raz poproszę was o olbrzymi aplauz. Uwaga, na 3. Jak to zatrzymać? Raz, 2, 3.
I was like this close to getting on stage with them. What the hell? He pulled me back, obviously, because he realized I just wasn't good enough for the role. Obviously, he's there in the background. He's just finished his little juggling act and overall entertainment. Well, a good guy. I don't know what his social media is. If I figure it out, it's up on screen. But yeah, he grabs me, pulls me into the middle to like go and do a bit in the middle, and then he kind of pulls me away, and then he gets some other guy to do it, probably someone who can understand him a lot better. I don't know, I kind of got a bit of stage fright when he was like, oh, can you speak Polish? It's like, yeah, pretty much nothing. But yeah, what a fun little street art right there. Street entertainment. So now that we've been sidetracked, that was like an hour, maybe 45 minutes, something like that, that we've been sidetracked. And now that we've been sidetracked with that, let's go and check out other bits here in Kołobrzeg. We were going to go and check out actually the shopping. Molo, something or other. Can't remember what it's called. Should I get another ice cream? Maybe I'll get another ice cream in a bit. I need to go check out the shopping first. Here you got like parlors like this opened up. It's the Amerikanski ice cream. But what's funny is I've never seen this ice cream in America. Like I've only ever really seen it here in Poland. I feel like I might have seen it like some other place in Europe, but I've never seen it anywhere. Oh, actually I saw like a similar thing, not the same thing, but like a similar thing, like a tall ice cream, obviously in South Korea, in Seoul, because I dropped the fucking thing, didn't I? And it was caught on camera. But it's a different thing, like altogether. It was similar ice cream as well. I mean, ice cream's ice cream, but like it was similar, but it was different. You know what I mean? Galeria Molo. So, I don't know what's in here. We'll go and check out quickly. Ah, it's too late, man. It's all closed. Oh yeah, that's literally it. Okay, that wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. Obviously, Galeria is like a shopping centre, but it's closed off. Yeah, that's the Galeria right behind me, but obviously, as I say, it's closed because it's too late in the day. It's probably looking at like 9 o'clock right now. Yeah, it's literally 9 o'clock. And obviously things are closing probably. Even though the sun's still out, the guy's over there still juggling his fire. The people are on the beach still. Obviously things are closing up, so yeah. I'm not sure what else there is to check out here. Yes, I did just pay for another toilet. Look at the state of it. It's not the best looking toilet on the outside. It's not the best looking on the inside. It's a toilet. I did just have to pay 4 zloty for that. Dzień dobry. Duży amerykański.
Śmietanka, czekolada mieszane.
Czekolada I śmietana, tak.
15,90.
Dziękuję. Check this place out. I mean, I'm going for the same thing I had earlier, which is the chocolate and, well, vanilla. Although they say śmietana, which is like cream, but it's like a vanilla cream. Okay. Dziękuję. Here we go. It's a bit smaller than the one we had earlier for the same price. Same quality ice cream though. Yeah, it's a good little ice cream. I paid the same, slightly smaller. Maybe it's just a smaller cone. I don't really know, to be honest. I just wanted my ice cream fix. I got my ice cream fix. It's pretty good. So I'm currently on one of these e-scooters, but they're quite hard to film on. They're quite hard to film on and drive at the same time, and they're quite hard to drive on as it is, let alone trying to film as well. I'm so gonna fall off of this if I'm not careful. I've got the hang of it, I think. As I say, I can't selfie while driving it. The last time I've driven one of these, I think, was in Oslo, in Norway. And I also rode one in Alicante in Spain, but this was like 2020. This is like 5 years later I'm riding them. Look at how fucking fast we're going. This is genuinely like probably 30 miles an hour. I'm lost on my way home, so I decided to get one of these little scooters, and it's made me even more lost as I ride around the streets of Kołobrzeg. And obviously the roads here in Europe in general, the pavements, oh my god, are really not smooth. Massive bumps and stuff, and it makes for quite a dodgy ride. Here I am on my scooter. It's saying I'm going to get a fine if I don't go back where I was. But I need to go to my hotel. So these are the electric scooters here in Poland. They're a lot of fun to ride, but I can't film while riding them. So instead I'm just having a bit of fun trying to find my hotel. Okay, so I should be on the right road now. Just heading down here. Train tracks are a bit dodgy. I just need to head down here for like 3 kilometers. This is what I'm currently looking at, riding down here. Oh, just me and my scooter, waiting at the lights. I very easily, as one of the, not police, but what do you call them, like the town guards or whatever. Oh, it's a green light. I'm paying per minute doing this, by the way. I'm paying like 99 pence, or like 0.99 zloty. Basically 1 zloty per minute. Every 5 minutes is a quid. There's more of an arm workout than anything. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. Right, it's facing me. Face this way. You see this big red area? This is for bicycles and scooters. So realistically, we should be okay, hopefully, to ride this. But we are going some right now. Shit, we're almost at the end. God, it really works out on your arms because you're like holding on for dear life not to fall off, or maybe it's just me because I'm kind of just using one hand right now. This is how you travel Poland in style, my friend. Oh, I got that knack of it with one arm though, I think. I don't want to trust myself too much because there's potholes coming up. Oh shit. Right, we're good. Oh, kurwa mać. Kurwa mać. Bobber. Lads, we're getting close to our hotel. It's only over here. Make sure no nutters are gonna pull in and run me over. Mate, it is really difficult, kind of, when you've got the bloody curb going up and down. Otherwise, quite a smooth ride overall, but there are, you know, because the roads aren't completely smooth, it does make for a bit of a bumpy ride. Right, our hotel is just over there in front of us. I don't know what that station actually is called. Papchik? I can't really read it from here. But our hotel is over there anyway, at that gas station. We have to go this way, we have to follow the red. I'm gonna wait for the cars to go first and then we'll go. I don't want to make them stop. I know they will stop for me, but I feel rude if I let them, you know, make them stop. Across. And across. The camera's not working. The camera's getting confused. Right, it's re-angled itself. Lads, Piepsik is the hotel. I think that might be the name of the gas station as well, Piepsik. It's actually a motel. I don't really know what a motel is and what a hotel is. But lads, we've made it to our hotel motel. Right, we've got the bike here. The bike, the you know what I mean, e-scooter. Here's our motel, which has 2 stars on it. I don't know why. It's kind of quite nice inside, especially for a 2-star. I don't really know why that's the case. I need to figure out where to drop this scooter off because every minute I am paying for it. There's a parking bay. I'm assuming the parking bay is just here to my right. So let's try and park it up. All right, we have to show the bike with, or the scooter, whatever you want to call it, with surroundings. So we'll get shot like that. Wait. A 10 zloty parking fine if I haven't parked it correctly. I think I think this is the right place. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, this is the only place where it says to park it. 17 zloty 81. That's not too bad. So like £3.50 or something I've just paid for that whole ride. I was on it for a damn long time. I don't know how much I'm going to keep in the edit. How was my ride? It was fucking fantastic. Thank you very much. I don't know how much I'm going to keep in the edit, but that was a cool ride. I was kind of scared at some points I was going to fall off or something. I can now take off my wrist strap. Yeah, lads, as I was saying, this is a gas station, but also this right here is my motel. Motel Piepsik. Now that I can actually read the word correctly. I think that's going to be it for me here in Kołobrzeg, to be honest. I mean, it's got dark, hasn't it? Like, there's not really much else to do or to see. I mean, what have I done? I've had a couple of beers, I've walked down the pier, I've seen a guy who juggled fire, it almost got me introduced into the act, but then decided not to. I had an ice cream, and then I rode a scooter. Yeah, Kołobrzeg's been a nice place. I'd come back. It was a pretty decent little coastal town, city. I think it's a city. A little coastal city. Yeah, that's going to be it for today's vlog, I think. We started today's vlog off in Świnoujście, in the very northwestern point of Poland, on the border of Germany. We made our way over into Międzyzdroje, and now we're in Kołobrzeg. Tomorrow we're going to continue on east up the coastline, up to other places. Basically doing what we did today, just continuing until eventually we end up in Piaski on the Russian-Poland border. Unlike the German border with Poland, I don't think the Russian one's going to be quite as easy to enter. You know what I mean? You know, it's not going to be open. You're going to have like closed fences and probably guards. I don't really know. There's probably going to be cameras there, so it's not going to be quite as open as the border with Germany. Let's just say we'll find out in a few days when we make our way up to Piaski, at the Poland-Russian border. What's going on, guys? Today we're starting off the video here in Koszalin. It's one of the few places or few cities along this whole trip on the coastline that we'll be visiting that doesn't technically border the coastline. The city's kind of inland. It technically has a little bit of coast right at the very north of it, but there's no actual beach here or anything to visit. So instead we're just going to explore the city kind of just as I normally would. It's probably not going to have that kind of seaside vibe, but that's fine because we're going to get enough of that, you know, going further along in today's video and then so on. But we still have gorgeous weather. As you can see here, it's currently like 25 degrees. I think it's about 11 a.m, sorry, as we just arrived here in Koszalin, and I'm just kind of heading towards the Stare Miasto right now. Just gonna go check that out, and then we're just gonna go, you know, see what's crack-a-lacking here in Koszalin. Okay, we're just coming in to the center of Koszalin. The center, which is obviously the Stare Miasto. Let's go check it out. This is it. It's looking a little empty, I'm not gonna lie, but I quite like the water feature we have over here. Reminds me a lot of Lublin. I was in Lublin like 5 years ago, and I had something like this. Lublin had a bit more of a, you know, show or whatever. There was a bit more in Lublin, but it definitely reminds me of that. And it's otherwise nice wide open space. Not too much happening, however. Instead of like shops immediately on the edge, you have like obviously the seating area and like little gardeny area, I guess. And then the shops are behind that. Obviously we got the Żywiec umbrellas where people can have a beer. Here's a better look at the water feature. Unlike with a lot of other old town squares, this one isn't as visually pleasing, I would say. Like the architecture is just pretty standard. I mean, over here we have like pretty typical building, like European building, whatever. Although I will say that just here, which I imagine is a town hall or something council related, there's on there, on the red plaque thing over there, it's an Urząd Miejski. This looks a little bit more like kind of, I guess, interesting. but I think that's mostly just because of like the clock up there and kind of the, you know, whatever, like metal plaque they've got up there. We've got right at the top a white and blue flag, which I imagine is the flag of Koszalin, or maybe that's the flag of like the voivodeship, not really sure. But that is, guys, the old town square done and kind of checked out already. It's the water feature here that's kind of stealing the show. And then obviously we've got like some big church over there and then a few shops, and that's pretty much it. I guess we'll carry on exploring other places here in Koszalin. See if we can find anything that's maybe of interest. So I love how, like in a lot of these Polish cities, you get like this big map that you can see like this. As you're walking around, you can kind of get an idea of like the city. Here, obviously, we have Koszalin. This up here is the coastline you would have with Koszalin, but it's not really where the city is. The city is down here. Obviously, as you can see, we're somewhere in the middle there. Obviously, we'd have to drive kind of outside of the main city and into like the small suburbs, I guess, to hit like kind of along the coastline. And maybe I should have done that, obviously, like visiting and going down the coastline, but I wanted to just visit Koszalin because the city I'd heard about before, and I just wanted to kind of see what the city's about. Dzień dobry. Poproszę duże lody.
Jaki smak?
Przepraszam.
Smak?
Czekolada. Bardzo dziękuję.
Dziękuję.
Okay, 11 zloty for this chocolate ice cream. It's only one flavour, there's no vanilla or cream or whatever, like we did yesterday, but it's basically looking like the same ice cream. That's because it is. I'll eat it quickly, or quick enough before it starts melting, because yesterday was an absolute pain trying to find anywhere to wash my hands. I'm pretty sure this is the cheapest ice cream I've had so far on the trip. In Szczecin, the one that I had there, though I didn't film it, was, I don't even remember, like 16 zloty, I think. Yesterday, I paid like 15 zloty per ice cream. I think I had 2 yesterday, and now this one's 11. So if you want to save yourself 5 zloty and have a cheaper ice cream, come here to Koszalin. It's a really nice ice cream. I don't know how to quite describe it. It's quite thick. And I don't know, just quite creamy as well. It's a really, really nice quality of ice cream that they seem to have every single like stall or whatever that you seem to see them and buy them at. Right behind me here we have Ukraine Ochka, which is a Ukrainian shop with like Ukrainian imports and stuff. So we're going to have a little look in here and check out and have a look at the Ukrainian goods. Right here we've got Ukrainian books. Dzień dobry. Oh, Ukrainian beer. I've never had a Ukrainian beer before. Kvass, I think that says. We'll go for this one here, I think. Kvass is how it's read in Cyrillic. Dziękuję, miłego dnia. Nice, so we've got Kvass, Ukrainian beer. There wasn't a lot in there that I really fancied, to be honest. There was a lot of things I couldn't really eat or have like on the go. There was like fish in the freezer that you'd have to cook and whatnot. There was a load of crisps and things I'm not really in the mood for. But beer's always appreciated. I can read the main word, kvass. Domashny, I think it says at the bottom, in the red. Which would make me think it probably means something like, something to do with being homemade maybe or something, I don't really know. I will try this beer at some point in today's vlog. Right now, I can't because, you know, not only is there a police van right there, which I've only just realised, but also publicly drinking is just obviously not allowed. Right next to me is some kind of shopping centre, Centrum Handlowe, I think it's called. No, I'm wrong, it's a galleria. I can never say that word right, galleria. And right here's the entrance, Galleria Cosmos, right here. So we're going to go and enter. I've now got to awkwardly hold this kvass beer without a bag or anything. I should have probably asked for a bag. maybe we won't really do much in here because I've just looked all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom, and nothing's open. There's this board to do with the sun, and that's the only thing in this whole building that I could find that was to do with Cosmos, you know, the name of this building. Yeah, I'm not sure why everything's closed. There's, on the very top floor, there's a bowling alley area, which looked like it would be all right. Just up here we have a Biedronka and we have a Rossmann. But I don't really need to go to a Biedronka or a Rossmann. The floor above this one is completely closed. The floor above that one is the bowling alley, which is completely closed. So yeah, that was a bit disappointing. Only because I was expecting, I don't know, more shopping, I guess. Somebody's been smashing the glass up here as well. Doesn't seem to be like an awful lot to do here in Koszalin, not gonna lie. I really wanted to as well plan to go to Ukraine for a day while I was on this trip. But I don't think I can. I think it's, I don't know. First of all, obviously, I know obviously everything's going on. Probably best to wait until everything kind of stops. But, I mean, people do and people can go there. And I just thought, well, if I visited Lviv, for example, for a day, surely it'd be okay. But I think traveling there isn't, you know, so simple at the moment. I've wanted to go to Ukraine for a long time, even before what's happening now, you know, started. I wanted to go the year that obviously the war started. I wanted to go to Chernobyl, and we were actually planning to go to Chernobyl the year that it all kicked off with me and a friend of mine. And we literally said in the January of that year, it was like, oh yeah, this year is going to be the year that we go to Chernobyl. But obviously a few months later, I can't remember the exact month, but then obviously, you know, they get invaded. And then since then, for the last like 4 years, I think, or something like that, it's been, you haven't really been able to go, especially to Chernobyl, because obviously that's been taken over as well. So it's a bit disappointing. I really wanted to go to Ukraine for a long time now, and I haven't been able to go. And I think it's such a beautiful country. From the videos I've seen online and the vlogs and stuff I've seen online, it just looks so beautiful, so full of history. And obviously as well, there's a lot of history between Poland and Ukraine. A lot of people who live in Ukraine, especially on Ukraine's western border, you know, on the other side of Lublin, for example, and that kind of eastern Polish border, a lot of those people ethnically are Polish. And most probably, a lot of the Polish people are ethnically maybe Ukrainian. I'm not sure about that one, but there's a lot of overlap between the two countries. And eventually, at some point, after a couple more trips here in Poland, I would have visited the majority of this country. Not to say that I'm done with the country, you know, I'd like to still come back and go to places I've been before, but explore more of. You know, places like Poznan, you know, actually Międzyzdroje was a really nice place to visit. And some other places as well, maybe. But like in terms of visiting places in Poland, like I've seen a lot of Poland. It'd be nice, you know, to visit other places that kind of have the historical ties with Poland, such as Ukraine. So when I see little like tidbits like this, obviously I know it's just a beer, but like, even though in the UK, like we have like support for Ukraine, you know, everything, and Ukrainian flags are everywhere, like you don't really get like these shops. At least I don't see them. I don't know, for me it's just like cool. When I'm here in Poland and then I see Ukrainian kind of mixed in with that, so it's kind of Polish, Ukrainian. I don't know, for me it's just quite interesting to go in and have a look. Obviously I get to read Polish and I get to attempt to read Ukrainian. I kind of vaguely remember how to read Cyrillic, but there's a few characters and letters that kind of trip me up still. But yeah, I really want to visit. It's really disappointing that what's happening at the moment is happening. I wish, you know, the country all the best. I'd like to visit, you know, as soon as really. But I'm not sure if at the moment it's the right time. Well, the time is 12 o'clock right now, midday. I've been here for, you know, about an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. I don't really know what else there is to see or do here in Koszalin. I thought there would be more to see. Doesn't seem like it, so I'm gonna go move on to the next location. Join me at the next location. I'll see you there in a bit. Welcome to Słowiński Park Narodowy, the Słowiński National Park here in a town called Łeba. I've just got myself a mint and strawberry ice cream from this place behind me right there. And we have a look over here. We've got these things called Melex, which can get us to where we're heading in about 15 minutes, or by foot, 1 hour and 30 minutes. 6 kilometers to walk. And because it's a nice day today, because it's nice weather and everything, we're gonna do the walk. We're gonna walk through nature. It's basically all through like a forest or something, I think, for the next hour and a half or so. I might be a bit quicker than that, who knows. But we're heading to some sand dunes. It's essentially like a kind of a tiny desert, from what I've heard, from what I've been told by people who have recommended to come visit here. I think we go this way because the last word there for dim is dunes, like the sand dunes. So I'm gonna have to eat this because it's melting already. By the way, this tiny little ice cream, 16 zloty. I mean, look at the one I had earlier today in Koszalin. That was 11 and I had a massive one. As I eat my ice cream, this is a beautiful view, beautiful little walk through the forest. Getting it over my hands and I've got no tissues or anything, and I'm not sure there's going to be any toilets on this route. Couldn't resist throwing up for ice cream, just it's been boiling here today. And also, I wanted to get a different flavour. I go for chocolate a lot, but I wanted to go for strawberry, and then mint was just kind of an extra as well. Yum. That ice cream was really fucking nice actually, just like the others we've had, but this was, I don't know how to describe it because it's different to the ones we've had, but it was also just as thick and just as creamy. Probably just because it was a different flavour. Strawberry is quite a nice flavour when you get like a good strawberry, and that seemed to be made out of real strawberries as well, not like the shit you get where they just add a load of sugar in it. Oh, this is peaceful, man. I'm liking this. So as I say, we're in a town called Łeba. It is along the coast, unlike Koszalin, so we will after this go back to Łeba and we'll check out you know, the beach if we're able to, and probably get another ice cream and just yeah, check out the vibes of the city. But as I say, where we're going now, this is a national park and it's quite big. We're only visiting one part of this national park, and it's only because I've heard a few people say you should come visit this place. So that's what we're doing. We're seeing if it's any good. Quite a lot of these along this route, like trees that have fallen over or uprooted for whatever reason. You can see down here where it was planted at one point and it's just fallen over. It's really nice and peaceful just walking through here. We can hear like the birds just tweeting. Every now and then you obviously get the sound of bikes and other people, but otherwise you just hear like the birds tweeting. Don't think there's any like bears or anything in this forest. There are just like deer apparently, although obviously they're probably going to be shying away as soon as they see people. Yeah, we're probably about 1 kilometre in at the moment, something like that I would estimate. And this is our path right in front of us. Just nothing but forest, sound of birds, and a nice little path to go through the forest as well. They've really like done this in a way where it's friendly to not only pedestrians and to cars, but also to bicycles, to prams, to pretty much anything, you know, you'd want to come down here, all at the same time while keeping the nature side of it preserved, as it is obviously a national park. With national parks, you know, they're preserved in such a way, and there are like laws and whatnot in place to protect them, not just in Poland but just in general. Well, I'm about halfway through walking this path. I come across this little hut. Opposite is some stairs. We're going to quickly go up these stairs and have a look to see what's up here, because I don't know. And we'll see whether this is a waste of time or whether we get to explore some unique part of this national park. These stairs are full of sand, so maybe it's where the sand dunes start. I need one day on this holiday where I'm not having sand in my shoes. This is interesting. What the hell? So this is like kind of the sand dunes. So when people tell me, oh, there's like this desert in the north of Poland. This is what they're on about, basically. Get up to this viewing platform, we'll have a proper look. So this is one of the dunes. This is a viewing platform of the dune, but it's not the one I'm actually heading towards. But this is my view and the viewpoint of this dune right here. So obviously, as I say, it's not desert, but it's the easiest way for people to describe like what it looks like or what it should look like in the head. If you had to say like, oh, what does it look like? They just say, oh yeah, it's a desert in Poland. But it's just like rolling hills basically, but with sand. So this is the first time you're seeing it. This is about halfway on the walk. So we have like another 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers to go before we get to the main part. I think it's just a small taste of what we'll see. We'll basically see the same thing, but more of it basically. So hopefully we don't walk the next 3 kilometers for nothing and it be the exact same view as that. I actually don't know what I'm walking into apart from sand. But as I say, this is something that I've been, I guess, recommended or told about at least 3 different occasions. So, you know, this is something I wanted to kind of take time out of my day to come and see. Now look at this as we walk back down. It looks really nice. Like I said, there's the hut there. It's obviously for people to like sit in and chill if they're a bit tired or something from the long walk. Because yeah, this is about 6 kilometers in total, this walk, the sign said earlier. So obviously people will come along here. They might be a bit tired, or maybe, you know, if you're in a group and you want to sit in there while the others walk up these stairs to have a look at the sand, that might also be a possibility. But it's nice that every so often they have these little seating areas, and this one in particular is really nice and shaded. Yeah, it's just a nice little area that they actually thought about the convenience of people and what people may want as they walk through here. You know, shaded seating areas. There was a toilet back there for people obviously to use. And yeah, a nice little path to walk on, which isn't, you know, like trip hazards or anything. It's just really nice and pretty much smooth the whole way, rather than having to walk on like uneven grass, gravel, whatever. It's a nice path. Occasionally there's a tree sticking out in the middle or something, but you know, honestly, they've done a really good job here, just kind of making it convenient for people to use. And it's just become for me like a really nice walk through this national park at the moment. I don't want to move too quickly to scare it, but I've just found a frog which has just leaped into the bush and now I've lost it. Shit. Well, if you can't see it, oh my god, look, it's there. Wait. There it is. Hello. Dzień dobry, żabka. Don't want to zoom in too much because it really does ruin the quality. Dzień dobry, żabka. Oh, that's so cool. I'm seeing all sorts of animals here now. Mostly insects. I was just walking by and this frog was just leaping itself. Right, I'll leave him. Oh, that was so sick to see little froggy. I was just getting bitten by mosquitoes while I was trying to record the frog, so probably now I'm going to get like little rashes or something. Over there, by the way, the little truck things, I can't remember what you call them now, but the little things that are kind of carting the people up and down. So, oh, there's another frog. Oh, I kind of want him to jump. Might make it a bit easier for you to see where he is. I don't want to force him to. Let's see if we can get a bit closer. How about that for a shot of a frog? Hopefully it was in focus and everything, because I have no idea whether it was. I'm going to be a little bit paranoid now. I don't want to like walk and then all of a sudden accidentally step on a frog. So I was literally just looking at the frog just over there. No, I wasn't. Over in front of me here even. Not like it matters too much. I was in the forest looking at the frogs. Literally right here, I see this kind of little village area. We've got this over at the sides. But I read this And it literally translates to rocket launcher. I mean, that's what this says. And so I'm kind of interested to see what's actually through here. But I don't really know what to expect from a little market area called rocket launcher. We can top up on an ice cream. 30 zloty though. It's a little expensive. I guess that's with fruit and chocolate. Then again, I guess they have to get it all up here. I guess they just use the trucks, but still, they're called meleks, I think, because the sign says melekov for like the plural. Yeah, we've got little like seating areas and stuff. We've got this. And right in front, I see some of the rocket launchers. We actually have a sign here. A rocket launcher museum. Dzień dobry. Poproszę jeden bilet do muzeum.
17 zł.
Dziękuję.
Ma pan, nie działa karta. Ma pan
Nie mam gotówki.
w ogóle?
Nie.
Dobra, to chwilę pan poczeka, ja pójdę po koleżankę, dobra?
Okej, nie ma problemu. Okay. Dziękuję. Yeah, his card machine's not working and I don't have money, so I don't know if I can go to this museum.
We have a problem
Okay.
with internet and you can pay credit card.
Tylko gotówki.
Tylko gotówka.
Okej, rozumiem, nie ma problemu.
But myślę, że za 10-15 minut będzie już...
Okay. On my way back, I will have a look. Dziękuję. Alright, so his machine was broken, internal problems. I guess we'll continue our walk to where we were going, to the dunes. And then maybe on our way back, if we have time, we'll go and have a look. He says he thinks that in like 15 minutes it should be fixed or something. I just want to see how far away we are from the dunes and like where we are in relation. We have a path that continues this direction. On Google Maps, I'm going to have to brighten up my screen. On Google Maps, it says the end of the path is where we're stood, if you can see, and we're just walking in forest. And we need to go all the way over there. So we still have a ways to go, and I don't actually know 100% whether we're going, like, well, if this is the way to get there, basically, or whether you can only access it by the beach, or I'm not sure. So we'll continue up this way anyway. I'm a little bit gutted about the Rocket Launcher Museum. I mean, you can kind of see a little bit of it from the outside anyway, but maybe there was a lot more inside, I don't know. We are at the end of this 6-kilometer walk. After everything we've seen, all the little frogs and animals and stuff that I not really been able to capture on camera. After a failed attempt going into the Rocket Launcher Museum, I finally made it. Oh shit, there's foxes walking across here. Just out in the open. I am not used to seeing foxes in the sunlight like this. They rarely go out in the sun. Are they going to attack? Oh, that's a little baby fox. Oh, guys. Oh, this is sick. Oh, I didn't expect to see foxes here. Okay, maybe we'll see more. Anyway, this is Wydma Łącka. That's the name of the sand dune. Łącka sand dune, I guess. And I'm going to get an absolute sand load in my shoe. There's a load of flies as well. I didn't expect there to be flies. I think you can probably see the foxes in the back. Yeah, a fox just down there somewhere. Should have probably taken my shoes off. But yeah, this is like the main sand dune. That's the name of it there, Wydma Łącka. In Słowiński Park Narodowy. Oh, I'm excited to see this. We've walked for quite some time just to come and view this. What change of scenery, like just 100 meters makes... I'm really struggling to walk in this. my shoes, my feet are going to be absolutely covered in sand. Everyone else is dressed in like a beachwear. There's me just in my normal clothes. Oh wow, look at this. So this right behind me, guys, is the only desert here in Poland. Wydma Łącka is the name of it. And we've only just walked into it. Obviously it goes all the way down there. Right here, guys, is Poland's only desert. This is a sand dune area called Wydma Łącka. And if I was to look all the way, well, when I look all the way around, it's all sand, it's all sand dunes. It's like an extended beach almost. I'll take you on a little show and show you a 360 of my view, just in the middle of essentially a desert. What an interesting place. You walk for like 6 kilometers through a forest just to get here. All of a sudden it turns from forest into sand dunes. Now this is really difficult to like kind of walk on. It's quite deep and I've still got my shoes on. I'm quite interested in going just up there on that little sand mountain to see if there's any other views. But it's going to take me a while. It literally looks like it will take me about 20 minutes to walk up there, I would say, I would estimate. It is literally so tough to like walk in this stuff. Everyone else has got their shoes off, their socks off, they got the correct gear that they're wearing, and if I stand back far enough, you'll be able to see that I'm just wearing my typical gear, my shorts, my shoes, my shirt. I've got my bag for like my water. Don't even know if you can see that or not. And it's been a really nice hike. I've really enjoyed it, obviously, you know, what you can see in this video so far. And this is the highlight. So, you know, I've walked for 6 kilometers to get here. I might as well enjoy it. I might as well explore a bit more and see if there's any other views up here, or whether this is it. This just doesn't feel like Poland, man. It's so bizarre. And then way off in the distance over there, like I just showed you a second ago, you can also see the sea, because we're right next to the sea, obviously, with this video and this like mini series being me exploring Poland's only coastline. Well, this is one of the places you can see. Wydma Łącka. Let's go and explore up there and see if we can get any better views. Look, this is what I mean. If we look down, this shit is deep AF. And it makes it quite difficult to walk in. Some people, well, actually quite a lot of people cycled here on my walk here. Some people have gone all the way down there. I'm not going to go down there because that's just quite far to walk. Again, in the sand, it's like slowing me down, and so I'm not going to walk that far. I'm just going to walk up this hill. I'll see you guys at the top of the hill. Look at the little fox climbing up there, so cute. My shoes are absolutely covered in this. Oh, this is a cool view. Just check it out. When I get to the camera, you can see it with me. Oh my God, I need a second to breathe. Oh my God, so climbing up that was a chore, but we got lake view. And there's still more to climb up as well. Cool view, but it's not a lot different to what we just saw down there. But we can see, I don't know, this big lake. Yeah, if you wanted to come to a desert-y vibe place here in Poland, this is basically your only option. I've just climbed to the top of this dune. Not really needed. Down there was a similar view. But it's cool to see the ocean in the background, I guess, and also to see this lake in front of me. That's behind the camera. And obviously you've got like all this area, all these dunes right in front of me over on this side, which, you know, tourists don't go to because, well, apparently they go to this bit, unless that's full of foxes, I don't know. But all of this is, you know, unexplored, I guess, by humans because, you know, the rope that tells them in the sign that says don't cross. Słowiński National Park. What a place. And Słowiński National Park goes all the way further down there, all the way past these sand dunes. These sand dunes, this area in general, is only one part of Słowiński National Park. There's, you know, other parts to this park which are more, you know, lakey, other parts which are more forested. It's a big park. And where we are right now is just one part which is, you know, accessible by a 6-kilometer walk, hike, or whatever you want to call it, or jumping on one of those trucks for 15 minutes. But yeah, what a place. Glad I came. It's unique, and that's what I try and do. I try and find unique places to show off on this channel, especially when I'm in somewhere like Poland, you know, a country that I've tried to show off in many different videos now. And the fox is attacking somebody's bits. Check this out. The guy scared him away. Dzień dobry też. I'll keep my distance, but you look chill. You look like you're used to humans. It's a little bit scraggly though, I will say. You know, his tail, the fur looks a little bit matted. Well, the tail looked a bit thin actually. Just overall looked like an animal that obviously isn't a pet, hasn't been looked after considerably well. Wow, it's just crazy when you're up here how high we've actually climbed. It might not even show the different levels, but just here it goes down and then into that area there. Obviously in person you can see quite well just how high we've climbed, but you know, on the camera it may not show so well. On my phone it doesn't really show so well either, to be honest. This is like a sheer drop, almost. It's like a, I would say, a 50-degree angle down. It's steep enough for you to get a sledge and sled down. And so we're back at the beginning, the entrance to this sand dune, but annoyingly, where you would buy the ticket for the little bus is closed. I could potentially wait here at this sign which says wait here for the Mlexów, but even if it came, I don't have a ticket because obviously I walked here, and I don't think it's going to come because the entire walk here on the second half of the journey, which is probably like a 45-minute walk or so that I didn't see a single one. They only take them to that rocket launcher museum that we saw, and then from there everyone walks. So I'm gonna have to walk all the way back. I'm not even gonna get to use one of those little carts, which is a bit of a shame in some respects. In others, obviously, I quite like the walk. It's just, I wanna go and check out Łeba, the town that we're in, before it gets dark. And it's already, what time is it? 5 o'clock. So by the time we get back, it's gonna be like 7. I need to obviously go and explore Łeba. What an interesting place. What a fascinating little tidbit of Poland. What a fascinating little area of Poland that was, eh? That was just so, I mean, obviously I expected it and everything because it's what I came here to see, but just interesting nonetheless. Just a little desert in the north of Poland. Right, I'll see you guys somewhere in Łeba probably soon. To be honest guys, I don't think there's really much more of this sand dune left, because if I take my shoes off, look at how sandy my sock is. Hope you can see this. And I've also chosen a horrible location because I'm getting bitten to fuck by these mosquitoes, or whatever flies these are. I don't want to ruin my shoes, man. These are nice shoes. Right, other foot. Oh shit. Look at that. hell. I just had a massive horsefly just fucking nomming on my leg. Fuck off. Oh, my leg's gonna be absolutely covered in bites now. Oh my God. Look at this. Just here and here, piles of sand for my shoes. Right, I will see you guys in Weber. I'm just gonna do the rest of this walk, enjoy it. I'm gonna try and get away from these flies, because there's one thing I hate in this life, in this world, it's flies. In general, flies are just the most disgusting creatures. And then obviously when you get things like horseflies, which are humongous and they're just on your leg biting you, and other little smaller flies like mosquitoes and things, I just don't like it. It's not my thing, personally. I find them grotesque. So I want to get away from them, because I was getting absolutely swarmed by them just there. But you've seen enough for the forest, you've seen the sand dunes, so I'll see you guys in Weber any minute now. I haven't really shown much of my hotels here on this trip, mostly because I figured it wasn't the most exciting part of the videos from previous vlogs. But I have to make use of the fact that I have a balcony in this hotel that I've got today. So I figured I bought this Ukrainian beer, kvass, earlier on today, and I figured I'd try it now. Interesting smell. I'll try it now while I'm at a hotel on this balcony. That's the beer. Chin chin. I don't even know how to describe the smell. Or the taste. It's a little bit caramelly, I think. Well, it turns out that kvass, this, which I thought was a beer, because, I mean, if you look at it, it's the beer can, isn't a beer, it's kvass. Traditional fermented Slavic drink. It's non-alcoholic or very low, usually under 1% alcohol. As I correctly read, this word at the bottom means homemade, and it has a malty, slightly sweet, tangy flavour, like a mild, fizzy, liquid rye bread. Yeah, ChatGPT could describe it better than I could. I didn't know how to describe it, but it's basically the taste I could smell and taste. That's a little disappointing. I was hoping for Ukrainian beer. If I'm going to be honest, I'm not a fan of this drink. But at least we got a cool view. This is my view from my hotel in Weber. I was really disappointed at the fact that I thought all this time that I'd bought a Ukrainian beer. I mean, what else was there to see or do in Koszalin, to be honest? At least I still have Bossman from Szczecin from when I was gifted it by that old racist man, so we can try this at least. Well, not try it, I already tried it the other day in Szczecin, but we can have this before heading out into Weber, and then we can go and check out Weber. Just out there, past a beautiful field, in the sunshine. It's going to be like dusk before we know it. It's already like 7 PM. Drink this quick and then I'll see you guys in Weber. And just like that, we're in Weber. The camera's still a little bit bright, but once it kind of gets its focus, you'll see a little bit better. Weber. This is Nadmorska. The street is called Nadmorska because it's just next to the beach, which is that way somewhere. We'll have a look in a minute. But in the meantime, we'll have a look down here, see why this area is so busy. It's pretty touristy. And we'll see if we can buy some ice cream maybe, or we'll get some other food or something, who knows. But I'm happy just to have a look down here and kind of just see where we go from here, to be honest. Same as we've been doing so far, to be honest, along this trip. I found an ice cream place, but it's over the road. I need to find a way to get over there. I'm not really meant to jaywalk here, so I'm trying my best not to. But saying that, I literally just see some people in front of me doing it, so I'm going to do the same. Maybe in a second after this truck is gone. Oh, now I've got to wait for this car. We'll cross the road in a second, like now. And we'll go to this one. There's one right here. Hopefully this one's okay. Rather than calling it Amerikanski, they call this one lody kręcone, which some places I've seen have called it. But this is their menu. I think I'm going to go for the mieszany, which is the one in the middle here, which is mixed. Dzień dobry, poproszę duże lody kręcone mieszane.
14 zł.
Dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję. This one was 14 zloty. So kind of in the middle of the price range that we've had. Let's go this way because we've already come from this way. Yeah, nice looking ice cream. Yeah, some of the others been 15, some have been 11. This one 14, so it's a nice medium price for the ice cream. Just as delicious as any of the other ice creams I've had, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know what they do to actually make it so like nice and delicious. I mean, like I said, it's quite a thick, not quite a thick, but like quite a creamy ice cream, I would say. It's the best way I can describe it. But also it's so universally good. Like it's not great in one city and then bad in another. Like so far, all of the ones I've had have been the exact same. It's kind of like when you go to McDonald's and they're pretty much all the same. Like you don't really get much difference between them. It's the same with these ice creams and they're so good. This is a cool looking street. We'll check this out quickly and see what we have down here. It's like a fairground or something going on down here. But the funny thing is, there's still a damn żabka right in front of me right here. Look. Just there, kind of in the middle of the frame. They always manage to find a way to put the żabkas everywhere. This one here does some other flavors. A salted caramel one of these. Maybe I'll come here later. They also do, if I remember correctly, jagodowe is blueberry. They got a mix, salted caramel, strawberry, mix again, mango. Or this one here, which I believe is like cream, because you get that same word when you have like waffles and stuff, and then chocolate or a mix there as well. So I may come back for a strawberry or a salted caramel. Salted caramel sounds really delicious. I'm not sure about salted caramel and blueberry in the same mix. But it looks good. Dzień dobry. Probably thinking I'm a fat bastard. I'm there talking about their ice cream while eating someone else's. How funny. I'll be back there later probably. I didn't even see the prices. I completely even skipped over that. Oh, look at this. That's some big slide to go down. They're all lining up to go down. That looks so fun, man. I wish I was a kid again, honestly. Like, I'd just love to go on things like that, but as an adult, on your own, not sure that would look right, you know what I mean? But it looks super fun. I don't think I ever went on a slide quite that tall before, like when I was growing up. We had things like that, but probably health and safety in the UK, you know, kind of said, we're only gonna have them half that height or whatever. There's loads more food places around here. Churros, we've got Greek food. But more like fairground bits over here. I think there's some kind of hooked duck or something. More sweet places. Chocolate kebab. That is interesting. As soon as chocolate's thrown into the mix of anything, I'm very interested in the idea. I might have a get, or at least have a look at the chocolate kebab later on, maybe. Wow, what a place. Look at that. And all of that leads down here, which I believe goes to the beach. So right here is the beach in front of me. To be honest, there's not like a massive pier or anything. And then again, Webb is not a huge place. It's, I think, just like classed as a small town. But this is a look at the beach. I'm getting sand in my shoes yet again. I just cleaned them when I was at the hotel. But they're already sandy. So we might as well go back on the beach and check it out. It's quite a big beach, you know. Look how far it goes. So this is Weber Beach. Plaża Weber, or something like that. Plaża Łebskie, maybe. Right over there's a little hut. Apparently got beer. We're gonna go check it out. God, I should have brought my sunglasses. I figured I wouldn't bring them because it's just something extra to bring, and that maybe soon the sun would be down because it's already quite, like, it's like 8 o'clock, half 8, something like that right now. And yeah, the sun's still out and people are still on the beach enjoying themselves as if it was like 2 in the afternoon. Okay, let's go and buy ourselves a beer. As we're up there, piwo. Dzień dobry. Poproszę jeden tyskier.
To wszystko będzie?
To wszystko, tak.
17.
Dziękuję.
Potwierdzenie?
Nie, to jest okej.
Okej, dziękuję.
Dziękuję.
Do widzenia.
Do zobaczenia. Oh, I forgot how to say the word. We got our beer regardless. I hate tripping up over words like that. Do zobaczenia is what I was trying to say. And I've not even had the beer yet. So far, Weber's been pretty good actually. I'm really enjoying my time here in Weber. That street we just walked down with all the fairground rides and stuff was really fantastic. Really good as like a family day out, honestly. If you look at the Polish coastline and you look at Świnoujście, probably should do this, Świnoujście, and you look at the coastline all the way and you look at the point of which we're gonna finish, which is in a place called Piaski. Right in the center of those two, roughly give or take, especially depending on what route you take, but right in the center of these 2 points of the German border and the Russian border is here in Weber. So we're about halfway through already exploring Poland's only coastline, which means that 250 kilometers down this way is Świnoujście, and 250 kilometers down this way is Piaski. Right here in the middle, where we're still right now, is obviously Weber, as you guys know, and obviously we're on the beach, and that's the Baltic Sea right there. So our aim in the next few days is to make it all the way down there to Piaski, and that will be the coastline completed. I think there's a couple of days left before we complete it. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the exact routing that I'm taking. Dzień dobry. Czy macie piwo łebskie? Poproszę jeden. Dziękuję.
Otworzyć?
Tak, dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję. Łebskie beer. Might as well wear it in the town of Weber. Sit down and have a beer again. We've got a Weber beer. Beer from Weber. It's called Łebskie. As we can see here. Łebskie Original Jasne, which means like a light beer, 5.6%. Less fizzy than other beers I've had. It's a little bit more flat, or on the flat side. Still nice, but yeah, I was kind of surprised. Beer normally is like kind of fizzy. That is more like, in terms of like an ale, like if you've ever had an ale, like an ale is flat, but it's still nice, and this is kind of the same thing. I'm looking at this place right now, obviously we saw it earlier, Choco Kebab, Italy. I don't see a lot of kebab on their menu. Oh, actually, that's why it's called Choco Kebab, because they're actually shaving off like a chocolate kebab thing, but it's not real meat, I don't think. Dzień dobry. Poproszę Choco Kebab. Nie wiem dokładnie.
Tak, no to w cenie 23 zł jest bita śmietana, włoska czekolada cremino, jeden dodatek. Można sobie wybrać jest truskawka, malina, borówka, banan, oreo, pianka lub krem pistacjowy i można dodatkowo dobrać sobie kolejny dodatek za 3 zł.
Okej. Choco Kebab, banan?
Banan, okej.
Tak, i to jest wszystko.
Dobrze.
Dobrze, dziękuję.
23 zł, kartą.
Dziękuję.
Pan jakieś vlogi nagrywa?
Tak, jest mały vlog tutaj w Łeba.
Nad morzem tylko?
Tylko nad morzem, tak.
Długo uczysz się polskiego?
Uczę się języka polskiego od 4 lat,
Okej.
ale jest bardzo ciężki dla mnie. Bardzo dziękuję.
Polski jest ciężkim językiem. Trudny.
Tak, dokładnie tak. I tak, jest ciężki,
Gramatyka.
gramatyka tak jest skomplikowana.
Ale dobrze ci idzie, nie well.
Dziękuję pan.
Angielski też jest skomplikowany. W sensie gramatyka angielskiego.
Tak.
Szczególnie brytyjski. Dla nas brytyjski. Amerykański jest łatwiejszy. Ma łatwiejszą, bo nie używają chyba perfektu. Chyba perfektu Amerykanie nie używają. A dlaczego polski język? Rodzinę masz z Polski?
jak się mówi? Like I visited Gdańsk i Kraków i Wrocław i tak dalej. Bardzo dziękuję. I bardzo lubię ludzi, i język i kraj. I tak.
Bardzo nam miło.
Bardzo dziękuję. Miło mi poznać.
Nam również.
Dziękuję. Do zobaczenia. Oh wow, what nice people. I was really struggling actually to properly speak. These 3 beers probably don't help. But I've got the chocolate kebab right here. I need to find somewhere to eat it. Maybe go somewhere just off of here and we'll have this chocolate kebab. Yeah, what nice people. I love having interactions like that with people here. I don't always capture those interactions on camera, and also sometimes I don't like to point the camera towards people because it is a bit awkward at times. But they were really nice people. And it was really nice having that interaction with them. Basically just telling them how long I've been studying Polish for and why I'm visiting Poland, etc. Right here we have the chocolate kebab that they've just served me. I don't think it's actual kebab, I think it's just like chocolate in the style of kebab, I guess. And that is confirmed. It is just chocolate. Which I kind of knew anyway, but I was hoping that maybe it'd be like, warm kebab, but somehow chocolatey flavored. But that's tasty, man. It's all just like chocolate and cream, to be honest. Oh yeah. And we got like banana with it as well. Yum. The, what do you call it? It's like the pancake thing that goes around the outside, the yellow thing. That's super nice. This is so good. This whole thing, by the way, cost me 23 zloty, which is like £4.50 or something. I think it's a pretty good price for the size I've got. I definitely think you'd be charged more in the UK. Yeah, it's like very nice and doughy, very nice and fresh, like wrap or whatever, like pancake. Naleśniki is the Polish word. I even don't remember what the English word is for it. Pancake or something like that. It's a nice and fresh pancake. You can see it's like wobbling. That was actually really fucking delicious. I was low-key hoping for, like, as I say, kebab as you know it, but with like a chocolate flavor as opposed to chocolate in the form of a kebab meat thing. Because I have a lot of sweet stuff. As you've noticed, I have a lot of ice cream and stuff, and I still want to get that other ice cream down the road. I haven't forgotten about that. But I could do with like something a bit different, not sweet, but savory. That's the word. That was, by the way, the people at this place. Zatopione. Dziękuję. Zatopione. The woman ducked under my camera, if you're wondering why I just said that. You might have even seen that, I didn't even notice. This place here, Zatopione. That was really nice.
Vloga nagrywamy tego?
Tak. tak, vlog. Dzień dobry, mój bracie. Oh, what fucking legends. Right, we'll throw this in the bin. Well, we're back in this area, by the way. Obviously, you've probably already seen we're back in the area with the theme parks. I'm not really going to go on any of the rides or anything. The issue is, I want that strawberry ice cream, but I'm kind of really full. Like, I'm going to make myself sick again. Only last week did I release a video of me going to 2 different dessert places in Milton Keynes, and I made myself sick after the first dessert place. It was too much sweet stuff in one day. And here I am, 2 ice creams down and a naleśniki. Now I'm wanting to, you know, have another ice cream. But what a place, man. This is such a cool, like, area to come to for the beach and everything. Because, you know, you just got so much. You know, obviously you come here as a family, you got all these, like, kind of rides and other bits, this fairground, essentially. All the food to try. People don't wave and even though the camera's facing me. I love it. I'll face the camera towards them. Oh, I must have missed the ice cream place. The ice cream place was somewhere down there, but I missed it. I want to go back and see if it's open. We walked down here. I remember we had a look at these things back into the fairground, I guess. Oh, this guy's actually won a Charmander. What do you win at these things? Look like keychains or something. Oh, here it is. They're all kind of spinning, but there's no lady to serve me. Oh, dzień dobry. Poproszę truskawkowy lody.
A jaki rozmiar?
Przepraszam?
Rozmiar?
Duży. Gone for strawberry, gone for large. Oh, bardzo dziękuję. Gone for the large strawberry. Because in this one, which you don't get others, so this one you can get the duży, which is large, średni, which is medium, the mały, which is small, or this one, which is the baby, which is the extra small, I guess, the baby-sized one. Bardzo dziękuję pani. Here we are again with another ice cream boy. It's like my 3rd one today. Man, it just does not miss. This is such a fucking good ice cream. Oh man, Weber's is such a brilliant place. I've had 3 beers, 3 ice creams. I've had a naleśniki. I met some great people. And there's all this entertainment right here behind me, which is just fantastic. Yum. How much did that cost me? I actually had no idea how much that just cost me. 14 zloty. I just paid 14 for this, which is the same as the other ice cream we had just down the road from here in Weber. So Weber overall, you're paying a little bit less for your ice creams here at Weber than you are at other places, which on average you're paying 15. We can have a little look down this road here. It looks a little less busy. We do have a Łebskie beer over here. Seems like they have at some point in the year a fish festival. A golden fish maybe? Złota rybka. This is just some of the stuff you can buy here at one of the random stalls. I would solve those Rubik's cubes, so I'm kind of holding this ice cream, so I can't. Yeah, it's a little bit less busy down here. Got a little couple shops over there. And a lot of people down here, but I don't really know what for. What have we got over here? I saw the word museum. We got Museum Motyli. The Museum of Butterflies apparently over there. The Museum of Butterflies, and they've got, I think that's a praying mantis out the front. And they got a big Eevee, they got a Bulbasaur, they got Stitch, big bottle of Prime, and some of the other characters that I don't recognise. They've got loads of DPD packages. Is this like you just buy a random thing, like a... Weird. It's like all the misdelivered packages or something, and they're just like selling them, and you just get whatever you get, I guess. I'm not really too sure. Why have they got loads of DPD packages there? Oh, there's just casually a fucking tank in the road. That's cool. I think you can hire it out. It had a pricing on there. You can either hire it out or you can like kind of ride it and someone else drives it or something. Oh, guy in front of me has also won a Charmander as well. It is so massive. As I say yesterday, I'd love to be able to win one. I don't have any space in my suitcase to be able to take them back. But all of these like seaside resorts have all these like massive Pokemon plushes that you can win. I haven't even finished this ice cream and then I see advertisement Sukiania Lody over to the left. We've got the place with the orange banner just over there, just over this car. Nice little sports car. I have no idea what it is. Lambo? No, it's a Corvette. Yeah, obviously I don't know my cars, all right, leave me alone. But yeah, there's like these ice cream places literally everywhere. You can just buy them all the time, as I'm kind of doing, to be honest, on this trip. But yeah, you're never short of ice cream here on the north coast of Poland. Literally about a minute after I just said that, can you see over there? Lody, gofry, kava, ice cream, waffles and coffee. Just over the road there, and most probably, oh, we don't. I was going to say we probably have some this side as well, but we don't. Well, that is that street kind of done. And that's it for me here at Łeba, I believe. I have just dropped my fork. I don't really need my fork, but I'll pick it up in a second. I just bought myself a box of chips. I just got myself a box of chips anyway. This I'm not dropping anything. And yeah, I just fancy something, you know, not sweet. I needed something a little bit more savory. So I got myself some chips. It was the only thing I could really find that I fancy because I am full from all the ice cream and, you know, whatever else, all the sweets that I've had. But I can't go to bed just eating sweet stuff, you know what I mean? I needed something a little bit more savory to kind of just fill it up or something, I don't know, to make me feel better. That is Łeba as I walk away from the main strip. What a fantastic place. I actually really thoroughly enjoyed Łeba. When I'm heading back this way towards my hotel, it's like a half-an-hour walk down here. It's actually in a town next to Łeba. It's technically not in Łeba, but just outside of the border, I guess. I wish I stayed longer. But like I say, it's getting late. It doesn't look like it's getting late, but it's like 9:30, 10 o'clock now or something. Can't really check my phone, my hands are full. But yeah, it's late and I need to get back to the hotel, obviously, and I need to eat and I need to, you know, go to bed relatively early because obviously tomorrow we're going to do it all again. And I'm still tired from like the last 3-4 days. So, you know, it may not seem late, but it's late for me. I was having a lot of fun though. I was meeting a lot of really fun characters, you know. Literally just as I was eating my naleśniki, there were some other blokes who was there like, YouTube blogger and all that. And I don't know, there was just a lot of cool characters that I met. So yeah, thoroughly enjoyed this place. I would love to come back to Łeba someday. This has been a fantastic seaside resort, I must say. You know, all the entertainment for all the kids, all the families, you know, that whole street there that we just left, that we originally looked down when we got here at Łeba, just after we saw the sand dunes. Yeah, if we had more time here, we could have seen more. Obviously, we spent a lot of time just hiking to the sand dunes, but I had to see it for my own 2 eyes. Hello and welcome to a small town here in the north of Poland called Jastrzębia Góra. This is such a beautiful view over here, isn't it? The ocean over there, really nice and beautiful blue today. Nice and sunny weather today. I think today we've got like 30 degrees coming our way, so it's going to be a hot one today. I do, however, need to make my way down there, and you'll find out in a minute why I do. I wanted to get down via this way, but obviously you can't, so I have to come back the way I came just a minute ago. Najbardziej na północ wysunięty punkt w Polsce. The most northern point in all of Poland, right here in a spot called Gwiazda Północy, marked by this big stone obelisk. There technically is more northern than this. I mean, you could go kind of to the rock right here, the obelisk, and then just step back and step back. But obviously, this is the, I guess, official most northern point. I mean, this is where it's marked. I tried to actually go down behind this onto the beach, but somehow we're quite high up and I don't know how to get onto the beach. I'll show you guys in a second. There's, I think, some kind of pole there as well, which may mark it, but this is the official most northern point here in Poland. And it is in this town, as I mentioned a second ago, that you might be able to read on this obelisk right here called Jastrzębia Góra. Jastrzębia Góra, most northern point in all of Poland. Here we are. So that's the most northern point right there behind me. In front of me we have a couple of boards, well just one board actually, a bike rack, a couple of benches. We have the flags up here of Poland, of the district, and also the EU I think, but none of them are flying anyway. We have obviously the sign right here that has Najbardziej na północ wysunięty punkt w Polsce. We have a sign up here as well, which you see quite a lot of these kind of things, kind of Copenhagen's this far this way and Stockholm is over there somewhere and Warsaw is over there with so many kilometers. And then we'll have a look at the beach and the ocean just off in the distance. You can see how high we are. So that's the beach obviously in the ocean. And this is what I mean. I don't know how I'm so high up and how all those people got down there, because I've walked along and there's no stairs or anything. So I would have to go quite far, I think, that way to then go around and come all the way down. And just by chance I came up this road and I kind of found the North Star, as it's called officially. Apparently there's some kind of metal red pole or something just down there somewhere, but I don't see it from here. And it's really not worth going all the way down there just to see a red pole when we literally have the official most northern point just there. Even though, as I say, technically at the same time, that's the most northern point, but we keep going north all the way to like this point here. But it's about as north. I'm happy with this northern point anyway. Like, I'm happy to not go all the way north of the beach or whatever. I don't know, you get the idea. That's now, oh my God, I've found it. So, just as I was chatting shit to the camera, I've just found the pole. I need to know where to zoom in on the camera. It's over there. Yeah, so if we zoom in, do you see it just there? That red and white striped pole, it has north, south, east, west compass thing on it. But, like I say, I don't know how to get down there. Like, it genuinely, like I followed Google Maps directions to walk over there and it sent me down this way. Obviously it just thinks I'm going to jump off the cliff because it's quite a drop. And instead it sent me to the North Star without realizing it's sending me to the North Star. So either way, I found the most northern point here in Jastrzębia Góra. That's it here at Jastrzębia Góra, the most northern point here in all of Poland. That's my second of 6 extremes here in Poland. I've been to the most western point and now I've been to the most northern. Here we are. We're going to be continuing this vlog on, obviously, as we have been doing so far. This is episode 3 of exploring Poland's coastline, Poland's only coastline. So, with that, this is Jastrzębia Góra. That's the most northern point. I've explored this place as much as I can do today because I've got to move on because we've got quite a busy day today. Let's move on to the next place. Let's go. Welcome to Władysławowo. I'm currently here up the top of an observation tower to have a look, to scout out, to see what I can do and what I can see here in this town of Władysławowo. I wonder if this will work if I... Okay, I don't think it does. Oh, I see pierogi. I actually see that boat. That's actually pretty cool. I could see that boat. I don't even know if you can see it. There's a boat in the water over there. I could see it pretty well. I could see that there was about 8 people in the boat. So yeah, we're in Władysławowo. It's only down the road from Jastrzębia Góra, which is, I think, just literally right there. Yeah, it's a nice little coastal seaside town. Obviously, we'll go down in a minute and have a look and check out the vibes and everything. We've interestingly got like a couple of dome-shaped buildings over there. Obviously, we've got like the pier, or the port, or the boats dock up. Down here is quite urban actually. Have a look over here and see what else we have on all 4 sides quite urban again. Nothing really to see. That's someone's upside down house. What? It's an upside down house right over there. I'm gonna have to zoom in because it's a bit far away, but even now you can't really see it there. It's an upside down house. What the hell? Maybe we'll go check that out if I remember. Over here we have some kind of council building. I parked just down here, and I didn't even realise there's like this theme park area over there. Ferris wheel and a few other rides, roller coaster and whatnot. Not sure if it's open. It looks pretty closed actually from up here. There's like almost no one in there apart from a couple of workers. But this looks nice. From my scouting, it looks like that any potential vibes of like the beach and like ice cream and that kind of thing is going to be over here. In this general area, although I'm not sure how much we're going to find. Let's go and explore Władysławowo and see what we can find. Oh, you can also see down this peninsula. We'll be heading down that way later in this video, so stay tuned if you want to see that. That's my first time seeing the peninsula. That's quite cool. So guys, I've come all the way down to see this upside down house, and there's like a little door. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I thought it might have been like someone's gaff, and now I don't know if it's more like a touristy thing. I want to go and explore. First of all, before we have a look, that's the tower we were up, if you're wondering. It's like a council building just there and then a tower attached onto it. 15 zloty to go up to the very top. And we're going to have a look at this upside down house from 10 AM. Oh, it could be free though. Oh no.
Halo.
O, dzień dobry. Jest otwarte?
Zamknięte.
Okej, nie ma problemu.
3 godzinki.
Okay, nie ma problemu, dziękuję. Okay, turns out it's closed at the moment. He did say from 10. I mean, it is just 11:50 right now. Pretty sure he said from 3. We can maybe come back if we're still here at 3. Like I say, we kind of got things to do today, so I might not be sticking around for ages. But we'll see. But anyway, there's an upside down house, which, I don't know, has something. Probably everything inside will be upside down. I'm not really too sure. We're going to explore more of Władysławowo. I don't know what we're going to find. I will say, guys, right here, the streets are very nice and clean, as they are everywhere in Poland. Nice and clean. These streets are fully lined with loads of areas for you to sit down. This car park here, by the looks of it, is free because I see no parking machines, no parker mats as they call them. Over there where I've parked, where I was already showing you where I parked, that's free as well. And look, when it's like nice sunny weather like this is a gorgeous place already. I'm not gonna lie, like I'm really enjoying this, just kind of walking around. It may not have the same vibe at the moment as some of the other places we visited. That may just be because we haven't got to like the actual seasidey bit. Don't actually know if there's a beach here in Władysławowo. I know it's next to the sea. I didn't see a beach though, I just saw ports. So we'll have a look and see if we see any beaches. My number one thing I need right now is an ice cream, of course. As you probably can tell by these vlogs, I'm trying to get an ice cream as often as I can because I freaking love those. And yeah, we'll just chill and vibe here in Władysławowo. And it's nice, gorgeous weather, man. This is such a nice vibe. And then maybe we'll have a look at the theme park. Maybe we won't. I don't know. It depends how much more there is to see. I do keep seeing signs for what looks to be like a butterfly farm or something, which may be the 2 bulls that we saw a minute ago from the top of this tower. Those 2 domey things, because that would make sense. They do normally keep butterflies in like proper humid places. It'll probably be actual death though in weather like this, but if we see a butterfly farm, if it's affordable, we'll go check out the butterfly farm, because I do like, you know, you like checking out insects and animals. They're some of my favorite things to go and see. Habibi, come to Władysławowo. Okay, so just a short walk down from where we were at the tower. We now have this train line that we have to cross. Luckily there are no trains, so we can cross safely, and then we go over, and this is looking a bit more like it, a little bit more lively, a little bit more beachside resort. So we're gonna go check this out. As I say, I'm gonna grab myself an ice cream because I've already seen a couple ice cream shops, but I'm waiting to go and grab one from over here by the sea. And yeah, just check out kind of what's happening. There's a few like little monuments, little statues or whatever you want to call them. A few anchors and stuff, which, you know, that basically says you're by the sea. And I can see lody, gofry, frytki, zapiekanki. So we're gonna go and grab some ice cream, I think. Nice, beautiful display of flowers right here. Like I say, we've got a few little maritime anchor looking things. They're not actually anchors, are they? They're just pieces of wood or something. And on this side, we've got the same thing. We've got a rock here with 1920 to 2020, 100-year difference. There's some kind of tour group here as well. Now that is an actual anchor that they have. Anyway. Oh, these are anchors. If you look at them from the right side, I've just seen that they are actually anchors. So, we have an ice cream place right in front of us. There's a whole like little road to go down as well of shops. There's actually multiple. You can go down there, go down there. We're gonna go and buy. Let's look at the prices as well. Prices of ice cream isn't on there. Do they do the one I want? They don't do the ice cream I want. So I need to look out. There are different names for it, as I've now figured out. I need to look out for lody, kręcone, which is what we saw yesterday actually. And kręcone means twisted ice cream, which would make sense for the style that it is. Or I think it's lody amerykański or amerykańska or something. American ice cream. I can't remember the exact form of the word, but you get the idea. On the entrance into this bit, we've got a little statue of Jesus. I've seen a few of these, almost exactly the same in some of the other seaside towns we've visited through so far. Obviously, Poland, quite religious. They're quite Catholic. They obviously like their religion. And you can definitely see a lot of religious stuff as you go around churches and cathedrals and whatnot. Oh, here we go. I think we've literally got ice cream place right here. We've got pączki as well. Dzień dobry. Poproszę pączki Kinder Bueno.
Będzie jeden?
Jeden poproszę pączek.
To wszystko?
To wszystko, tak.
Jedynie jest płatność w gotówce albo przez blika.
Nie kartą.
Jedynie gotówką.
Nie mam gotówki, nie.
A może pan wyciągać pieniądze z bankomatu, czy nie bardzo?
Szukam i ja wracam.
Dosłownie za tymi jakby fioletowymi kratami jest bankomat, i może pan...
Okej, bardzo dziękuję. Okej, dziękuję. Alright, they only accept cash. I'll go and have a look to see if I can find this bankomat, because I might have this issue a few more times anyway. Let's go and find the ATM. See if we can find it. She said it was up here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Right here. I bet anything it's going to charge me some amount of money to get my own money out. And this is why I don't like using cash machines in touristy places. Right, how much is it going to want to charge me? 25 zloty. I don't know if you can see this because it's so sunny. A fee of 25 zloty. It's £5. I'm not doing it. I'm not having the pączki. Awkward. I'm not going to have to walk past that woman again and try and ignore her. I want a pączek for You know, what flavour was it? Pistachio. That would have been well nice. But I'm not paying £5 to withdraw my own cash. Let's just go into the ice cream. Hopefully we can pay by card at the ice cream place. I'll keep an eye out. I'll look at other ATMs, and if we can withdraw some money, maybe we'll go back later, but I doubt we'll find any that will withdraw for cheaper than that. This is what we want. One like this. This is the Polish ice cream. Duży for 11. Okay. Dzień dobry. Poproszę duży świeżaki mieszane. Duży świeżaki, tak, mieszane. Dziękuję.
Duży mieszany, proszę.
Bardzo dziękuję. This is what the Władysławowo version of the ice cream looks like. It's in a smaller cone, but I don't really care about the cone, I care about the ice cream. And it's such a gorgeous and hot day today that this is needed. Yeah, standard, whatever name you want to call this type of ice cream. I've now seen like 4 different names for it. Oh, this is beautiful. We're just heading our way, I believe, towards the beach right now. Asked if we have a beach, I actually don't know, but I've seen so many people now kind of dressed like they're going to the beach that I believe Władysławowo has a beach. So you have the walkway here, and then you just have this big foresty area right next to it. It's cool how Poland just kind of keeps the nature preserved in so many different areas. This, by the way, was only 11 zloty, so it's the same as in Koszalin that we had yesterday in terms of price. Amongst one of the cheaper ice creams we can find here. Okay, I think I'm ready to get sandy shoes again. Although, to be fair, we do have this walkway that we're walking on right now, and if I stick to that, because it actually goes all the way around here, I should be okay. I might get a little bit of sand in my shoes, but for the most part, they've actually got a nice little walkway for people who don't want to walk on the sand. You know what? I really appreciate that from Władysławowo, and we're on the beach. Władysławowo Beach. So they do have a beach, I just realised. It's not just a port for the boats, or dock. Obviously it's the beach as well. As I stand here just finishing my ice cream, I realise that this beach here is actually super busy, a lot more busy than a lot of the other beaches I've been to so far actually. I don't know, it just seems like there's a lot more concentration of people. You've even got up there in the sky someone who's like paragliding or whatever you call it. You got someone up in the sky anyway with a parachute thing. You've got all these people around there. And yeah, it's just like, it's a lot more full on. There's a guy over there who's shouting if anyone would like a drink. Yeah, it's a lot more busy here than it has been in other beaches so far along this coastline. Yeah, this is really appreciated having this walkway along here so we don't have to get sandy shoes if we don't want to. And just up ahead we've got the toilet area and also I think some kind of bar or something. I have a lot of driving to still do today, so won't be participating in the bar, but we'll check this out quickly before heading out the beach and then seeing what else we can find here in this city. Is it a city? I think it's a town. Seaside town. Yeah, just like a little bar area there. We have made our way to the 2 big tent things and I can see the sign in the distance, what this actually is. And I was correct in thinking that it is for the butterfly, I don't know if you want to call it a museum or butterfly farm or whatever. I think it's going to have butterflies kind of flying around, hence why it's in kind of the buildings that they're in, you know, to kind of keep it really humid in there. We're going to go check it out. I'm kind of not looking forward to how hot it's going to be in here, but we're going to go check this out. Hopefully it's not too expensive. Looks like they've got maybe birds in there as well. Okay, I've just realised, I'll go in that one in a minute. There's 2 different tents for 2 different things. So that one is for the birds and this one is for the butterflies, as you can see here. Motylania. Motyl is the word for butterfly in Polish, and then ania is just kind of the extension of the word to make it into a shop. Dzień dobry, poproszę 1 bilet. Dziękuję.
I tutaj nie dotykamy się.
Bardzo dziękuję. Oh, it is warm as I predicted. Let's go and have a look at the butterflies. How do I? Dziękuję. Oh shit. They're huge. My hand for comparison.
A tutaj można jajeczka zobaczyć. W listkach te małe białe kuleczki to są jajeczka motyla.
Ah, jajka.
Jajka, tak.
Rozumiem.
Kokona.
Oh wow. Like the cocoons and the eggs. Interesujące. Są bardzo duże.
Tak, są spore. A ogólnie nie rosną.
Okej.
Mało już tych kokonów to są jednej wielkości.
A, rozumiem.
Sobie oczy.
They're so graceful. Well, here's some more of these cocoons that are up here. You got a big butterfly over there, kind of, not quite sure what it's doing. Looking after it. Oh, I'm sweaty in here. I like the blue ones, they're really cool looking. They're just flying around everywhere, so you kind of get a little glimpse of them every now and then. They're so graceful as they like brush past you. Look at all these little blue ones over here. This one's landed. Dzień dobry, motyl. Oh, that's a different one.
Te już są martwe.
Tak. Martwe, okej. Dziękuję. So these ones are dead. You can see a better view of like what they look like. Oh wow, and then you've got like a magnifying glass here. You've got even more cocoons all around the edges. Well, there's a huge one over here, just above this butterfly. It's there, so obviously they're in different stages. There's all sorts of different colours and shapes and stuff. Obviously they've got a few different variants of butterflies in here, they have a few different species. Myślę, że jest martwe.
Tak.
Oh, this is really sick, just having a look around. There's so many of them. I don't know how well you can see them because obviously they keep flying everywhere, they're quite quick. This is a different species to most of the others. We've got another one over here as well, kind of blending in with the leaf. Look at this, it's like a green one. Oh, there's like orange ones over there. I completely missed them. Can you see? No? I bet you can see the orange one. They're cool. Yeah, there's so many, what the fuck? Like if I stand still, you see them all just flying around. There's a whole table of them, obviously you just seen a minute ago, just sat there, and they're all just flying around. All different colours, white, orange, blue, black, red, green. It's hard to kind of properly keep hold of them. Yeah, this is really cool. You can probably see just how sweaty I am right now. Maybe, maybe not. It's so humid in here. Tak, tak. Bardzo dziękuję pani.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Miłego dnia.
Dzięki bardzo.
Oh, I needed to get up, man. This is gonna feel really cool in comparison. Bardzo dziękuję. God, that was so warm. I actually feel so cold right now. My arms are so sweaty. I don't know if you can see, they're so sweaty from the humidity in there. Oh my God. My phone and my camera was also kind of misting up as well, I think. I know my phone was, I don't know about the camera. I hope not, because obviously I was trying to film the butterfly as well, but they're quite quick. They're quite hard to properly film unless they're sat down. So yeah, that was really sick. Let's go and look at the ptaszania right in front of me here, which is the same thing but for birds. Dzień dobry, poproszę jeden bilet.
26 zł.
Dziękuję.
Jeszcze parę zasad. Zdjęcie można robić tylko, że bez flesza i za drzwiami jest szatek, który nie otwieramy samodzielnie. To jest koleżanka, ją otworzy.
O, okej. Okej, dziękuję. That's the response of someone who didn't fully understand what she said. But maybe I have to wait for someone to let me in here as well, because there's another one of these covers. Oh no, I can just walk through. So we have the same thing, but this time with birds. It's still humid as shit in here though, what the hell? I thought it'd be a bit cooler in here. Because I believe the butterflies need the humidity, but the birds I don't think really need it unless there's some like exotic birds in here. Oh, look at this orange bird up here. Oh, it's gone. I found the orange bird again. Some of these birds are so beautiful. Look at the colours of this. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you can see the colours in some of the birds. All the birds are like tiny, so it's hard for me to actually film them. But some of them are outside the cages, obviously. Some of them are inside the cages. Can we get this one? There's so many different coloured birds and stuff. It's so sick just to see like the variety of birds that they have in here. Like I say, they're all tiny. I don't know what species they are. I need to get out, man. It is so warm.
Tak, kartą dla seniora.
Bardzo dziękuję. Like I say, because of the amount of sweat on me right now, it just feels so nice with the breeze. God, they were pretty cool. I think I just paid quite a bit though. I think they're about $5 per tent if they're both the same price, give or take. I mean, I'll pay that. You know, I'll pay that price. It's okay. To see the animals, I'll pay it. Not to withdraw my own cash at an ATM, I won't pay it. So that's those. Ptaszania, Motelania, and also you've got this little courtyardy area. Well, obviously you have your sweets, your waffles, your ice cream, whatever. Your toilet. You've got more food over there, like fries and zapiekanki and whatnot. Got this wall over here, which has various like murals, just kind of lining it. Probably the history of Władysławowo or something. I have no idea. Yeah, this is very nice actually. Actually, the wall I was just showing you goes all the way around there. It's the I don't even know what you call it, like the maritime word for it. But it's like it goes all the way around there to kind of encircle where the boats come into, so it kind of closes it off in the ocean a little bit. I have no idea what you call it. I don't really know like maritime vocabulary. Yeah, this is actually such a beautiful place. I'm gonna just have a look up here first. Oh, I'm on sand. I wanted to try and avoid sand as much as I could, to be honest. You saw yesterday how much sand I had in my shoes. And that's just another entrance into the beach, so I'm fine for going up there actually. But maybe we can go down this way. Just in front of me, kind of up to where the boats dock up. The boatyard, the dock. Again, I don't really know what you call it. This is so fucking nice, it's so beautiful. I think the weather has a big part to play as well. And this is the docklands. Well, a little souvenir shop right here. I Heart Władysławowo. Little Władysławowo souvenir shop, and they've got things such as Squid Game, Mario. It's nice down here. You've got that kind of oceany smell as well. It really makes you feel like you're, you know, next to the ocean, which obviously we are, but it just gives that kind of more authentic feel. You know what I mean? This thing that goes all the way around, and there's a small gap right there, and then there's another wall that goes back. What is this enclosure called? I don't know what the wall's called. I don't know. And obviously the boats come through that small enclosure, and then they just chill in here. I think up ahead we've got some kind of boat which has a like a thing you can pay for by the looks of it. I'm not going to pay to go on it, but I can see a thing to my left which says Viking bilety, Viking ticket. And I imagine it's for, oh yeah, it says on the front Drakar. Yeah, so it's a ticket for this boat right here. It says it's a ticket for this boat right here, which is called Drakar, but it's just a bar, which is actually not even open, I don't think. I think it's permanently here. It's got Władysławowo written on it. I don't really know what's happening with that boat, to be honest. Unless it's just like a VIP bar kind of thing, you got to pay to go on it, like I did with the pier the other day. Like, yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not going to go pay to go sit in a bar to then pay more for the drinks. Well, we've made it to the end of Władysławowo. This is marked by the green tower that we got behind us. Behind us, we have a peninsula called Hel Peninsula that goes all the way down over there in the east. And we're going to make our way there now to go and visit Hel. So I'm going to make my way back to my car. I'm going to head over there. I'll see you guys in Hel. Well, guys, we have made it to Hel. This is a peninsula in the northern part of Poland. Obviously, we're doing the north coast tour, but this is a peninsula anyway in Poland. And if you go all the way to the end of that peninsula, which is called Hel Peninsula, then you get to a town or a city, I don't know which one it is, called Hel, H-E-L, not H-E-double-L. So that's where we are at the moment. So we're just checking out the place. And again, we've just found our way to this kind of location. There is an ice cream store there, but it's closed. I'll show you on the map if we actually find a map, but basically it has, well, it's a peninsula. So basically it means that it's surrounded on 3 sides by water and then land and basically one side. Yeah, I think this is quite a popular destination from what I've seen from the small amount of, even more, like nukes and rockets and stuff. I think a lot of it's for show, but there's a lot of like, I guess, military presence or military vibe things here. I think this is a restaurant. Yeah, it's a restaurant. But from the small amount of research that I've done, which isn't very much, it's just Google Maps basically. Oh, that's a cool little truck. Got all flames on it. Yeah, it seems very touristy, well, very busy anyway with all the tourists. This place behind me again, it's a pretty cool decor. Oh, we've got another like interesting looking truck. I keep Melex. I think these are still Melex. The blue Melek. It's like a limousine kind of. Yeah, the Meleks that I've seen so far have been quite basic, but already here I've seen 2 pretty standout Meleks. Even more. Paida. Oh, Paida. I need to try some. If we have the option to get some Paida, we'll get some. When I was in Kraków back in December, I had some Paida. It was mwah, it was delicious. I don't know if they're doing it at the moment. I don't know if he's one guy over like the 3 stalls or not. We'll have time to have a look later. There's a load of fish stalls there that I was just getting invited to, but I don't really fancy fish right now. Like I say, if they did Paida, for example, basically Paida, if you didn't know, it's like this bread thing. They chuck on some like beef or some kind of meat. I can't even remember what meat, but it was like so oily and so juicy that it was just so delicious. Paida, I need to try some. I saw it back there. I need to try some. But first of all, we've got a long straight walk down this way, because you can't see it now, but this, as I say, is a peninsula, and it's got water there and around and down like that, if you can visualize that. So we're walking down one like walkway, I guess, and then there's water all around. Eventually it'll be a beach, obviously, but you can stand on the beach and you can look almost in a 360 with just water. Obviously it'll be this looking backwards, which won't be, and it'll be land, but otherwise it'll be all water. And these things behind me are a way to skip doing all this walking. It's probably about a 20-minute walk or something. It's not too bad. It's not like we had yesterday going into Słowiński National Park. This is a bit easier. And yeah, this place so far has been quite nice. Quite nice to like look at. Obviously most of it's been kind of nature-y anyway, like this. Well, right in front of me we have some kind of war bunker. It has the word Strzelnica written there. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I don't know what this word means. So we're gonna have a look in here. All that I know is that it's, you know, wall related, because you can just kind of get that vibe. Oh, it's cold in here. This is quite nice. Wejście, entrance. Dzień dobry.
Dobry, witam. Takie okoliczności momenty. Dzisiaj i ten. Mieliśmy chyba muzeum wybrzeża, ale już nie ma.
Okej, okej. Co to jest? Jest stary?
Tak.
Tak, tak, okej, okej.
Przed denominacją.
Rozumiem, dziękuję.
Tylko pan Waryński jest i Świeczewski teraz w tym momencie.
Okej, okej.
Czyli stówka i tego, a to jest rosyjskie.
Weapons over there.
Tam mam muzeum, we have done muzeum.
O, muzeum, a okej, rozumiem.
5 rooms.
Okej, okej. A, ukraińska.
Mhm.
O, interesujące. Jest mały. Ile to kosztują jeden?
10 zł.
10? Okej, okej. Okej, myślę, że tylko te. Jest, karton jest dobrze? Nie?
Najlepiej tylko cash.
Okej, nie mam gotówki. Przepraszam. Miłego dnia.
Ja również miłego.
Oh, all that searching just to not have the money for it. That's where I've seen that word before. The word on that sign, because it means shooting range. Right, that makes so much more sense. I didn't expect there to be a shooting range through here. So it's a shame I couldn't buy anything. I was kind of wanting to buy like kind of something from that shop. I was going to buy some old notes. You probably couldn't see it because I put the camera down. I don't think the camera's angled well. I was going to buy like an old 100 zloty note, but that's fine. It was just like more of a little souvenir thing. He only took cash and I only have card. So I should have withdrawn the cash earlier on from Władysławowo. Strzelnica means shooting or shooting range or something. That's where I've seen the word before. I knew I'd recognized it, but I couldn't quite figure out the word before we walked into there, but obviously it made sense in the end. So that was a cool little thing to explore. Unfortunately I couldn't get anything, but it was nice and cool in there. I forgot just how warm it was out here. Let's continue our little walk on down to the end of Hel. Dude, I can't figure out if that sign there that said 7 zloty or 5 zloty for duży or mały penis was actually meant to be a joke, or whether it's somehow poorly understood or translated or something. Just caught me off guard looking at that. Well, we've made it to the end. As I say, it's not a particularly long walk. We've started to get black sand in the middle. I don't know if this is natural black sand. It's fading into the normal sand color up there. I wanted to make a little reveal about the place I'm in, Hel. You know, I wanted to say like, oh, it's so hot today, it feels like I'm in Hel, and then reveal Hel. But I wanted to kind of show Hel as one of those kind of big signs when you enter the city or something, but couldn't find one, so couldn't do the shot. We're about to go to the end of the peninsula, the Hel Peninsula. Let's go and check out to see what amenities they have, what entertainment they have, and also just the general vibes of the beach. We have an ice cream store here, but it's not the right one. No, it's like little scoops in a pot. I want the proper one. Little Żywiec seating area. And this is the beach. And we're on Hel's beach, the beach of Hel. The end of the peninsula. All around me for, I don't know, like 270 degrees is going to be ocean. And then for a little bit it's going to be land. So yeah, this is the vibes. It's a bit of a quieter area. It's a little busy, it's not too bad. There's enough people here to make it kind of, you know, a vibe. I don't want to walk on the sand for too long because I'm kind of sick of having sand in my shoes. That's my own fault. for not having the correct footwear. But it is still kind of annoying. So guys, get my bearings right. So I'm looking currently over that way, and if you can see in the distance, you've got like a silhouetted background. If you can see the land going around that way, that is a continuation of Poland's coastline going up there to somewhere, I don't know exactly where. And that is obviously, as you guys know by now, where we're eventually going to be heading towards that way. It's a bit of a skewed perspective because we're going that way, but obviously because of the way that Hel Peninsula is situated, we're kind of just like a little arm dangling off of Poland. And so we can't see the other way where we came from, we can only see where we're going, which is that way. It's like a 40-minute drive or so to come into, well, from Władysławowo into Hel. So if you're just going down the peninsula, it's just one road going down this long, thin island, basically. And you know, you eventually end up in Hel. There's various places along the way which are very beautiful to look at as well. It's a shame actually I couldn't stop off at more places en route on the peninsula on the way to Hel, and I could only, you know, come all the way here basically because I've only got time to come here. But there were so many beautiful looking like towns en route to getting here to Hel that I could have stopped off at and I could have checked out, but not for this road trip, unfortunately. And give you another look at this from probably a better angle, where the ocean just goes round. It's about as good as I can show you, to be honest. It's not easy to show. There's a bunch of fences and stuff in the way. What's interesting is that I was just pointing out the background. If you can see like all the coastline, you can also see some like kind of ships and like dockyards and stuff. That's actually Gdańsk over there, which is the very first Polish city that I ever visited way back in 2017. Gdańsk is famously one of the more popular Polish cities, especially for tourists, you know, British tourists. They like to visit Gdańsk because it's cheap. And that is way off in the distance, Gdańsk. And probably as well Gdynia and Sopot. They all kind of follow that coastline around there. But the thing is, I don't know if you guys can see so well in the camera. Hopefully you can get an idea of it just being along there. Gdańsk is a cracking city. I mean, obviously it was great because my first Polish city, and I decided to come back again and again and again and again. So yeah, it really speaks volumes on how great Gdańsk was. Just kind of interesting that from here, I can look all the way across the water, the Baltic Sea, from Hel Peninsula all the way in the distance to Gdańsk and beyond. This is actually so fucking beautiful, man. Like, look at this. Again, I don't know if the camera will pick it up because it looks kind of flat on the camera. But the water's so beautifully blue. There's a couple of places I visited on this trip, I can't remember where now, where the water, I don't think in the ocean particularly. Oh wait, I think it was in Międzyzdroje, if I'm not mistaken. The water looked a little bit, you know, polluted, a little bit green. And I thought, oh, maybe that's going to be like the same all the way across the coastline. And I'm not chatting shit either, because in the UK we have awful coloured, polluted waters. Like, it's not, you know, diss or anything. When I come here and I look at this beautiful blue water, and we've had beautiful blue waters in quite a few of these places now, it just looks so non-European, you know what I mean? To me, it just feels more like I'm in the Bahamas kind of vibes. Probably not quite Bahamas, but you get what I mean. Like, I'm in just somewhere far away from Europe. The water's blue, the sun's shining, got a beach with people vibing, and it's different shades of blue as well. That's something that you see more in like Mediterranean / like Bahamas / you know, like just the sun, the typical sun getaway spots. But for the Baltic Sea, there's a reason why in English, when it's freezing fucking cold and it's windy as shit, that you just say it's Baltic. Because that's kind of what you imagine with the Baltics. But right now it's gorgeous. I always look at the ocean with the sun shining on it and stuff, kind of like a big blob of jelly. I don't know if you can see that. Just, I don't know, to me it looks like a humongous blob of jelly that you could just kind of scoop a piece out of and obviously eat. But in reality, obviously it's just water, but to me it just looks like a big blob of blue jelly. I've always thought that, especially when it's like kind of like it is now. Again, I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but like when it's glistening off the water, so it gives the water like, rather than a flat surface, more of a rough kind of tiny little waved surface. Well, I was just walking along here and there's a fucking snake. I know it's a tiny snake, but that's a snake. I want it to move. Węż, wąż.
To jest ten.
Jest to niebezpieczne? Niebezpieczne czy nie?
Nie, bo
Nie, to jest dobrze? Okej. Okay. Dziękuję. Yeah, it slithered away quite slowly. I don't know if you can see that. It was a tiny snake, to be fair. It was probably like twice the size of that or something, maybe 3 times the size of what I can do there. Certainly no python, but guys reckon they're not dangerous, so I'll take their word for it. I literally have no idea when it comes to snakes. Like that little thing, I mean, it looked harmless, but you just never know. It's the smaller insects and creatures that can pack the most venom, because ultimately they can't use size to defend themselves, so they need venom or whatever to fuck over the bigger animals, basically, you know, such as humans. Dzień dobry, pan, czy sprzedaje pajda?
Fajda jest.
Z mięsem?
Do kasy.
A, tutaj.
Do kasy, do centrum.
Dzień dobry. Czy macie pajda chleb z karkówka?
Karkówkę?
Z karkówka?
Nie mam.
Nie? I kurczak?
Grilla? Nie ma nic.
Nie? Okej. Nie ma kiełbasy też?
Mamy wydzoną, w chłopie.
Chłop sausage.
Mhm.
A grill no.
No, okej. Myślisz, że tylko pajda chleb?
Dobra,
Po-
okej.
proszę.
Thanks.
Okej, dziękuję. I jest smalec.
Tak.
Okej, dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję.
Ale only cash, no card.
Przepraszam, przykro mi, nie mam gotówki, tylko kartą.
No ale niestety ja nie mam terminalu.
Okay, I'll leave it here. Przepraszam, przykro mi. Oh, this is so annoying, man. How are they not gonna have card? Here. After all that. Looked delicious as well. I don't know, they're probably not gonna take card there either. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, it's the same place actually, isn't it? It's all kind of just an extension. I was looking forward to that. That's kind of let me down a bit. There's another pie here, but I bet they're going to only take card as well. It's all like set up like army tanks. I think it might be part of the same, like all of this is the same like restaurant. This is kind of the middle bit. What's it called? Pod Jaglami, I think, or something like that. That's actually a shame because it also had smalets on it, which is something that I would have very nicely enjoyed. Smalets is this like kind of pork fat spread that they use in Poland. They got like a little wall dedicated to Wojtek the bear. It's just got like guns and army uniform and all sorts in this little like restaurant place. No way do they have like a Ramstein badge here. That's quite cool. That was a cool place inside. I couldn't quite figure out the place. I think it's some kind of Polish milk bar just decorated with like war bits basically. They had Wojtek the bear in there, which if you don't know is a bear that they used in Poland during the war as an ally basically. And then I think it retired and then went and lived in somewhere in Scotland, in Edinburgh, I think, actually in the Edinburgh Zoo until it died in whatever year Wojtek the bear died. But it was quite an interesting little story on Wojtek the bear. I had it in there. There wasn't any like history on Wojtek, it was just like photos and stuff, but it's a real thing that happened. You can tell that Hel has a big history with, you know, just war in general. And I'm not gonna pretend like I know all the war and the history and stuff of this place, but obviously it makes sense because it's strategically they can get, you know, bombarded or whatever by the seas, but also they can hold their own defenses here as well. This is the city map or the town map, Plan Helu. It's not a very big place, but we're down here somewhere. Oh yeah, the red marker, tu jesteś. Doesn't feel the same having this one, but this is the best we can get for now anyway, and I just fancied it. It's a really nice day today. I'm a little bit parched for some ice cream. It's been a couple hours. We've got Kinder Bueno flavoured ice cream. That's actually super nice as well. Literally the only place that has the American ice cream, Amerykańskie lody, it's closed. The only place I can find anyway here in Hel. I haven't even had time to put my card away yet and these ice creams have already melted. This is a nice beautiful place right here, isn't it? We just got loads of market stalls all the way down. Cool looking architecture. I'm here, just down the road from where we were a minute ago. I thought I'd go and explore a bit more of Hel and see what else is happening here in Hel. We'll continue down that way in a second, but I found somewhere that does the ice creams that I'm after. Let's go and get one. Dzień dobry. Poproszę duży świerderki. Bardzo dziękuję. We finally found one here in Hel. That was 15 zloty. I so wish I could have a beer right now. Look at this beer hall behind me. What a fucking fantastic place. Oh, they do food. I might actually come back to this bar in a bit. We'll go and check out some more of Hel and we'll come back here. I think I'll actually come here for some food, maybe. In all of these seaside resorts, basically, you get all of these little meleks. They're so common. I didn't realise that Poland would have so many meleks around. I don't even know if the English word for them is melek or whether it's something else, but yeah, they're just everywhere. Obviously, they're quite practical. They just cart around everywhere. You've probably seen them loads in the background of the vlogs and stuff, but yeah, I just didn't expect them to be here. I've not seen them anywhere else in Poland. They're just like you know, up in the coast. This is a small little beach. This isn't the same one we saw earlier. One we saw earlier was further up there, right at the end of the peninsula. I've had so many brain freezes this holiday. It's really the only downside to eating so much ice cream. I'm actually just trying to eat it quick so it doesn't melt anymore in my hands. I can finally show you a photo of Hel. This is Hel. This is where we were earlier. If you remember, when we walked down there through the forest area, walked there, and then we walked around down this bit, got a shot there showing it all around here, but you can't show in one shot, but it's surrounded by 3 sides of water, and then I walked from there back down there. This is where we saw the snake, just in this part of the forest. This roughly is where the bunker is. I walked back through there, and then I've walked down here, and now we're currently here, I think. So this is Hel, anyway. So we're just checking out this general area here. Once we're done here at Hel, I don't know how much longer we'll be here for, but once we're done here, that'll be it for this video. Because the next place I'm gonna visit, even though it's going to be today, I want it for tomorrow's video, for the next video. For episode 5? Is this episode 4? This might be episode 3. Whichever, the next episode. I want it for the next episode. Because it'll make sense. If you know the geography, you might understand, but it'll make sense once, you know, I guess it's out or whatever. But this is what we're looking at the boulevard or the walkway here in Hel. Again, nice big open area for pedestrians. A lot of greenery about, a lot of trees, cool looking bars. This is such a cool place. I wish Like I said, I wish I wasn't driving because this is like such a cool bar. Try not to walk on the road or get crushed by one of them. To be honest, all these bars kind of look pretty awesome. So I got sticky hands from the 2 ice creams I just had. Luckily, I'm literally just walking by this thing. How convenient. It's just enough for me to not have the sticky hands anymore from all that damn ice cream. Very nice water feature right there. Oh, now that I've had one, I'm seeing these ice creams all over the shop. But I'll have a break for now. I'm not going to have one until the next city, I don't think. I just spend all my damn money on ice cream all the time. This is such a beautiful little place, actually. I prefer this area to where we were earlier. I don't know because of the sun, if you can see that. There's a sign that says Fokarium. And in Polish, the word foka means seal. It's the same in French, actually. In French, the word seal is book or something like that. Fokarium is the equivalent of like a seal aquarium. I'm not going to go to it though because I've spent quite a lot of money today as it is. But I do have that here as an option, as something to see. And so on a lot of the fridge magnets and stuff, you do see seals as kind of like one of the main symbols of hell. For example, walking by this sign right here and you can just see all these little seals on there. Very weirdly photoshopped on there though. Huh. Don't know that was meant to be purposely bad Photoshop. I think the Fokarium is literally right here. So it might be the picture we just saw. So the Fokarium's behind me right here. Here's the entrance. As I said, I'm not going to go in. I'm sorry. I would like to show it off and just show a bit more of hell and what they have to offer. It is only 20 zloty. It's not that expensive, but I don't want to keep spending money today. As I say, I have spent a lot today. I had to pay 200 zloty just in fuel this morning. But regardless of that, just know that there are seals here if you wanted to go see the seals. If you can see the sign, we have Świnoujście at the top there, 303 kilometers facing that way, which is where we came from. And if we look back at the sign, we have a sign up here that says Piaski. Just there, if you can see. If you can't, it's because of the sun. But Piaski, 55 kilometers in that general direction through the Fokarium. So, Piaski is our finish point for this particular road trip that we're doing, or for this like series of videos that we're doing. And we only have 55 kilometers left. I don't think that includes obviously road path. It's just if you were to go in a straight line. If you were a bird and you flew it, 55 kilometers. It'll be a bit more by the time I've driven around like various things in cities and whatnot. But 55 kilometers is all it is between here in Hel and Piaski, the town on the border with Russia and Poland. So we don't have long. We got today, which is episode 3. We got tomorrow, which is episode 4. And then the next day is going to be episode 5. And then that's going to be the last episode of this mini coastal Poland series, which is the first proper travel series I've done, really, I think. I just wanted to do it to see how it would turn out, you know? I figured it would just make sense to kind of, rather than doing a video in every single town that I stop at, just to combine them into the same video, like one day per video, basically. That's a big crow thing on the end of the fin there. Also, by the way, they've got this fish with a bunch of plastic in its belly, symbolizing, you know, the pollution and stuff in the ocean. So, yeah, I don't know, it just kind of made more sense rather than, you know, one video of me being in Świnoujście, another video of me being in Międzyzdroje, another video of me being at the most northern point in Poland, another video of me being in Hel, I tak dalej. So I just thought, yeah, just one video per day, do it like that and see how that turns out. Maybe it'll just turn out, it'll be more fluid in the edits. I have no idea. Whereas before I was trying to purposely make as many videos as I could, basically. Whereas now, even though I would like to still do that, like I think the quality should also be there still. So I want to kind of keep one day per vlog and just see how it turns out. I don't know why I thought this. I guess because Hel is at the end of a peninsula, I just didn't think that it'd be that popular. It wouldn't be that easy to get to, and yet there's so many people here just kind of chilling and enjoying themselves and having fun, as opposed to going to any of the other stops we've been to so far on this trip. They could have gone to Władysławowo that we were at earlier on in this video, and that would have been perfectly fine for them. But instead, they decided to come past Władysławowo and into Hel, all the way through the peninsula, right to the end of the peninsula to Hel. We've got street performers right here. It's a good voice, but I don't want any kind of copyright. So yeah, I don't know, it's interesting. Obviously people just spread out, don't they, and they just enjoy different places. I just didn't think the Hel would be, you know, this popular, really. I think we're almost done in Hel, if I'm going to be honest, and therefore almost done with the end of this video. I might go get some food now and call that a day here in Hel. It's getting late. It may not look like it, but it is like 5 p.m. I think I've seen a good part of Hel by the looks of it. Just like the main strip, kind of like the main road going down there, and then the road going through the forest, all the war bits, and then right at the end of the peninsula. That is pretty much all there is to see. Sounds like we're about to get attacked by the Russians or something. What the fuck is this? I just wanted to sit down for some food and a drink, man. It's like an air raid siren or something. Everyone else is like pretty chill right now. I don't know what the fuck that sound is. It's bad enough I'm sat right next to the speaker, but you know, with that as well, Jesus Christ. Voila, we've gone for a mushroom pizza, funky. Shit, just knocked the whole table. We've gone for a funky pizza. I just kind of fancy something. Look, I wanted to come to this place because it looks quite nice. It had the vibes. You know what I mean? It's just chill vibes in here. It's in the shade. I would have liked to have had a beer in here, but realistically I can't. So we're just chilling. It's got nice music in the background, and I decided, you know, they either have kebabs or pizza, and I just fancied a pizza. This is the funky pizza we've got right here, Hel Pizza. The actual place is called Kebab Hel. That's delicious pizza. Jesus. That's really nice. Could have done with some jalapenos, but believe it or not, I'm not just saying this because, you know, I like Poland or whatever. You know, no bias in it is what I'm saying. I've had pizza in Italy which has been worse than this. It's just so nicely cooked. It literally just comes straight out of the oven, out of the stone oven that you use to like cook a pizza properly. I don't know how to describe it. Fresh dough, really stringy cheese, nicely cooked. There's not too much sauce on there, and no, it's just really nice tasting pizza. It's thin as well. I prefer a thinner pizza. We'll say though, it is quite an overload of mushrooms. A lot of them just fell off as I picked this one up, but there is a lot of mushrooms on there. What delicious pizza. As I say, I've had worse pizza in Italy than that place. I will only say one thing bad about it, and that is, I don't know if you even paid attention, on the pizza there were different mushrooms. There was one that was like long and thin, and I wasn't a fan of that particular mushroom. It was like that mushroom was like pickled. I didn't really like it that much, but with the whole pizza itself, it was fine. I think that's going to be the end of this little trip here to Hel, and also the end of this video, because I'm not sure what else there is to do here. It's just nice to have a walk around and check things out, but I think my time here is done. Also, not only that, but like I said, I have to continue on my road trip. I have to go to the next place, which is going to be in the next video. So, with that, I think I'll bid you a farewell. Oh man, there's so much to see. There's another street full of stuff. I mean, it's going to be the similar kind of food shops and, you know, like that sell, I don't really want to call it tap, but you know what I mean, plush ears, sunglasses, fridge magnets, all of that kind of thing. It's going to be the same thing. And yeah, like I said, I need to continue, I need to carry on, but I've had a taste of Hel. I really thoroughly enjoyed Hel, and I'd like to come back someday, properly enjoy it. I can see why a lot of people come here and why it's so busy. Like right now, the street I'm walking down is like mad busy. So I can see why people come here, as well as obviously all across the coastline that we've been to so far. Today I'll be visiting the Trójmiasto here in Poland, which is made up of 3 different cities: Gdynia, Sopot and Gdańsk. Right now we're in Gdynia and we're going to go check out what Gdynia has to offer. Unlike with Gdańsk and Sopot, I've never been to Gdynia. Obviously I've been to the other 2 many years ago in 2017. There's actually a really preliminary vlog on my channel when I was in Gdańsk. I don't think there's anything in Sopot in that video, I can't even remember. I barely even spoke in that video. But to make up the 3 cities of the Trójmiasto, the Tri-City, it is Gdynia, Sopot and Gdańsk. And because they're in that order, that's the order that I'll be visiting them in this video. Like I said, we're starting off here in Gdynia tonight, and then tomorrow morning I'll be going off over into Sopot, and then later on tomorrow, once we're done in Sopot, we'll be going into Gdańsk. I have no idea about like the vibe or like the culture or anything of Gdynia, the city that we're in now. I genuinely have no idea what it's like, or like anything, you know, what the city has to offer or anything like that really. All I know is obviously it's along the coast, so you know that kind of checks out for the little series that we're doing here. And all that I was told by some people I met at my hotel was that I've got to try the Gdynia beer. So if we find somewhere that has Gdynia beer, we're going to be trying it. Apparently it's just called Gdynia, so we'll check that out as well. Other than that, I don't really know what to expect. I imagine there's a beach and you know, similar vibes to what we've seen so far. But this is the Tri-City of Poland. So basically Gdynia, first city, is a city that has kind of maritime ties. Okay, so let's start off here. We'll just have a quick look. So we've got a few stalls. We've not got anything too much. It's a bit empty down there, but then we've got these stalls just along here, selling the fridge magnets and other bits. There's quite a big park over there. And over in the distance, on my left there, that you could just see, is the beach of Gdynia. I need to make sure I don't mix up the 2 cities of Gdynia and Gdańsk, because they are quite similar vernacularly. To pronounce them, it's quite similar, Gdańsk, Gdynia. Because I've been to Gdańsk, it could be quite easy for me to accidentally say the wrong one. But yeah, basically Gdynia, it's meant to be more of a modern but maritime city. Gdańsk is an older maritime city. And then you've got Sopot, which is in the middle of the 2 cities to make up the big Tri-City. And Sopot is where you go if you want to go for nightlife and clubbing and also proper beach life, because the beach at Sopot is a pretty decent beach. I've been there before, not properly, but I have been there and I checked it out when I was there many years ago. So I'll be interested tomorrow to see whether that's the same or whether it's changed in any way. But oh wow, okay, let's check out the beach first of all. So this is Gdynia's beach. I think for some reason we've got some seals on the sign. We just saw some in yesterday's episode, or last episode I should say. But I don't think there's a aquarium like there is in Hel. In last episode we were in Hel and there was a aquarium, a seal aquarium place, I guess, or something like that. And I've just seen that, so I thought maybe for a minute that there was here, but there isn't, I don't think. But this is the beach. We've got a nice walkway here, which is appreciated. I think it was Hel that we visited, which also had a walkway, so you avoid getting all the sand on your shoes. We'll go check that out in a minute. But the thing that kind of stood out to me, by the way, here's the city plan map. Gdynia right there. And we're just down there if you're interested in that. So the thing that was interesting to me, you might see it now, but I will definitely walk closer to it to take a better look, because I don't even know currently what it is properly that I'm looking at, but it certainly looks like a submarine for some reason on the show. So I'm going to go have a look at this submarine. We've got a museum just to the side, which might be part of it. Museum. Basically, it's the Maritime War Museum. So that will definitely be like a showpiece to kind of entice people to go and check out the Maritime War Museum. Got waffles, traditional waffles and Belgian fries in these little vendors here. Pretty typical for a Polish seaside resort at this point, I think. And this is the submarine that we're looking at. The submarine is called Sopot. Polish emblem just at the top there. I didn't realize how massive submarines are. I've never actually seen a submarine before, and this thing's humongous. Yeah, I've never seen a submarine, so I never really knew how big they were. I always thought they were a lot smaller than it. Well, not a lot smaller, but you know what I mean. I don't think they go up so tall either. Right at the back, you've got the propellers past this brick wall. There you can see just there. What a crazy thing to build. And also, what a crazy thing just to put just next to the beach. Obviously, it makes sense because there is a Maritime War Museum right next to it. I don't really have the time to go visit it because I've only got a few hours here tonight before tomorrow heading off into Sopot, but obviously I'm going to put it all into one video for the continuity to basically make sense to visit all three of these cities within the one tri-city, rather than having, you know, the three cities split up into two different videos. So I'm going to be visiting all of the three cities within this one video. But obviously for me, it's going to be tomorrow morning when I visit Sopot, and I'm going to be a bit more fresher because right now I've just had the sweatiest day visiting Hel and some other places. Absolutely steaming today, like it's been boiling 30 degrees weather. Earlier on, I swear I was actually dehydrated when I was in Władysławowo, which is in last episode. Władysławowo, I swear I was getting dehydrated. It was super hot and I just didn't have any drinks, and I was kind of walking around a little bit, not thinking correctly, just a little bit dazed out of my mind. So yeah, excuse the look right now. But anyway, back to Gdynia. This is a very nice looking beach, I must say. It's all lined with these umbrellas for people to obviously chill under, and you know, little area for people to actually chill in without the sand either. We'll go and walk over here without getting in people's way, and we'll go check this out on the inside. So you can literally come in here and sit down on these benches and just relax while the people who want to go on the beach enjoy their time on the beach. That's a nice sunset as well that we're looking at right now. It's a very nice contrast between the blue and the orange. Yeah, this is the, I guess some of the ports or the ship docks or whatever are just over there. Dzień dobry. Poor guy. Yeah, I feel bad because sometimes, like I've mentioned a couple of times, like people will just like wave at the camera thinking it's pointing towards them, and it's just pointing towards me as I'm like just doing my own thing, and they like kind of smile and stuff, kind of pose for the camera, and then it's just they're not on camera. This is such a beautiful sunset. It's very rare that I've seen sunsets just this nice. I mean, probably on camera it doesn't quite pick up. I've seen sunsets like this, for example, in Hawaii. I will say the sunset in Hawaii is obviously unmatched, but this is about as close as you can get. Just like a very nice contrast to the orange and the blues, and then the sea being there. I don't know, there's just a look, isn't there, to it? So far, Gdynia, it's been a really nice city. I've only just really checked out the beach, to be honest, but this is such a nice area. Yet again, I'm saying the same thing, basically. Just very clean, very tidy. Such a big area for the pedestrians to walk around. This whole area just for pedestrians. Bicycles can obviously go up here, apparently, but also there's this area just up there where the bicycles can also go up. We've got big bars, 2-story bars, just on the beachfront. Look, dog-friendly as well. It's just like vibes all around. I'm a very big fan of this. I could really do with beaches like this back in the UK. But for one reason or another, beaches in the UK just, you know, they're not always the greatest. Sometimes they're pretty good, like Bournemouth Beach is a cracking beach. Brighton Beach in the UK, it's full of rocks. It's like big pebbles. So it's a great beach, but it's not sandy, and it just hurts your feet when you walk on it. Various beaches in the UK just have like trash everywhere. Dzień dobry. And yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that really ruins the beaches in the UK is just the amount of trash. People just don't look after the environment in the UK anywhere near as much as they do here in Poland. And it is such a massive shame. Bro, it just goes all the way down there and just, I can't even see the end of this, this pavilion. So I've come to this very loud and lively place right around me, to a place called Browa Gdynia Port. It's the place I just showed you, the two-story bar on the beachfront right behind me. I was lucky enough to get a seat right here because otherwise the view would have been a bunch of trees. At least we've got a bit of beach and the sunset behind us with a ginormous, huge stein of beer. I don't even know what size it is. It's just big size. I think it's like a litre. We just about have their emblem on there. You can't see, so I'll show you another one on my table. That's the emblem on there. Na zdrowie. This is the special Gdynia beer. And I don't have the forearms to hold that shit. That is ginormous. Yeah, I've just seen on there, it's a litre beer. I don't know if you can see, but it says on the glass at the top there, 1 litre. I just realised my mic's over here. 1 litre beer. It's so hard to hold with one hand. You really need some strength and a good grip to hold this thing. I will say though, it was 37 zloty. I have no idea if that works out cheaper or more expensive than a normal beer, because I don't know how many litres are in a normal beer. Okay, so a normal Polish beer is 500, so it's basically half of one of these. So this is 2 beers in one, basically. When I half 37, it is only 18.50, which if I convert that into pounds from zloty, so this whole thing cost me £7.50 for a litre of beer. That's actually really good. Now that I put it like that, that's actually a really good price. Genuinely, I paid more in the UK for half this size, probably even less than that. For a pint, how much is a pint compared to a litre? So in the UK, we use a measuring system called a pint, which is 568 millilitres exactly, which is slightly more than what the Polish will get on a normal beer, which is 500 millilitres. So we have 68 millilitres more of beer per pour. But in the UK, you may pay between £5 to £7, £5 to £8 for 568 millilitres of beer, which is what we call a pint. And I paid that for almost double. Oh yeah, by the way, this Gdynia beer is pretty fucking tasty. It's got a bit of fizz to it, not too much. Not too little to feel like an ale, but enough to feel like a beer, if you know what I mean. It's a nice light beer. It's quite easy, I think, so far to drink this beer. It's so big it doesn't even fit on the table properly. Like so it's one of those, I mean, obviously you can see it, but like I just feel like size just isn't there properly, like that compared to my head. It's one of those kind of beers you'll see at like Oktoberfest or something in Germany. I walked into this bar and I saw loads of people drinking with these, and I just decided that's going to be the thing I get. But they also do this float thing as well. I saw downstairs there's this float of 4 beers that you can try each one, and it's like a miniature version of each beer. This is only the beginning of the Troy Miasto, and I'm really enjoying it so far. Gdynia already is 10 out of 10 for me. I'm enjoying it. The beer's great. The transportation's great. I mean, I got down here from the hotel quite easily. The beach is amazing. The sea, the sunset, everything fantastic. And it has a fucking submarine. So, loving Gdynia. And I already know Sopot and Gdańsk are great cities as well. So actually, the Troy Miasto is a fantastic place to come visit. But we will go to Sopot and Gdańsk anyway tomorrow, as I already mentioned, so that we can double check. It has been 8 years since I last went there. So things could have easily changed. I would like to go back to some places that I went to back in 2017 as kind of a memory lane kind of thing for me. So we'll see anyway. And after we finish this video tomorrow, there's only one more day and we've completed the Polish coastline. Coastal Poland series is over. Dude, that beer was so fucking strong. Oh my God. So, let me tell you a funny story. Obviously this place is called Browa. If you know what that means in Polish, I'll tell you in a second. If you don't, then it's obvious, and I should have known. I went in this place asking, czy macie piwo z Gdyni? Do you have any Gdynia beer? They're like beer from Gdynia, you know, like the beer that you should get when you come to Gdynia. And the response I got was kind of like a little laugh, a kind of like, oh yeah, of course we do kind of thing. And I thought nothing of it. I was just sat there drinking that beer after I stopped the last recording. Just sat there like pondering, having the beer, because obviously it took me some time to drink it. And then it kind of went through my head. This place is called Browar Port Gdynia. I literally read it out in the last video that I just did a second ago. Browar Port Gdynia. Browar is the Polish word for brewery. I just didn't think, and I had to Google it to make sure, this place is the brewery of the Gdynia beer, right here on the beachfront. Does this look like a brewery? This doesn't look like a fucking brewery. And so I feel so stupid now for asking the people in the brewery if they do the beer that they brew, essentially. But like, it just doesn't look like a brewery. Like, I went inside, in the downstairs, you can kind of see it from here. I can see 2 vats there. I'm not gonna like say like I can't see them or anything, but otherwise there's a couple of vats in the back behind the bar actually. You might not be able to see those, but it just looks like a standard bar. Then I went upstairs and obviously I sat like there or something, but the whole thing just didn't look like a brewery to me. And I just feel like stupid when I realized, it was like the realization that like I'd asked for something so like obviously stupid. Now I realize the response that she said was probably something more along the lines of like, oh yeah, of course we do, you stupid fucking idiot. Like, what do you think? Like, of course we have. We're the brewery. Like, we have all the Gdynia beer you need. And that might be why as well, the Gdynia beer here at Browar Port Gdynia is in a litre stein. Because I've not had any glasses that big before here in Poland. I haven't actually visited any breweries, like proper live breweries here in Poland. The only brewery I've been to is like an old brewery in Poznan, if I remember correctly, Browar Shopping Centre. That was like a few months ago now that I went there. So I've not been to a brewery before here in Poland. I just assumed there would be like standard breweries that I've been to before in like Czech Republic and other places. It turns out, at least here in Gdynia, this is the brewery along the beach right here. So that was a fun little story to tell. I feel fucking stupid for asking the brewery if they do the beer that they are most known for. But I've had the beer, and like I say, it's strong. I don't even know how strong. Most of the beer here in Poland seems to be 5.6. It could be 6, it could be 5, I'm not sure. But it's a strong beer regardless, especially for me. I don't really drink beer all that often. Like, I know it may seem it on these videos, but when I'm at home and I'm not like on holiday, like vlogging or anything, I don't really drink beer all that often, just occasionally with like some friends. That's the beach area here in Gdynia. Kind of just completed, like looked at. I'm not gonna walk down there. I kind of know already, like there's not much else there to see. It's just all like bars and beach and people enjoying themselves and whatnot. So we're gonna go and have a look more in Gdynia town and see if there's anything worth seeing, basically. I can't believe I just asked for Gdynia beer in but then it wasn't on the menu either, so like I can kind of forgive myself for that. It wasn't on the menu. The menu only had like a few things, and the menu had like a float of like 4 beers I've already mentioned to you. It had the float on the menu. It had like a couple of the beers, but it didn't actually say Gdynia beer. The beer's just called Gdynia, I think. It didn't have the title on the menu, Gdynia beer. So that's where I kind of got confused, I think. What the hell is this church over here in the back? Look at this. I hate zooming in on this camera because it's really like bad quality, but what the hell is this? I'm trying to look at it on Google Maps and I can't find it, but it just looks really ominous just the way it is right now. Like, it's pretty much setting dusk and like part of it's see-through, part of it is, I don't know, it just looks kind of Mordor-ish. Thing is, when I look on Google Maps, there's nothing. I can't find it. I'm not going to walk towards it because it's miles away. Look how far away it is. I'm not walking towards it. But genuinely, I'm trying to find it on Google Maps and I can't find it. I don't know if this is like the main strip or not, where people walk down. You got bus routes and stuff, but I don't know if this is like where people go to like drink at bars and stuff. It kind of looks lively, but kind of looks dead. I could do with a few more beers. I don't look like I could do with a few more beers, but I could do with a few more beers before heading back. I don't want to buy like from the Żabka and then the response had the beers on the way back. I want to sit in somewhere and like experience the culture, you know? I want to go to a proper bar. I want to go to somewhere that has like vibes. Okay, we keep going down this way. Apparently there's a cocktail bar that's open. At least if I go this way, it's back towards my hotel, so it's not too bad. But what I could do with is this cocktail or beer or whatever, then a Żabka for some food, and then obviously bedtime for me, and then we'll go and explore Sopot and Gdynia. No, this is Gdynia. And Gdańsk tomorrow with a fresh brain. Oh, there's a bar here. It's a little dead though. I could sit outside though. Look at this bar. They've got a bike in the window. It's called John's Diner. Oh, it's a diner. Dzień dobry, jesteś otwarte? Nie, okej, nie ma problemu, dziękuję. Never mind, they're closed. Let's continue up to this bar that I found on Google Maps, eh? Okay, we just walked past a bar, the yellow signage there, but it's full. Oh man, I didn't think it'd be so difficult to find somewhere with beer. This place open. This place looks pretty fucking rock and roll, doesn't it? Dzień dobry, poproszę jeden piwo. Jakie piwo z Polski, Gdynia?
Tu mamy tylko Trójmiasto ogólnie,
Tak, jest...
gdańskie pszenice.
Trójmiasto, jest dobrze, dziękuję.
Tego to jest APA. APA może być? IPA. American Pale Ale.
O, tak, jest dobrze.
Ja uciekam wody, nie? Bawcie dobrze i do zobaczenia. Płacisz kartą, gotóweczką?
Karton. We've got a beer. Yeah, boy. The decor of this place is pretty sick. We've got loads of games and stuff on the wall. We'll sit in the corner, right next to the speaker. I always sit next to the speaker without realizing. Or I always sit next to the speaker, so I'm hoping the speaker's fine. But this is Trójmiasto beer, he said. Oh, jest bardzo pyszne. Ales are normally like 5% or more. I'm gonna be absolutely fucked, man. I need to still find my way back to my hotel as well after this. Ignoring all that, look at the vibe of this place. I know it's a little bit dead, like there's not that many people, but like just look. We got banging music. Banging music, we got like board games all over the shop. It's kind of like set out like cobwebs and that kind of thing. Kind of more of a rock pub kind of vibe, which is my kind of thing. I also think this place is closing in a minute, so I do need to drink this quick. You know, I sometimes think that bars, pubs and whatnot, when they see someone walking with a camera, they purposely turn up the music to give you a copyright strike or something. I've had it a few times in my videos. I swear they did it in Passibus when I went to go film in Passibus in Bydgoszcz. It could just be coincidence, but I've had it a few times now. I'm not saying that they've turned it up in here, it's just loud in general. They haven't turned it up, I'm just saying in general, like when I walk into somewhere, sometimes they turn it up. Dziękuję pan.
Dziękuję.
Miłego dnia. Miłego wieczoru. I've no idea if they're open or not. It says until 10. Yeah, to be fair, they're closed. It's, what time is it now? 10:20. That was a good beer. I guess if I find another bar, I'll see you guys there at the bar. If I don't, I will see you guys tomorrow morning in Sopot. Good morning and welcome to Sopot. We have made our way to the second of the 3 cities here in the Tri-City area, and this is Sopot. I'm still currently walking down towards the area that I best know, which is just like kind of next to the beach basically, and that's probably the area that we're going to explore. I'm not really sure yet. I feel a little worse for wear. Last night I only had a couple beers, but obviously as you saw, you know, big beers and strong beers and whatnot. But this is Sopot. This is beautiful. I mean, I know Sopot's beautiful anyway, but we've got like this big, I don't even know if it's a palace or what, but on the other side is the beach and you can't really see it that well. So it's got like a nice garden to it. It's a Grand Hotel, I've just read on the front. It's a Grand Hotel. On the other side, you've got the beach and then the pier. We'll have a look at the other side any minute now when we get round there. In a minute, I should start to recognize where I am here in Sopot. I don't currently know where I am just based off of memory, but we should come up to an area in a minute to which I recognize from my previous visit all the way 8 years ago in 2017. Almost exactly 8 years ago. I can't remember the exact dates that I was here, but it was in June or July. I think it might have been July actually. And we're going to go and visit a couple places that I was at before in Sopot, and then obviously we're going to explore some new places, and immediately I'm pretty sure I now know roughly where I am. Surprisingly, I recognize the dip in the road. There's like a bridge just there, and the road goes obviously under the bridge and back up, and if I'm thinking we're in that place, and if we are where I think we are, then I'm pretty sure that just over the bridge to the left and right and whatnot is going to be like the kind of the main area of Sopot where a lot of people are going to be kind of hanging around and, you know, living life. I think number one thing on my agenda right now is to grab a drink. I am so dehydrated. My throat is so dry. I could just do with a drink. It's also another warm day. It's a bit windier today, so it'll make it a bit nicer. Right here we have Molo Baltics. So the Molo, as we know from the other day, the other vlog we were at, means pier. I'm starting to recognize where we are. So we could actually walk through there and get to the pier by the looks of it. So this right here, guys, is the big open plan space here in Sopot. May look a bit empty, but it's a nice big area. It does get super busy here in the summertime, so it is definitely well needed for a place like this. You've got all these like unique looking seating area, and then you've got this like water feature down here, benches all around. I never really spent too much time in this grand open area. All I remember is that, and I'll try and put photos and stuff on screen to kind of show you. I remember it being about 3 in the morning after we were finishing the clubs down there, and we were walking back here, and I was stood basically right here, and I was thinking, it's 3 in the morning and it's light. Why is it light? Like, why can I see? Why is it not super dark like it's meant to be? That's one of my memories I have here of Sopot. Another memory I have here of Sopot is this bar right here. I can't go in because I will be driving later to Gdańsk, but just for old time's sake, this whiskey bar right here, well, not even whiskey bar, this cocktail bar right here, Dom Whiskey, is a bar that we were recommended by a taxi driver who dropped us off just down here when we were here before. And then he said, go to this place, it's a good cocktail bar, and it was a really good cocktail bar. They did humongous drink. Well, they did like normal sized drinks, but then when you wanted a shot of like Jaeger bomb, they just did it in these humongous drinks. Like the shots weren't tiny, they were all pint glasses basically. And we sat at this bench here and we had a lovely photo taken. So yeah, I'm back here at Dom Whiskey. I couldn't remember the name for the life of me, so I've only just realized what the name is right here. But it was a great cocktail bar. As I say, I can't go in because driving. So before we go and check the beach, the promenade, we're going to go up and check out the high street quickly, because this is the only other area that I can remember from my previous visit. We're going to go check this out, see how different it is, how similar. So far, pretty much nothing has changed from my memory till now. I mean, maybe like a lot of these benches are new and stuff. I really can't remember like how the furniture was out in this open space area. Like it easily might not have been here, but the general plan of it being like a bigger empty space and Dom Whiskey, you know, nothing's changed. With this bar over here, which I'll have to read out the name for in a minute when I can see it. But this bar right here was quite unique. It had like a smoking area inside, it had a piano inside, it had a McDonald's sign for some reason inside. It was just a bit wacky inside. It's called the Mexican. If it's the same as when I was here all those years ago, then it was a pretty good place to go. I don't personally smoke, but the people I was with did smoke, so they could have a drink, have a smoke inside, and it's something you can't do in the UK, so it's just, you know, it's something different. We have ice creams over there, the typical Twister ice cream, 15 zloty. We'll quickly check this out and we'll go back. So this is the high street here in Sopot. That's pretty much all I remember from my visit here in Sopot. We were only here for like a night, basically. There's just one more thing. I'll have to show you from this angle. This wavy house right here. Unique little wavy house. And it's a Costa Coffee on the bottom floor. On the top floor they have like a nightclub. Because that's the very last thing I remember from Sopot is this nightclub. We went in there, we partied, we met some Danish people, and we walked down there somewhere and just chatted shit for the rest of the night. But you can't really get a good view of it because there's two massive trees in the way. But you can kind of see. And not only is it a Costa, but it's also a food hall underneath as well. Everything else here in Sopot will basically be a bit of a mystery to me, a bit unknown. We have this Carrefour right here. We're going to go inside and grab ourselves a drink. So good when you need it. Yeah, it feels good now to finally have a drink. I haven't had a drink all morning. I've just been like very dry throat. And this seems to be basically the end of the high street right here. Right at the end we've got a cathedral, church, basilica, something religious building. I'm not really sure. Looking pretty tall, pretty big. I don't know what else you meant to say about, you know, churches. But it's pretty cool. Pretty much all Polish cities have something like that. And this one just basically is at the end of the high street. As you can see, high street goes down there and back towards the beach, the promenade where we came from. So I guess we'll head back down that way now that we've explored the high street a little bit. And we'll go towards the promenade. We'll go and check that out and check out the beach. Poproszę jeden lody kręcone, mieszany duży. 15 zloty for this ice cream. Pretty standard price and tasting just as good as ever. Well, after some research, I've realised that this Dom Whiskey is not actually the same place technically that I came to all those years ago. It is the same location, but Dom Whiskey opened up in 2019, and apparently it started out like the first shop because it's like a chain, right? So apparently the first one was in Jastrzębia Góra, the same place we went to, I think only yesterday. Last video, we went to the most northern point in Poland. So the town which has the most northern place in Poland is the same town that houses the very first Dom Whiskey, if you're interested. But when I went there, 2017, it was actually just called Cocktail Bar Max. And I thought that was the case because I looked back on the photo and in the back you can see a board and it had Cocktail Max on it or something like that. So yeah, that was, I don't know, it's a bit of a shame that it's like closed down and whatever and now got a different place there, but it's still basically the same thing. It's still a cocktail bar on that same corner here in Sopot. Right here, we're just walking towards the beach. We've got this beautiful garden next to this building. I don't even know what this building is, if I'm going to be honest, but we've got this beautiful looking building as well. Oh look, it's like a pavilion or something, like it just goes down in like this little gardeny area. We have an art gallery just over here on this side, and in between the two buildings we have this promenade, and the promenade leads into the pier straight ahead of us, and that should then in turn lead into the beach. I don't know if this is the other side of that hotel I was showing you earlier, but this is the building I was certainly thinking about earlier. It says Restaurazio on there. Beautiful little water feature right there in front of this building. I'm getting sprayed just by standing close to it like this. Yeah, look at that for a view. This is so grand. This is what I remember of Sopot. This is one thing. Every time I thought of Sopot, I thought of this building because it leads basically into the pier. Like it should be right here in front of me. The pier obviously past all of this, past all of the Volvo exhibit and whatever else. And there we go. The pier is just straight down there. When you look on Google Maps as well, you'll see there's like that building and then it's just the pier that comes out pretty much right next to it. Oh, and you have to pay for the pier. Kurwa mać, I don't want to pay for the pier. What the hell? Also one thing, not the cheapest places in Poland to come along this coastline. You have to pay for pretty much everything. You have to pay for visiting most of the piers. You have to pay for visiting most of the toilets. And obviously you have to pay for all the food and everything else. To be honest, it's not as jacked up as you would imagine. Like the food, the drinks and stuff really isn't any different anywhere else, but it's all the little extras, you know. You have to pay for parking. A lot of places in Poland seem to be free parking, but some places here along the coastline, most places here along the coastline, you have to pay for the parking. Let's go and check out this pier and see how much we have to pay. This is the pier right here. I've never been on this pier before. When I came before, we just had a look and that was it. Czy mogę kupić? Okay, dziękuję. Put it in here. Yeah, here we go. So we have to come around here to pay for the pier at Kasi Molo. Dzień dobry, poproszę jeden bilet normalny na Molo.
Ja mam pytanie, a to jest teraz
Przepraszam?
jeden normalny, tak? Na
Tak, jeden normalny.
5 zł wtedy.
Macie tutaj toaletę?
Już teraz pani wytłumaczę.
A ty u nas mamy ładować?
A może wejść na
Albo na końcu, albo przy latarni.
Bardzo dziękuję pani.
Albo tu za arkadami na
That's quite easy, to be honest. It's 10 zloty, so it is only £2 roughly to go onto the pier. Well, glasses back on, man. It's a mix between cloudy and like sunny. Too sunny for my eyes anyway.
Właśnie jest tak zaobserwować, ale dlatego też się ciebie pytałam.
Right, and we're through onto the pier. You just have to scan your ticket and it lets you through. Pretty standard shit, to be honest. Right, we're on the pier. We're past the barriers and we've got this as a pier view. Like I say, I've never been on this pier before. When I came before, we just basically sat at the cocktail bar around the corner like I've shown you. And that's pretty much it, because we were here for drinking rather than a beach holiday or whatever. When we came in 2017, we were mostly in Gdańsk, and that was only for a few days because we came originally to go see Guns N' Roses, and we turned it into a little holiday. Like I said, I think earlier in this video, probably when I was in Gdynia, that there is a vlog on my channel of that. But it's all like, I barely talk in it anyway. This is the beach here in Sopot. And then we pan around, we've got a boatyard over there. The pier that goes down, we'll check that out in a minute. We've got cliffs over here, and then the rest of Sopot beach over there, with the gorgeous view of these buildings over right behind me. I think that's the hotel that I was looking at earlier. Then we walk down. That is the building with the it said Dom Zdrojowy on it. It's like a health clinic building of some sort, but also it had a shopping area basically. I can't remember what it said exactly, but it's like I don't know what you call it, like the walkway through into the pier. So you can walk through that building basically. If you remember that, then that's that building there. Yeah, this is a better look at the other side of Sopot Beach. Plaża w Sopocie. And we'll go right down to the end of the pier because we paid for it. Yeah, it was a bit of a muggier day today, a bit more of a gloomy, dark day. Over to my right hand side, you should be able to see Gdańsk. Just there, which we will be visiting later on today, because as you probably figured out by now by me constantly mentioning it, but these cities are connected quite closely together. Over there somewhere is Gdynia, I guess, but I don't know exactly where. And it looks like this is the end of the pier right here in Sopot. After a brief little 2-3 minute walk down the pier, you make it to the end. There's a little ice cream vendor, but it's closed. There's some stairs to go up, stairs to go down. Have a little look. Oh, maybe it goes further. How much further? Surely not too much further. A little bit. It goes all the way around there as well. Casually got this ship docked here. I have no idea whether the ship is here all year round or whether it's just here for show or it just happens to be here. It's got Flaga Polska at the back and it's called Pirat. I think you can go on it if you pay the fee. Yeah, okay. You can pay a fee and you can go on it. Kind of like when we were in Władysławowo and we had that boat, whatever that boat was called, over there, and you could pay a fee. You can kind of tell because it does kind of look too fresh. You know what I mean? It looks too fresh to be like an actual in-use boat. Windy day here in Sopot. I'm scared I'm gonna lose my camera. Oh, I think those people are sat on it like having a drink or some food or something. That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a bar at the bottom of the ship. Just paying casually 10 zloty to come onto a pier to then go to a VIP boat, pirate boat, to then pay prices to go onto the boat, to then pay for a drink. 70 zloty as well to get onto this pirate ship. Wait, what? Am I reading this right? Enjoy 40 minutes sightseeing Gdańsk Bay. The pirate. I think this is a cruise, so how much is it to go onto it normally? Or maybe it is a cruise involved. They're about to tie it up and go, I think. So, yeah, okay. You pay 70 zloty, which I thought at first was quite expensive, but then you are going on a cruise way over there, the Gdańsk pier or bay or whatever, and then you're coming back. Yeah, this is quite a cool little boat, to be fair. I kind of wish I'd paid 70 zloty to go on it to experience it. I mean, we are going to Gdańsk anyway, not specifically to Gdańsk Bay. It would have been cool to go on it and have a little experience on the pirate ship. But, as I say, it is... I mean, 70 zloty, how much is that? Not much. £2 to get onto the pier. Let's say £15 to get onto the boat. That's 17 quid to get onto this thing. And then you're paying probably 18 to 25 zloty for a drink, which is, you know, £3 to £5 for a drink. So all in, you know, if you had 30 quid, you can get onto the pier, get onto the ship, go to Gdańsk Bay, come back, and have a few drinks. Not bad, you know. For the experience, like, I've never been on a pirate ship before, have you? Like I said, over there is Gdańsk Bay. It looks like Gdańsk is probably going to take you, like, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour to sail there, because obviously boats don't really go that fast. They're just getting ready now to prepare it and to get ready to go. It's going. Off it goes into the distance, off to Gdańsk Bay, and just like that, the pirate ship has gone. Do zobaczenia pirate ship. So that's basically it for Sopot, for what I can explore and what I can see, partly because my parking is about to run out. But I do believe that's basically everything anyway. As I say, Sopot is more of a drinking nightclub kind of place. The high street we went up earlier, you want to go down there at night and kind of just experience the drinking culture, the nightlife, that kind of thing. And during the day, it's just like kind of relaxing by the beach and going on the pier, you know. There's not an awful lot more to see or do here in Sopot from what I can see. From both my visits, that's basically been my takeaway. We're going to make our way over to Gdańsk right now. It's going to be the third and final city of the Trójmiasto, the tri-city that they call here in Poland. That's been Gdynia, this has been Sopot, and we're about to go over to Gdańsk. Let's go check it out. Welcome to Gdańsk. This is the top of, like, I guess the high street, if you want to call it a high street, here in Gdańsk, and it's marked by this big gate that they call it a brama, a gate here. We also have this thing right next to me as well. I'll spin the camera so you can see it as we walk by, which is another gate of some kind as well. And I remember when I came here before, we saw this, and it was just such a stunning piece of architecture. And they've encrusted it with golden pieces around the edges and that. It just looks really cool. But here, you can walk through, and it's kind of the start of their high street. And we've got like little like gargoyle things as well on the wall and that kind of thing. And on the other side we have a museum. Or a museum shop anyway. And then obviously that's attached onto a museum. I think just the Museum of Gdańsk by the looks of it. I'm not actually too sure. You come out of there back into the open, and then we have this. And then we go forward, and then you'll see it's the high street through here. It's starting to rain a little bit as well. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not surprising with the clouds and whatnot. But it's not really forecasted to rain. It's really trying to at the moment, and it is holding off, but I don't know for how long. So, welcome to Gdańsk's little high street. It's a beautiful place. You got all this spin. You got all these buildings with architecture all around. I remember this being so beautiful, and it still hasn't changed a bit. Everywhere you look, it's just all beautiful, different colors, and as you see, like all these different murals and stuff on the walls of the buildings. You really have to take it in, stand here and just look at it and take it in. Obviously, right at the end, we have the whatever clock tower, whether that's a church or something, but we have the clock tower down there as well. And there's all these places you can eat at. It is quite a vibey place. I quite like this high street. It's one of my favorites actually here in Poland. And being back here after 8 years, it's really just reminded me of just how great this place really is. Like, check this out. Look at this, look at the wall on this place. It's just like a cafe place, and it's just got like all these different designs. Different colors. Yeah, it certainly makes for quite a nice little, I guess this is not an old town. Well, actually, no, I think this is. I think the entire area we're in is an old town. That's probably the word I'm looking for, rather than the high street. You don't really call them high streets here in Poland, but for lack of a better word, high street. But I think it is genuinely like the old town here in Poland, or in Gdańsk even. From memory, unlike other cities in Poland, they have kind of like a square or circular area kind of as their central old town. Here in Gdańsk, it's not really, it's more of just this long street. There's not really a little square area. They've decided for some reason just to make it one street, which is pretty much this street. There's a few other areas around. I mean, the old town technically is like an entire district rather than just like a small piece. In some cities, it's a whole district, like I think in Krakow, or Kraków, I should say. It's more of a whole district as well. In some other cities, the old town is literally just like the old town. There's the roads coming off of it are kind of part of some other district. Places like this is where I first saw these Amerykańskie ice creams, which I've been having so much on this little road trip here. In the last 4 videos, I've been having so many of these ice creams. I'll be having another one soon at some point here in Gdańsk. But I've got a lot to do here in Gdańsk. And it's already 1 p.m. and it's also raining, which is hopefully not going to rain too much. It's starting to rain a bit heavier now, but I don't need it to rain right now because it's going to delay us from doing certain things probably. It's just going to, you know, get in the way. If I remember correctly, this place here that's called Lody Tradycyjne. Well, I don't know if that's the name of it or whether that's just because that just means traditional ice cream. That might be the place where I originally got the spiral ice cream all those years ago. But I genuinely can't remember the exact place. I just remember having one here and just being happy with it. So this building actually, rather than being a church or something, as I guess, this is actually the town hall, the Ratusz. It's also a museum. Oh, so this is the Museum of Gdańsk. So I don't know what the other museum was that we went past. I have no idea about that one. And then about as much of a square area as you can get is just here. It opens up a bit more, but it's still the street, just a little bit wider, and it just goes down. And you got some beautiful architecture. Look at that. Look at that building right there. So fucking sick. You got a cool little water feature fountain thing here. And all along this side, more awesome old town architecture. Man, what a place. I forgot just how beautiful this place was, and it kind of feels, I don't remember it being quite like this. Feels like they must have added on to it or built more since, or maybe I just can't remember exactly. Maybe my memory serves me wrong. I don't really remember exactly. I mean, it could just be that there's more to it. I just completely blanked out my mind. And that right there is almost the end of, I guess, the main part. We've got this right in front of us, little archway area we can walk through. And we'll go into a little bit more. But that's pretty much it. Oh, that's the river. So that is it at that gate there, which means just up there, that's everything. That's everything for like the main square area. I was going to point out, just up there, next to the church in that case, on the corner, as we walk by, is where I held a pigeon when I came here before. Some guy was just there with some seeds, and he was speaking to me in Polish, and at the time I knew nothing, like no words of Polish. So the guy gave me some seeds in my hand. He just said, hold your hand out, gave me some seeds, and then these pigeons came and sat in my hand. So yeah, I got a photo of me holding a pigeon here in Gdańsk right there, just in the corner next to that church. But I thought, to be honest, it was through here on this side. I thought there was a bit more of the old town that kind of goes through this way, and instead it's the bridge that opens up into this area. You got the famous kind of look of Gdańsk. You got, I don't know what building it is actually, but you got this building on the left hand side that kind of hangs off a little bit at the top. Yeah, you see that building on the left up there. That's very popular. Like, you see many photos in Gdańsk, and it's like, that's the building just there. But I don't know what it is exactly. It's just a funny shaped building. There's loads of tourists here taking their photos. To be fair, it's a beautiful looking view. You have a ship down there just on the right hand side, just there. It's called Soldek, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we can zoom in enough to see. I'm pretty sure that ship's called Soldek. And when I came here before, it was still there. So it just is sat there all the time. And we hired out some boats on the river. We're just down here. We're just still there to hire out. I can't remember how much it was, not a lot. And we just hired out one of these boats that look like cars. And we drove it there, under here, and then down there, and then off into the, into like, I guess the open harbour, what do you call it, like the port area. So that was quite fun. So that's pretty much Old Town there, kind of checked out. But you still see all of the architecture as it goes down. Gdańsk has a very unique, I guess, maritime feel to it and look to it. Also this old architecture vibe as well. So 8 years ago, back in 2017, I came to this particular alleyway to say the only thing I said in my whole video when I came to Gdańsk before, otherwise the entire video is basically all just music. I recognize this alleyway. I actually remember in my head where to go anyway, but I recognized it in the video that I just watched myself, and watching it back, it was a pretty terrible video because it took like a minute for me just to exit the hotel. But regardless of all that, I recognized it by this building here, which now has a few more boarded up windows. There's a few differences with the buildings, but not too much. And then I came down this alleyway here in front of me to then say, basically, I don't know what to say in vlogs. It's probably just going to be music, enjoy, you know, that was the premise of it. But now today in 2025, it is being built on, something's happening. You can only go down here and then that's it. But in the actual video that I came in 2017, I actually said those bits. I went up to that white wall there, I kind of walked there and then came back, and I don't know, I guess I said that because I was like nervous. I didn't know how to like vlog. I was with some friends as well, and so I had to pick times to like kind of film and stuff, and I was just nervous about, you know, vlogging and speaking and stuff. And it just, I don't know, a funny memory for me, because obviously it being my first time here in Gdańsk, and I thought I would just come back here to kind of revisit a couple of these locations, which I've done mostly off vlog anyway, but I thought I'd include this in because I just thought it was a bit funny how there's a video of me kind of walking down the same alleyway, being really nervous to vlog, and now here I am 8 whole years later, still kind of not the best vlogger. Hey, I don't really know what to say in vlogs. I don't really do that sort of thing, but I like to have a record of where I go and what I do, so yeah, there's probably just going to be music and videos and footage, montage, whatnot. Enjoy! But yeah, just right here in this little alleyway, like I say, it's just opposite this building, which is called Błękitny Baranek even. And yeah, I'm not gonna bother walking up to the Żabka that we went to around the corner from our hotel, or to the hotel apartments itself. It's not gonna make for interesting content, but it is just down there. And I've seen other bits as well. There's like a tunnel that I walked through, which is basically the same. I'm pretty sure the graffiti's all the same. There's like a Żabka up here as well that we went to a lot. You know, just all these little bits. There's minor differences, but pretty much everything is the same. This still looks just as archaic as it did when we came 8 years ago. The building over there, behind Błękitny Baranek, building that I just showed you, the building in the background, still is like broken down and old and derelict. When we came 8 years ago, we saw it was derelict, and we kind of had initial thoughts that, oh, maybe Gdańsk isn't a great place to be because it's a little bit run down. But the moment we kind of walked into the center and checked out the center, basically the streets, so we just walked down, our opinions changed. And actually, I would say the moment we saw this view, we were like, okay, yeah, Poland's actually more beautiful than we first thought, because our first ever views of Poland pretty much was this street. This street here, which has a derelict building over there and then a few modern buildings over there. That was pretty much our first time seeing Gdańsk and Poland, and so I don't know, just set like the tone a little bit, the vibe at first. But like I say, this is the street where our hotel is. Actually an apartment is down there, and that was where I first ever came here to Poland, and I just wanted to revisit the alleyway. Kind of sounds a bit dodgy saying, I don't know, that you want to revisit an alleyway or something, but I just wanted to go there to kind of see it for personal nostalgia reasons than anything. And yeah, what a great place. Right in front of me we have this big open space. That's the alleyway we were just in. We have a Ushumaki, little alien UFO graffiti right there. And yeah, we're gonna walk back under there. I'm not gonna show you any of that because it's not interesting for you guys. And we're going to carry on exploring more of Gdańsk here. And yeah, I'm going to go do some things I've never done before. I'm going to go do some things I've not seen before. Because so far here in Gdańsk, I've just kind of relived my old holiday in the space of like half an hour. But now I've done that. Now I've had a look at things and seen that Gdańsk is as good as always. I'm going to go and do some new things, some things that I haven't done. And we've got the rest of the night here, the rest of the day or whatever. So I've got time to go check out some other bits. As we're here and I'm still talking, I'll quickly show you. This is the alleyway. I have no idea, but I think the graffiti is the same as when I came before. But very, very cool graffiti, isn't it? So this is the kind of things you can see if you come here to Gdańsk and come to my old apartment hotel. Very nice. Right. Off to explore more of Gdańsk and more of Gdańsk that is personally new for me. Let's go. September 1st, 1939, at approximately 4:45 a.m., German warship Schleswig-Holstein visited right here in Gdańsk port, only to open up fire on the troops here at the garrison at Westerplatte. Those shots fired right there on that date were the first shots fired in World War II. There was a battle for around 7 days between the Polish trying to resist the Germans from invading, and the Germans obviously trying to attack here in Poland. Ultimately, on September 7th, 1939, after 7 days of battling, the Polish commander, Mayor Suchalski, had to surrender due to casualties and lack of ammunition. The Germans invaded here at Westerplatte in the north part of Gdańsk, and we all know where World War II went from there. This right behind me is the plaque, the tower, the thing that symbolizes that day, or those 7 days in 1939, but really symbolizes and embodies the start of World War II, and in many ways, as I say, the first shots ever fired of World War II, which happens to be right here in Gdańsk. We'll have a bit of a closer look at this monument right here. So this is the steps leading up to it. And you can see the monument. It's got various engravings, various writings that you can just about make out. It's a bit hard to read. I can make out the word Westerplatte there and some other things are there, but to be honest, it's a little difficult for me to read them right now. And just behind, down here, are the waters of Westerplatte, where I imagine the German warship would have been sat to then open up fire towards this direction somewhere. I don't know the exact coordinates or location, but essentially this is the location. And yeah, it's kind of surreal being here because, as you guys may or may not know, obviously depending on if you've watched other videos on my channel, but I'm quite into World War II. I find it such a fascinating subject that the entire thing. I visited various concentration camps in my time. I've documented a couple on this channel. I've been to Auschwitz twice. I will also be visiting other places, you know, in Poland as and when I get to visit those places that I'm aware about. I've also been to Radegast train station in Wold. So there's a few World War II bits that I've been to and that I've visited, and to be honest, I never even thought about somewhere like this, like, you know, where World War II essentially started, you know, where the first shots were fired. It's just kind of surreal being here, and you know, you're standing in somewhere that's arguably the most important historical location of modern history or modern wartime. Around the back here, it's pretty plain. There's not much here to see. It's just the back of the statue, or of the monument, I should say. I think there are just various different gravings of like cities and towns. I see up there Kołobrzeg. I see some other words I can't really make out, but I think by looking at the few that I can make out that these are all place names in Poland. Yeah, a fascinating piece of history right here in Gdańsk. It's just on the north of Gdańsk. Gdańsk is by the sea. It's a little bit away from the center of Gdańsk. You have to kind of get on a bus and ride for half an hour to get here, kind of thing. And this is, as I say, where Poland was first occupied by Germany. Germany eventually took over quite a lot of Poland. I think is mostly the western part of Poland. But this is where it all began. This is where World War II began, essentially. And yeah, it's just a crazy, crazy history. Right in front of me, we see a whole bunch of Polish flags, and we'll see in a second a cool ship riding by. It's crazy to think that, like, right now it's just peaceful. Obviously, people just, you know, on that boat. That boat obviously looks like a touristy boat of some sort, kind of like what we saw earlier in Sopot. Could even be the... Is it the same one? No, it's not. I don't think it's the same one. It actually could be the same one. I'm just waiting to see the back of it. Oh, I can't tell. It may or may not be the same one that we saw in Sopot earlier. I can't quite tell right now. I was looking out for the man on the back of the boat. But as I was saying, it's crazy that it's so serene here right now, so chill, peaceful even. But 80 years ago, 1939, it's been more than 80 years ago, I don't know the exact time, but you know, all those years ago in 1939, you know, a terrible war started out here, a war that killed millions of people, needlessly killed millions of people, and yeah, just something that's just cemented in the history books. You know, everyone knows Hitler's name, for example, and you know, this is basically the mark of the start of all of that. Everything you know about World War II, the camps, you know, the whole reason why Auschwitz is like a thing, and you know, I visited and just all those things. This is the beginning, this is the start of all of that, and the reason why all of that's even, you know, known to people in the first place. It's a different ship, I can see it again, it's not the same as we saw earlier. That would have been cool if we saw the same ship though. But yeah, I don't know, it's just crazy to think about it when you think about it like that. It's just, this is the start of all of that, so yeah. That's Westerplatte, and that is the main monument that you'll see here, just paying homage to all of those that died on the 7-day fight when they initially took over, and then obviously homage to everyone since who died, the 6 million people that died during World War II, during the 5 years that World War II was a thing before it eventually was you know, stopped in 1945. So right behind me we have this monument, right in front of me we have some writing down there. You may just be able to work out, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. We have the words Nigdy Więcej Wojny, and this means in English something like no more war, but the literal translation would be never again, or never more war would be a better literal translation, never more war. But in English it doesn't really translate so well, so the best translation into English would be like no more war, or something along those lines, you know, essentially saying let's not have wars anymore. And it's a shame that that's not really listened to. You know, there are still wars today, and there's always been wars, realistically. This is just, you know, a shame that we don't learn from the past, and that things still keep happening around the world. Shit hits the fan in one part of the world and another, and then other countries have to get involved, and it's a real shit show, honestly. And yeah, it's such a shame. Millions upon millions of people, innocent people, die because of war. And, you know, this is no different. This is the site that you see right in front of you right now, where it all began. And that's basically all there is to this monument. There's no real signage, there's no tour guides, anything. It's just for people to come up here, have a look. It's completely free, and you just come and pay your respects and look at it and kind of just take it in, and then that's that. There's a few other bits we can check out as well, but that's essentially at the top here. Here we have some boards in like this forest just next to the monument that we just saw, and some of the boards were giving information about the forest that we stood in and how the Germans tried to set this forest on fire by bombing it and stuff, basically, to you know, draw out the Polish people, and they failed to set the forest on fire. Basically, one reason or another, they failed to set wood on fire, and so yeah. That was just an interesting thing I read just there, because we stood in the forest that they tried to set on fire and completely decimate all those years ago. But these boards are interesting. They basically go through day by day and what happened on each day, from the 1st to the 2nd to the 3rd, etc., up to the 7th, at which point, as I already mentioned, the captain decided to surrender, basically. So this building right here is known as the New Barracks. This was built for a living quarters, for hospital needs and that kind of thing. It was also built for ammunition storage and food, water supplies, that kind of thing. But then obviously the Germans came in to try and invade, and they had to use this building as well as a few others around this area to kind of take shelter. And so they took shelter in this building along with many others, and eventually after 7 days, this is the end result of this building. This is how the building was left, and this is the state of the building. I'm surprised really that it's still standing. If you just look at the ceiling up here, right above me, you look around the walls, and then down below on the lower ground, the collapsed stairs. It's a real surprise, to be honest, that this building is still standing. Obviously it was built with really good reinforced concrete in order for it to, you know, keep after all these years, as well as, you know, obviously after 7 days of being bombarded and hit with shells and explosives and artillery and that kind of thing. So what an interesting building to walk into and have a look at. Down here is where you can get a little bit more of a look at this building as well. Not too much, but just a bit more. What an interesting building. And that's just one of a few that you can walk into. There's a sign there that says risk to your life, because obviously they want to try and preserve it as much as possible, but they still want people to go in and kind of have a look and check it out because it's a part of history. You can see there behind me, it's just absolutely in ruins. And this is the side profile of the same building we were just in, to give you a bit more of a look on the outside. You can probably see on the inside the people walking in, because there's only a little walkway you can actually go on, obviously for safety reasons, and probably for reasons to preserve this building as best they can as well, whilst also letting and allowing people to go in and actually have a look. There's actually 3 floors in total, and luckily they were built with the basement part that goes underground, because that obviously gives it its strength, its reinforcements. So right here we have a better look at the outside of the building. We've got a whole bunch of plaques with people's names and dates. Just around here we've got a better view as well of just how this floor is just dangling down. Any minute now that could fall, and it's again, it's quite a surprise to me that that is still standing. I don't even know, like, it must just be a little push away from just falling and crumbling down to the floor. But even the floor below it is like really uneven. Like, it's really weird to see. I don't really want to get any closer because I don't want to be, you know, disrespectful, or I don't want to like cause any potential damage just by touching it in the wrong way or whatever. But yeah, it's a crazy building. It's a crazy ruin to see in person. It's wild. And I think there's a few others, but I think this is the best preserved one here. There's a few others that are literally just like this base concrete bit, and there's not really anything to look at apart from a little plaque that tells you some information about it. But otherwise, this is like the best preserved ruin here at Westerplatte. This right behind me is the Museum of the Second World War. We've just visited Westerplatte. Now let's go inside of here and check out what the Museum of the Second World War is like here in Gdańsk. Never been in here before, so I'm quite excited to see how good it is. I've heard quite a lot of good reviews about the exhibits inside and whatnot. So we're going to go check it out. I'm going to give you a quick preview and just show you the inside of the Museum of the Second World War. Let's go. This is really cool. I've never seen this kind of thing in a museum before. They've kind of recreated like an alleyway, what it would look like in the 1940s during the war. And this is like a recreation of like a Polish street. This right here is a German torpedo replica, I believe, where it just shows you the size and the length of such things launched from a submarine. Well, that was one of the best World War II museums I've ever been to, actually. I was quite surprised at just how much there was in there and how much there was to see. There was replicas of bombs to submarine missiles, uniforms of all sorts of different soldiers from different countries. I didn't realise that the Finnish soldiers, for example, had skis as part of their uniform. There were propaganda posters. Obviously you saw there was a few rooms where they replicated like whole streets, or like that room with the tank where like the entire room was just destroyed and down to rubble. There was just so much in there. There was a lot of information, there was a lot to see, there was a lot of artifacts. It was a really good museum actually overall. I genuinely would recommend, if you're interested in that kind of thing, to come here. It's only one level, it's not the whole thing. There's other things above and down below and whatnot. It was on the lowest level, level -3. And you just go around, there's like 16 different parts or something. And yeah, what a great museum overall. I think that's enough though for World War II bits in this vlog. One thing I will say though is, for some reason, I didn't realise that near to Gdańsk was Stutthof, the concentration camp. So now realising this, I probably am going to have to try and find time tomorrow to go visit Stutthof, because tomorrow is the last day of my coastal Poland road trip. And if I go to the last place, I'm not going to come all the way back just for one thing, to go all the way back to somewhere else that I want to visit. So I'm going to have to try and find time now to go visit that. But they normally take like 2-3 hours or so minimum to go and check out. So I have to look at that. But that's for me to figure out and see if I can go. If not, I'll have to visit another time. But I genuinely didn't know that Stutthof was in this general area of Poland. I wasn't even too sure it was in Poland, to be honest. I've just realised a couple of things. One, I haven't seen a beach here, so I don't think Gdańsk actually has like a promenade or a beach or anything. So obviously if you live here in Gdańsk, you are probably going to be going to Sopot if you want to visit the beach, or a promenade or something like that. Or most probably to Gdynia as well, because that was equally as good. And also, but I haven't had my damn ice cream. I'm probably not going to be able to now, here in Gdańsk. And as I'm walking away from the museum, which is just through those trees there, not too far away, I just come across this. What is this? Looks like some sort of war memorial. Let's go and check it out. There's me saying that there was enough of World War II for today, and I come across something else. But you can't really escape it sometimes when you're in Poland. Oh, that's some cool graffiti over here. Polska, 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 Polska. Yeah, you can't escape it sometimes when you're in Poland. There we go. Nice little statue there. We'll get it without me in the way. So I'm in KFC in Gdańsk. I'm at the main train station. Gdańsk Główny is called. And I only got myself a couple of bits. Peanut butter shake, it's a small one. And I've also got some fries with normal hot strips just in there. And I've also gone for these, which are called Squid Game Korean barbecue strips. So I'm going to give those a go. I could have sworn that I ordered water, but on my receipt it's not there. So I don't know if I accidentally cancelled it or what. I don't know. It took me ages to order the thing, to be honest, because the menu was just so large. Like, there was a whole Squid Game menu, with Squid Game Season 3 just releasing like last week. So there was a whole Squid Game menu. There was, you know, like a Squid Game burger that I would have loved to have bought, but there was all this like stuff in it. I don't like coleslaw. I don't like half of the other shit that's in it, you know, like the pickles and stuff. So I looked at the picture. The burger looked cool because it was pink, but I didn't go for it in the end because obviously I wouldn't have liked it because there's so much stuff in it I just don't like, which is a shame that I'm so fussy when it comes to, you know, like coleslaw and that kind of thing. Instead, I went for these, which, like I say, is a Korean barbecue flavored chicken wings. So I wanted to try those, but I got some extra strips, which are just standard plain strips as well. But on the menu, they had like tacos, they had all sorts. I didn't even film all the menu. I kept scrolling down, there was more and more that they had. It's quite an incredible menu. And I thought it was incredible 8 years ago when I visited before, because I came to the same KFC 8 years ago. Back then there was like, what did I order? I ordered a hot wing bucket, a bucket of 50 hot wings all the way back then. And that was like super cheap. It was like, I can't remember how many zlotys, but it wasn't expensive basically. And so I came back here to see what else they had. One thing they had before, which they don't have today, that I noticed, was mojito. They had a mojito on the menu 8 years ago, and now they don't. So anyway, we're going to try some Polish KFC here. First, we'll try a peanut butter shake here in KFC. Yum. That's super thick, like you would imagine, I guess, a peanut butter shake to be, but also, obviously, very peanut buttery. It's what you would imagine. It's quite Reese's Pieces-esque, but without having to chew through the really dry consistency, because I don't really like Reese's Pieces all that much, but I love the flavour. Does that make sense? And obviously with like how cool it is as well, like obviously the coldness of it, refreshing. So next we have the fries and chicken strips. We'll just give these a go quickly. Right, fries. They're salted at least. Yeah, they're pretty good. One's in the UK, unless they've changed it more recently, because I haven't really been in a while. But fries in the UK for many, many years were not salted, apparently, because one person complained or something. And then I think maybe they brought back the salted fries, I'm not really sure, but yeah, these are really good. I will say pretty standard, but they're still pretty good. You know what I mean? They're not too different from the UK ones. And then we got the hot and spicy chicken strip. It's all right. It's not really hot and spicy. There's a little tingle there, but there's nothing mind-blowing. But it's an all right strip. I mean, it's not bad, it's not great. It's just kind of in between. And then the final thing I'm going to try here is the Squid Game Korean barbecue flavoured chicken strips. Right, pick up a piece. Let's go. So the chicken strip itself, pretty much the same as these, as you would imagine. I don't know how to describe it, like it just isn't as juicy as like chicken strips you could get elsewhere. If you think about those super juicy chicken strips that you get from like American diners typically, it ain't that. It's a bit drier than that. But then you're talking about these ones with the sauce as well. The sauce itself, really reminiscent of the Korean barbecue flavour. So together, it actually makes for a pretty good chicken strip. I just wish it was a bit more juicy still. You know what I mean? Just wish it was a little bit more juicy. Because even in the UK, actually, the strips typically are a bit more juicy than this. Of course, saying all that, sometimes you can have a good meal, other times you can have a not so good meal, and this could just be it's not as good as another time that I could have got it from, who knows. Yeah, this Korean barbecue sauce also has a bit of spice to it as well, which is quite a nice addition to the Korean barbecue, which is already spicy, by the way, if you've never tried Korean barbecue. But yeah, it's good how they pretty much replicated that Korean barbecue flavour in this. Oh, that was a delicious KFC, you know. That just filled the spot. Here is KFC. Right here, we have Gdańsk Główny, the main train station. Dworzec Główny is what it's called. You can see the name just over there. Dworzec PKS, and Gdańsk Główny just over there. Just over here, we have this statue. This statue is called Kindertransport. Basically, you can probably imagine, during the war, especially in 1939, 1940, many children were basically separated from their families and they were sent to different parts of Europe to hopefully have a safer life, most of which would go to places such as the UK, and then they would be adopted by families who would then take him in and basically keep him safe from anything to do with the war. These children are just a representation of the tens of thousands of children that were separated from their families and went to various places all across Europe, and like I say, to UK mainly. From this train station, as well as other train stations as well around Poland, this wasn't the only one, but this was certainly one of the main ones, or one that sent a lot of children away from their families. They would have been here. This would have been like the last time that they would have seen their families, and the children would have had their bags, as you can see with the statue, walked off into the train station, never to see their parents again, as their parents were then sent off to the camps, and then we all know what happened from there. Dedicated to the Jewish children of the Kindertransports from the Free City of Gdańsk 1939, who were rescued from German Nazi persecution by leaving for Britain without their parents so that their lives could be saved. Powerful stuff. There's various statues like this around Poland in different cities. This is the first time that I've seen this statue. It might have been here on my previous trip. Can't really remember if it was or not. Most probably was. I'm not exactly sure what year it was erected, but this is, as I say, just a symbolic statue of, you know, the children who were separated from their families. They didn't know why, and yet they you know, they never saw their parents again. They were separated, and yeah, unfortunately, a lot of them would have never seen their families again. Their families would have gone off and been executed, and yeah, sad stuff. But that's just a reminder of the history here, with the main train station in the background. The main train station here was built under the German rule, actually. This was built in the 1900s, the early 1900s, when this city of Gdańsk was known as Danzig, which is the German name for Gdańsk. And at some point, I think maybe in the 30s, this city was known as the Free City of Danzig, and then eventually, when the Poles took over again, they changed the name back to its Polish name, Gdańsk, not Danzig, because Danzig is the German name. And they've done it with quite a few different cities. Wrocław has a German name as well. I can't remember the German name off the top of my head, but Wrocław has a German name. Stutthof, the concentration camp that I was talking about earlier, that actually is the German name, which is why it confused me whether it was in Poland or not. And obviously I found out today properly that it is in Poland, but there's a Polish name for Stutthof, but they use Stutthof because it's, I don't know, probably more recognizable or something. So there are a lot of Polish places which originally would have had German names under when Germany basically invaded and owned this land, because Poland has been taken over many, many times. But that's the KFC anyway, with the main train station right here in Gdańsk. I think we'll go and have a quick little look inside the station. Go through this door, obviously that one's busy. We'll have a quick look in the station just to see what the interior's like. See if there's any ode to the history of this place. Quite a nice sized train station. But to be honest, there's no mention of the history. Just got like ticket offices, shop, and a Dr. Max. I thought there would be like some kind of mention of like the history, that's all. Dzień dobry, poproszę lody świetlaki duże.
Ale przepraszam, tylko dzisiaj gotówką. Nie mamy terminu.
Okej, nie ma problemu, dziękuję. Yet again the card has failed me. That's been a few times this trip, mostly within the last like 24 hours. I'll try over here instead, but it's 16 rather than 15. Just there, we've got another one. Oh, it says right there, actually, they don't have any Italian ice cream. There's another name for it, Boskish, which is the same ice cream, but like another name, but they don't have any. They literally call it there as well, Włoskie Amerykańskie, so it's two different names for the kręcone, the twisted ice cream. That's annoying. It is like 9:30 right now, walking down this main street again here in Gdańsk. I was kind of hoping that one of those two places would be open. Turns out I think they were both open, but oh, there's another place here that does them apparently. Dzień dobry, poproszę świetlaki czekolada. Bardzo dziękuję. Found my ice cream finally. So here's the funny thing, this was 14 zloty, right? Over the road right there, we have this shop, which is now closed since I walked over to it about 2 minutes ago, with the red banner that says Lody Świetlaki. That was 15 zloty, so 1 zloty more than this one. But if we go over to here, just over the road from the other one I just showed you, just basically next door to the one I just went to, if you go to this one, it's 16 zloty. between 16 and 18 actually. They have a blueberry one for 18, but I was going to go for one that was going to be 16 from that place. So 14, 15, 16, you gotta kind of check your prices sometimes. 14 zloty for this, which makes it one of the cheaper ones along this coastal trip in Poland. Well guys, that has been a little tour today of the Tri-City here in Poland, the Trójmiasto. Which one did you like the look of the most? Gdynia, Sopot or Gdańsk? Let me know. Personally, my favourite is Gdańsk. I may be a little bit biased because I've spent the most time in Gdańsk. We'll stand away from the performer so you can hear me better. My favourite is Gdańsk. Sopot's an amazing place, but I feel like it's mostly for nightlife and drinking, that kind of thing. And when I went today, I didn't want to go for the drinking on the nightlife. When I went last time, I did. Gdynia was a great place as well. I find after you've been to the beach and once you've explored a couple of streets, that's basically Gdynia done with. Gdańsk, however, this is just beautiful. As we were saying earlier, it's just such a beautiful place. I just love it so much. This doesn't have a beach. It's the only one that doesn't have a beach out of the 3 main cities in the Trójmiasto. But this does have a Hard Rock Cafe right in front of me, just over there, the orange building. So you've seen basically what I've showed off. I haven't even been over to the wheel either. There's also a Ferris wheel here in Gdańsk, but I can't be bothered now to go over there because I'm knackered and I've been at it for the last 5 days and I just need a rest. Yeah, personally, Gdańsk is my favourite city and I would love to come back to Gdańsk one day to come for a bit more than just a day like I have done today. When I last came here, I was here for 4 days, I believe, and that was quite a good amount of time. Good morning and welcome to the final episode of Coastal Poland, the small little mini-series in which I explore Poland's only coastline. Before we get into this video, I just wanted to give a quick little preface while I'm stood here at a Mol gas station en route to the next location. The very first thing we're doing in today's episode is going to a concentration camp. If that's something you don't want to watch or for some reason you just want to skip ahead, please feel free to. I know it's a bit of a downer to start the video on something so serious, but it just so happens that's how the video is going to work out because I'm doing things as I go along the coastline, and that's the very next thing that I'm going to today, this morning, here in northern Poland. Please feel free to check the little playhead below the timeline thing on your YouTube video scroller thing. I do chapters on most of my YouTube videos, this one included. So just skip ahead to the next chapter. The rest of the video won't be as serious or as heavy as the first part. I don't even know how much of the camp I'm going to be filming yet, but I just wanted to let you know that not the entire video is going to be serious or heavy or concentration camp centered or whatever. It's just, this is going to be the first part. It'd be a shame for me to miss this camp as it's along the coastline and I am documenting basically what the Polish coastline has to offer. So yeah, I just wanted to give that little preface anyway. Enjoy the video and I'll see you there. So guys, today we are here in a town called Stutthof here in northern Poland. This is a concentration camp called Stutthof. Stutthof is a camp that was opened up on the 2nd of September 1939, only 1 day after the Germans invaded Poland. If you saw my last video, you would have seen that we visited Westerplatte. That is where World War II started. That is officially where the first shots of World War II were shot, at Westerplatte. And that was on September 1st, 1939. Only 1 day after that, on the 2nd of September 1939, the Germans decided to build Stutthof, as they called it, in this town of Stutthof here in Poland. Only about 35 kilometers east of Gdańsk, so this isn't too far of a drive from Gdańsk. It's about 40 to 50 minute drive away. And this is the first concentration camp they built as well outside of Germany. And we just walked in, and this is the view that you have as you walk through the main gate of Stutthof. And this is the gate, by the way, that we just walked through. Has a little guard tower, watch tower at the top. There's a couple of rooms to either side of that as well, just on the outside, that we just had a little look in. And otherwise, it's just this open field We'll have a walk down there. So as you've just seen, down the middle here we have these are the remnants of buildings that would have been here. This, for example, this first one here was a camp kitchen that would have been used to prepare food for the people here at Stutthof. Stutthof, by the way, I don't think I mentioned, was specifically built for the Polish people. It wasn't built originally for Jewish people or anything like that. This was built specifically for the Poles. Later on down the line, it then became used for all kinds of people that they didn't want and they wanted to basically put into camps. Poles, Jews, disabled, black, gypsies, the list goes on. It wasn't just Jewish people, it was all kinds of different types of people that the Nazis wanted to eradicate. Here we can see a map, an old map. Here we have Poland. This is Western Prussia. But up here is Gdańsk. And then just over here is Stutthof. So it's really close together. Like I say, it's only about 35 kilometers to get from one to the other.
Even today, Villa, Germans escaped. People were coming, empty house for families settled down. This is the reason why we cannot enter, does not belong to our museum. When they organized our museum, it was 1962. Buildings were busy. 2 big buildings were used as storage, as magazines, even today. They organized museum, buildings were busy.
There's a tour guide in there that was just showing like the model scale of the whole camp when it would have been at its biggest size in the 1940s, and it's kind of talking a little bit about it, and I picked up, he was saying that today the camp's a lot smaller than what it would have been in 1940. He was saying that now a lot of it's all just forest. We have like 4 or something original barracks just here. He says that on the model scale that we just saw, all those trees over there would have been over there as well. I think over there as well you've got forest nowadays, but it would have been a lot bigger back then basically. And just up there as well, it feels like this is a lot smaller today than it was back in 1940 when it was built. So, well, in 1939 when it was built, and then obviously 1940s when it was, I guess, in use. So what stands here today is a lot of a smaller area than what it would have been back when it was originally built in 1939, 1940. On to this second bit, just past like the middle fence we've got there, there's even more ruins basically. I mean, it's quite well preserved ruins. It almost looks like it was purposely demolished to kind of be flat because it's not in a state of disrepair or something. But we have these, what would have been at one point barracks and buildings and workshops, as the sign here just says, but now it's just reduced down to like a really small wall. So you can see on this photo here roughly what the buildings would have looked like if you can get a good look at that. And these were workshops. And in this whole area it's just kind of the same thing. We have block 2 over here as well. Again, looking at this board, you get an idea and a sense of what it would have looked like just from the picture in the top right here. So right behind me we have a preserved gallows that was used during the time of this camp's existence. And yeah, it's just really, it's always an eerie feeling being at these places as it is, but to look at something that was literally used to hang people from, or to look at something, or be somewhere where thousands of people died, it's just, it's such a weird feeling, man. Right here we have a depiction of the gallows being used on 2 children. So right here is a picture of the gas chamber, and it says right here that it was built in the middle of 1943. So imagine just being in the camp between 1939 to 1943 potentially 4 years in the camp over there in the barracks, or at least for a couple years, or you know, however long. And out of nowhere they just build these gas chambers, and then all of a sudden there's a new way to die, and this is what they've built. And obviously you would have had no idea until you started smelling the putrid smell and hearing from other people around the camp, you know, what's going on and where people have gone. And this is inside. Yeah, that's crazy. It's not even all that big either. It's quite a small building, but I'm sure they would have been able to gather in loads of people in there. And like I say, you wouldn't have known just one day this new building's there, and then you just see a bunch of people keep going in, coming out, and as I say, there would have been this putrid smell of burnt human remains. And yeah, but actually saying that, I don't know if they would have burnt them here. Some camps have like big chimneys, and I say that and I know there's a chimney here, so I'm actually not too sure now, because in some camps that I've been to, they use a lot of burial methods. You know, they just bury loads of people in mass graves. Other places I've been to, they've burnt the bodies. So actually I'm not 100% sure on what they did here, but regardless, obviously I'm sure the smell would have been putrid regardless, because you'd have had rotting corpses everywhere, even if they didn't burn the corpses. So yeah, either, I don't know, it's just such a crazy thing to think of. One day, like, the concept of a gas chamber just isn't in your head, and the next it's, you know, a big threat to your livelihood and everyone around you. It's just wild. Right here we have the wagons that we use to transport the people in and out of the camps, mostly into. That is the end of this concentration camp here, Stutthof in Stutthof. As we exit the door, come out. That is that. It only took me just over an hour to kind of look around. It could have taken me a lot longer if I was to read all of the information, especially in the first part of it. There's a lot of information, some only in Polish, some translated. I don't always read every single detail in museums. I like to just look at things and kind of just move on and read the things that obviously are more interesting to me. But regardless, that's that. I want to kind of bring up the vibes a little bit. I don't want it to be depressing for any more of this video, because that's not what this series is kind of about. But obviously this is part of the shoreline. We're literally on the coast. So, and that's obviously part of you know, this series. I will end our visit here at Stutthof with a bit more of a positive note and say that it's a free entry museum. You don't have to pay to enter. You only have to pay for the parking. But otherwise, actually going inside is free. Unless, of course, you want a tour guide. Then it said at the front there that it was a 180 zloty for a tour guide. So it depends what you need. For me personally, I liked to just go inside and have a look around. It was more than enough for me. Anyway, that was Stutthof here in Stutthof. Now let's move on to the next location of coastal Poland. We only have a few more locations to visit before we eventually get to the very end of Poland's coastline. Let's go. Well guys, I'm in a location which has only been built in the last few years. In September of 2022, the Polish decided to build this right behind me, which is called the Vistula Spit Canal. The reason they've done this is for ease of access from the Vistula Lagoon into the ocean. Prior to 2022, the only way that the Vistula Lagoon had access into the ocean was through Russian waters. The Poles didn't want that, and they wanted their own independent maritime connection with the ocean. So they decided to build this mega project that I'm just hiking up to a viewpoint now to have a better look at. And in 2022, this thing was completed and opened up. I remember seeing a video about this on YouTube when it opened up, but by a channel I think called the B1M. And I was quite surprised at how interested I found the video that they specifically did on this, because it's quite a good video. And we've made it to the viewpoint. You can see through this Instagrammable picture spot, you've got this right here. Obviously you've got two bridges, one over there and one here, which when needed and when big ships come through, you have to stop the traffic next to where my car's parked, just down there. You have to stop the traffic, and then the bridges lift up, the boats can come through into the ocean right there from the Vistula Lagoon just over there. If you look at a map, it will be quite obvious to see what exactly I'm on about when I say the only access to the ocean from the Vistula Lagoon was via Russian waters. Essentially, from here, for example, they couldn't go this way. They would have to go all the way around. The border with Russia is like there, say, and then they have to go through that border, all the way around, right to the edge of the lagoon. Russia has one of these things built, and they were able to go through and then come all the way back down. So it was like a massive loop around, basically, to then get to that point there. But instead of doing all of that, they decided to drop 406 million Great British pounds, which is like 2 billion zloty, to build this. Obviously, you'd have had to have dug out the whole channel, and you know, there's a lot of work that goes into it. I don't know how long it took them to build it, but that's the mega project that they completed, and it looks pretty clean as well. Like, it looks like it's just a clean infrastructure piece. For some reason, the roads are blocked off down here. Otherwise, I could have driven all the way up there maybe and gone to another viewpoint there, but it's all right because the road's blocked, so that means that I just parked there regardless. But that is a short, brief overview on the Vistula Spit Canal. Interesting piece of architecture, in my opinion, and the fact that it gives the Polish maritime control straight into the ocean without having to go through Russian waters. You know, I'm all down for it, you know. I can understand why they would have spent so much money doing this. You also have to drive through this way if you're wanting to go to the very end of this peninsula, because this is now on the peninsula heading towards the Russian border. If you want to go all the way to Piaski, which is my end point for this video in this little series, you have to go over this point here. So for me, it was a no-brainer that I would stop here and just give you guys a little brief history lesson and explain what this is. Not even a history lesson, what am I saying? I give you a little brief educational lesson on what this is and why it's so important and why it gave Poland so much more freedom when it comes to the Vistula Lagoon all the way into the open ocean, the Baltic Sea right over there. So you have this right here as well that we just saw. It says smile, and right here is the name in Polish if you are curious, Przekop Mierzei Wyślane. Now, one thing I'm not too sure about, I'm curious whether the Poles decided to do this post the invasion of Ukraine or before the invasion of Ukraine. If they decided that they wanted the independence regardless of, you know, that whole thing, or whether the invasion happened and then the Polish government were like, you know what, we've had enough of this. We need our own independence every way we can. We keep going through Russian waters. Let's not do that anymore, and let's build this. And they just went ahead and did it. I don't know if that's their decision or if that's the way that they were thinking, or whether they had it in the books for a while and they just happened to do it around the same time that, you know, the invasion happened in Ukraine. So that's an interesting one for me to think about. I don't really know the answer to that, but it is also a little bit coincidental how obviously the invasion happens and, you know, also at the same time, basically, this is built and opened up for independence of control over the water so that Poland no longer has to go through any Russian-controlled waters. This is, by the way, right next to the town of Skowronki, in case you're curious. Yeah, I never said where we were exactly. Obviously, you can just look up the name of this anyway, but we're next to the small town, and very small town, because I just drove through it, of Skowronki. And this is what it looks like at base level. It's kind of hard to see, that's why I walked up to the viewing point to give you a better view. You can walk over the bridge, or you can, you know, bike over it or whatever. What happens if I walk over it and then there's a bloody ship that comes by and they close the barriers behind me? I'm kind of screwed then, aren't I? I'm just going to be on a bridge that just raises up. But realistically, obviously, you'll know when that's going to happen. But yeah, right now we're just walking the bridge, or one of the bridges. There are two bridges. I'm not going to walk them both. The other one's just over there. Right now we're just walking it to kind of get a different perspective, a different view of this thing. You can see over here the exit that the ships will see. It's actually not too big at all, really. Like the actual walk across the bridge takes like all of about 30 seconds. And we're going to walk over the other side, just have a slightly better view, closer view of the other bridge. We should be okay to cross here. Right on the, if you can see the floor there, right on the bit where it splits and opens up when it needs to lift up. And this is the view from this side. They've done a very good job of making this still pedestrianised, giving plenty of parking over there. Just in general, like, they have the space to do stuff with this. It's not like it's really cramped or anything. Like they just said, let's just whack out this enormous space, but let's make it usable. Not only have we got a space for the, you know, the ships to go through the waters, and they've actually got at least these two barriers there, which I guess is actually kind of normal, isn't it, for a canal. But yeah, there's just so much space, and obviously there's been quite a few people walking and cycling along here, and like, to be honest, I don't know exactly where they're from, because like the villages nearby that I've just driven through aren't really particularly big. They don't house that many people. So unless I'm about to go through some popular places, I mean, I'm not sure where all these people are coming from. It's a bit out the way to come here just for tourism reasons. Who knows? Anyway, that's that. Just wanted to show you this mega project basically, and just wanted to show you the, you know, one of the many marvels that you can find here in Poland if you just know where to look. You could easily drive past this thing and not even realize its importance, or really just look at it in that kind of way. You know, you just drive past and it's like, oh, that's just another canal. But yeah, it's a very important canal. But anyway, I'm done here. Let's move on to the next place. We are almost done with coastal Poland. That is almost the end of the coast, but not quite, but we're almost at the end of the coast. We haven't got too far left to go. Welcome to Krynica Morska. I've just got here. It's only down the road from where we were just a minute ago, and already I'm seeing quite a lot of interesting things. First of all, we've got this jungle little play yard for the kids. If you look over there, I don't know how well you can see it, but I drove past this a second ago and it just looked very interesting. Again, it's like we saw the other day. I can't remember now which town it was that we saw it, or which city, but it's like these play parks that are kind of all up in the trees, and there's like zip lines and there's all sorts of like platforms for them to walk on. And look up there, you got like various different obstacle courses. It's a very interesting little like play park for children to go in and have fun in. They just find it really interesting looking at that. And that's just on the outskirts of the town that we're in right now. Now that I'm next to it, just looking down one of the streets, this is what we're looking at. We've got loads of stuff. I didn't realize that this is going to be so busy, so touristy. Again, like most places we visited along this way, I actually didn't realize how they were going to be honest. First place we come across, and we've got like wooden statues outside looking really cool. This is a Italian pizza place. We've got fish and various places up here. Yeah, I had no idea that this place was going to be so busy. Like, obviously it's at the end of a peninsula, almost at the end of a peninsula, and like, I mean, we're on our way to the Russian border. Like, I just didn't think this was going to be so busy, and yet it's vibing. Like, it's nice weather, music is playing from all these different cafes, people are chilling, having ice cream and kebab and whatever else they can have, and this is just a vibe. Like, look at this. You got the wacky inflatable waving arm man over there as well. We got the choco kebab like we had the other day in Kołobrzeg, if I'm not mistaken. And there's just thatch roof places, and this is just looking beautiful. This already is probably at the top of my list of favorite places so far in the last few days while we've been exploring coastal Poland. Have they got the ice cream here? Dzień dobry, poproszę jeden duży świderki.
Jaki smak?
Czekolada, poproszę. So we just paid 15 for the large, the duży. Bardzo dziękuję. Miłego dnia. Today we paid 15 zloty for this. Not too badly priced. I've seen worse, I've seen better. We went for the full chocolate. It's a little bit lopsided, but otherwise quite good, and it's going to melt very quickly, so I need to stand here now and eat it. I'll show you a bit more of the streets of Krynica Morska right here. What a wonderful place. This is so cool. I like a place so much better when they have these like 3D statues. I don't really know what you call them exactly, just like the statues that kind of just stood, make places just pop. You know, like all over the place. You just got not just like the faces of buildings, but also things that just jump out at you almost. It makes somewhere like this just seem so much more attractive. At least for me, I don't know. Just it's such a cool vibe. Oh, it is already melting. Even like the decor of these places, like look how cute these wooden huts look, for example. And it's just like they take pride into like how things look as well here. It's a great place here. Oh, they've got a crop over there. That shop there, crop. That's like, well, where this top's from actually. I didn't get it from Poland though, I got it from the Czech Republic. But yeah, there's a crop. It's a clothing shop. I wonder if it's open. I wouldn't mind having a little look. They do like interesting clothing designs. From what I gathered anyway, I've only ever been in the one in the Czech Republic, but yeah, let's go and have a look, see if it's open. How cool is this hoodie here? It's a Gengar hoodie. It is just the wrong time of year to buy it, and also it's 150 Polish zloty, which how much is that in 35 euro? Yeah, they do have some cool designs in here. Right, that's quite cool. It feels a little bit plasticky though, I'm not gonna lie. The material's a bit weird on that. Never mind. I wanted to actually try and find some new shorts more than anything. I'm alright for tops. Shorts I'm lacking, because I'm a bit particular with my shorts. I've got my pair of black shorts on now, but I have to have zip pockets. None of them have zip pockets. If the shorts are black, even better, just a plain black pair of shorts with zip pockets, and if they're loose fitting, even better. That's like the perfect pair for me. But if it has patterns on it and stuff, I'd be alright with that because it's, you know, a bit different or whatever. But there was just nothing in there. Nothing had zips on the pockets. All the shirts weren't quite what I was looking for. Although there were some cool designs, I would have probably gone for the Gengar hoodie if I had the money to spend on it, and also if it wasn't like 30 degrees right now here. We've now come down to a different road, not the one we were on a minute ago, before looking in crop, but a different, I think this is like the main street here in Krynica Morska. We've got a few bits up there, but mostly it's all happening down this way. We also have Ferris wheel, fairground, and bits over there. So I think we'll have a look down the main street first and then go from there. You see what I mean again with like the 3D-ness of it? I don't really know what you call it. The statues all kind of popping out. It's just looks cool. Got a mystery box vending machine. Oh, it's the like lost Amazon parcels again. They just love here in Poland to like take Amazon parcels and just sell them on the beachfronts. I saw it the other day as well, and now I'm seeing it here. But the other day I saw like a whole desk of them. Here that was only a machine with a couple, but they just love giving like mystery packages. So if you've lost an Amazon package here in Poland, you ain't getting it back. If I'm looking at this correctly, I think you can get a kebab zapiekanki. You got kebabowa right there, which I'm pretty sure means kebab on your zapiekanki. So I might give that a go. I'm interested to try that out. I don't know what is going to be on it though. I don't want any sauce or anything like that, you know. It would ruin the whole thing for me.
Dobry.
Dzień dobry. Czy zapiekanki ma sos?
Czosnek ma sos. Może pana może mieć, może nie mieć.
Okej. Nie ma ketchup czy
Jest
majonez?
ketchup, jest czosnek,
Okej.
majonez.
Jest możliwy...
Do kasy Adam? Podejdziesz do kasy? Tak.
Dzień dobry. Jest możliwy zapiekanki bez sosu? Bez ketchup, bez... Okej. Poproszę zapiekanki kebabowe 25.
Czyli jedna mała, tak?
Tak. I bez sosu.
To będzie wszystko dla pana?
Tak.
17 zł.
Cool, dziękuję. Look at this place. We've got the kebab meat over here. Spinning.
Nie? Dla pana?
Nie, to jest dobrze, dziękuję.
80 minut może pan tutaj...
Okay, dziękuję. They got the kebab meat here spinning. That looks fucking delicious, look at that. 17 zloty for a zapiekanki, which is a long pizza bread thing with a kebab. Well, the kebab meat on it, so he says just to sit down and wait. So that's what we'll do. Oh, yeah, even just looking at this bar, it's a quite rustic kind of feel to it. And outside, you just got gorgeous views of Krynica Morska. Yeah, it's a pretty sick place. I really hope they don't put any sauce in it, you know. I said without ketchup or mayonnaise. I kind of forgot how to say mayo. I can't remember if it was mayo or mayo or mayonnaise or something. I didn't want to budget, so I don't know. I just hope they don't give me anything that I don't like, especially sauces, because you can pick off like mushrooms, for example, if you don't like mushrooms, but you can't really get rid of sauce. When sauce is on there, it's kind of on there. So yeah, I'm just hoping we don't get anything dodgy like that. I should have got a drink as well, eh? I might have to go buy a drink as well. I low-key would like a beer, just like a small beer, but I don't know if I should. Yeah, just look at how appetizing these drinks are up here. Look at how appetizing the advertisement is. The advertisement on these drinks is have like an old school art design to them. I just find that really sick, and also it kind of wants me to buy a drink, but I like 30, 40 zloty each. Like I don't really actually want one. But then saying that, it's only like, what, 40 zloty is about 8 quid, I think. It's not too bad. It's like standard, to be honest, for a non-alcoholic cocktail. So here it is, no sauce, luckily. I think normally what they do is they get the ketchup and they kind of do like that on it, in that kind of pattern. But here we have the kebab meat on top with cheese and whatever else makes up the zapiekanki, which is pretty much a pizza bread. Let's give it a go. It's piping hot as well, so it might burn me, but let's give it a go. That was a big bite. Yeah, that's delicious. It's got mushrooms on there. It's got like the pizza tomato sauce based thing. Obviously the kebab meat, the cheese. The bread is really soft because of all the tomato sauce in there and the cheese, the oils and everything. Onion as well. They just got a standard zapiekanki and they just improved it by adding kebab meat on top as well. I'm a big fan of this. I don't think I've seen this anywhere else, like apart from coastal Poland. That's the, I guess, kind of cross section, if you wanted to see that. What's also mad is this is a pretty big size, and this is only 25 centimeters. But you can go for a large one, and you can go for a 50 centimeter, like literally double this size. I don't know who would want to eat an entire 50 centimeters of this. What a tasty place, what a tasty zapiekanki with the kebab meat on top. That was a really nice thing. I know probably it's not the most Polish thing you could have with the kebab meat chucked on there, but zapiekanki, good enough. And also, you know, like, it's just really tasty with the kebab meat as well. So that was actually a pretty good little bite to eat. That was 17 zloty, it's like £3.50 or something. We'll continue looking up here. I haven't got too much longer here in Krynica Morska, to be honest. I've got like an hour left maybe or something. And there's still like a fair bit to still just have a look at and just explore. I mean, a lot of it is like the food places, the ice cream places, the little stores that sell your gift shops, you know, that sell your gift shops, you know what I mean. The gift shops that sell your little bits and bobs that you know, touristy bits that you want to buy. And then you get like little nice little Polish bars like this. Hot herben. When you walk by places like that, it's just casually there as if it's like not that special, and then they just look fucking incredible inside. They're all built like wooden and stuff, and they all just like, there's really like fantastic decor inside of those kind of places. These places are everywhere on these coastal cities, I've noticed, or towns or whatever. And so are these. They call them chipsticks here. Those big stick things with the crisps on them, you know, the little rounded chips. I've had one once. I wasn't the biggest fan of them, to be honest. I thought they'd be like nice and crispy, like a crisp, or like everywhere else we call them like a chip, you know, the like the crisp, you know what I mean? What the British call a crisp. But anyway, they're not. They're softer, like a half-cooked potato or something. They're weird, and they're not the best thing I've ever tried. And we've made it down to the bottom of this particular street. And that's it. We've got an ice cream store here. Right across the road we've got another ice cream store. What have we got here? A little arcade area. You can tell by the little the noises. They're smashing the little air hockey table. And that's this place. I don't have cash. Otherwise I'd go in and, you know, have a little, you know, partake in some of the machines maybe. That's quite a cool little banner actually, isn't it? Pikachu and Donkey and Stitch and Powerpuff Girls all just on there. It's just a cool little design. You know, it would definitely entice anyone who likes Pokemon or Shrek or Lilo and Stitch. And we've got these as well. They really love their big teddies here in Poland. Capybara right there. And that's kind of a quick little exploration of the two main streets that I've seen here so far in Krynica Morska. And so I guess let's go and check out by the sea or by the beach. So we're going to go see if there's much of a beach life here. Now, because this is a peninsula is like a thin line essentially of land. It's surrounded by 3 waves of water. The side that we're going to go on is not actually the same side we've been seeing this whole trip across coastal Poland. The side that we're going to look at right now, because it's just closest to us right here, is the Vistula Lagoon. The same lagoon which is connected obviously to the canal we saw a minute ago. Obviously the canal is also then connected to the ocean, but yes, this is the lagoon that is connected to Russian waters that eventually leads up to the other canal on the other side in Russian waters. So we're going to go check it out. So when you see the beach or the water, if there is anything there, it's not actually going to be the Baltic Sea that we've been seeing, but instead it's going to be the Vistula Lagoon. So we're just having a walk down now. This is so beautiful. I know I keep saying that, but just look at the views right here. It feels so, like we feel like, well, I don't know about you. It just feels like I'm in Spain or somewhere like that. You know what I mean? Like it just has that aesthetic to it. It really, from all of my experiences in different places and towns and cities and stuff in Poland, up until 5 days ago, none of this really feels to me like Poland. Obviously, I know you've got Polish language everywhere and been speaking Polish and whatnot, but like when you're looking at it, the aesthetic, the views, all of that just doesn't feel Polish to me. But obviously it's just a side to Poland that I've never experienced previously. Previously I'd always experienced city life of Poland, I guess, and a little bit of the village life as well. Look here, we can get a whole basket of strawberries. Or blueberries or whatever. Right outside of Polo Mart, a competitor I see starting up their own small little business to compete against the giant corporation. So yeah, it's just a beautiful day today. Again, we've been so blessed. I mean, I know it's summer, but we've been so blessed with the weather here. Check this place out. We've got like a restaurant that has a bridge just to get over to the tables on a ship. That's pretty cool. I don't think that's a real one. May have been ex-real or whatever, but it's certainly not on water now. It's like built into the land because the water's over there still a little bit. Here's the fairground just in front of us. We can go and have a little look. We've also got a small pier over to our left. We can have a look at that as well and go check that out. But first, let's go and check out the fairground quickly and just see what's popping off down here. We've got even more ice cream. I don't know how all these ice cream places stay in business. Like, there are so many of them. And I know I've been doing my bit to make sure they stay in business, but come on, it's ice cream place after ice cream place after ice cream place opposite each other, all over the place. I guess when it's busy as well, like everyone's going to be getting it. So, but it's just crazy how like you're just never a shortage of ice cream places. Look, there's another one. Ice cream and coffee. This place is pretty cool. So yeah, this is the fairground here in Krynica Morska. We just got various little rides, of course. They got like a nice little log flume thing just here, but there's no like drop or anything. Personally, I like a log flume that has one of those mad drops that just drops you down and you'll get mad splash of water. Yeah, this is cool, man. Nice little roller coaster there. Yeah, this is a cool little theme park right here. Obviously, it's all for kids, but it's just the entertainment of the place. You know, for a town that seemed quite small on the map, it didn't seem all that important or significant or whatever. It just seemed like it'd be a bit of nothing, to be honest. It was just another stop along the way before we get to the end point of coastal Poland. I literally thought we'd be here for, I don't know, like an hour max. And even though I've only given myself 2 hours, like, I don't know, I just didn't expect there to be so much. But again, I've been proven wrong. And right here in front of us we have the Krynica Eye. I love their hard base right here. I can imagine it probably gets a bit busier here a little bit later in the day. It's quite early in the day still. We're on a mission right now to have a look out in the distance and see if we can see Russia before we make it to the border. I won't have a clue exactly where it's going to be, I don't imagine. But let's see what we can see here. This is the view of Krynica Morska. Right here. Look at how amazing it looks. So like I say, right behind me is the lagoon, the Vistula Lagoon. And if we look this way, that is where we're heading, towards the Russian border, that way, towards Piaski. And there's a lighthouse over there as well. Wow, what an amazing place. Up here it looks sick. Oh, we're just about at the top right now. Here's the fairground from above. So we're almost at the end of this road trip, not quite. We have at least 1 or 2 more stops. Obviously Piaski being the final stop. There's, I think, one more stop after this, if I'm not mistaken. And then it's going to be the Russian border. I think I have to walk to the border, I'm not really too sure. That's basically coastal Poland right there. And I've had a fucking fantastic time exploring coastal Poland. Right here below me is just fantastic views, everyone just enjoying themselves, having a great day out in the sun. I'm up here in this Ferris wheel, which was 30 zloty, about £6. And yeah, what more could you ask for? Here's my view right now. It's just been a fantastic little 5-day trip along Poland's only coastline. Yeah, I would really recommend it. I mean, obviously, if you watch all 5 episodes, you'll see the places individually and which ones were better than others. But yeah, what a fantastic trip this has been. So you can see the land on that side there. So all the water in here is the lagoon connected by the canal that we visited up there. So it comes through here, all the way around, and way up there, somewhere is the border of Russia in the middle of the water and a bit on land here. And then the canal on the Russian side is way down there, like many kilometers down that way. So all of this water is trapped in here, apart from now, these 2 canals, which used to be just the one in the Russian side. All right, we're gonna have a look up the pier now, as one of the last things we'll do here in Krynica Morska. It's literally just across the water from where we just were, up on that Ferris wheel. And we're just gonna have a little walk down here, a little nice leisurely stroll, and see what's about. I can see on the other side already, there's some like tents and stuff, like selling beer and food and whatnot. The typical stuff you'll see all along coastal Poland, but over there, for some reason, they're all in like these white tents. We'll go check that out in a minute as well. But first of all, take a leisurely stroll up here on this pier. I don't actually know if this is properly classed as a pier. No, it's quite loud over there as well. They're building a roller coaster over there. I don't know if you can see the yellow roller coaster in front of the Ferris wheel. But they're building a new roller coaster there. So they're kind of drilling away or whatever they're doing, making a racket. So right here you can get a boat out into the lagoon. This is the person that you get it from. You can go out into the lagoon right there and see Krynica Morska and other places from the lagoon. Otherwise, I don't think there's much more happening down here on the pier. And this is the end of the pier. There's not a lot happening on this pier, if I'm going to be honest. But this is one last look at the lagoon here before we head off into the next location, which is going to be a town called Nowa Karczma. We're going to go check out Nowa Karczma. It's the last town, I think, before you get to Piaski, or I think Piaski is quite a small place. I don't think there's going to be much there apart from the border, potentially. I'm not really too sure, hence why we're going to go check it out. Nowa Karczma is the next place up the road. We're going to go check that out. And I think that's going to be pretty much everything from me here in Krynica Morska as we leave the lagoon. It's been an incredible place, actually. I actually didn't expect this, but nice surprises when you visit places and you explore them yourself. So we'll just walk back to the car now. I potentially might not have another ice cream on this little coastal Poland road trip. I'm not sure. So I'm going to get one right now before we go back to the car. We're going to go to those tents over there and we're going to go check them out, and we're going to go buy potentially my last little lody kręcone, my twisted ice cream on this 5-part series, because I just don't know if I'm going to get another one in Nowa Karczma or in Piaski. So let's go and check out these white tents. Let's go and get myself one last ice cream, potentially, and we'll move on to Nowa Karczma. Oh, look at these. These are pretty cool. Various different designer clocks. I only wish I had the space to take one back. I would probably buy one of those. They're pretty cool clocks right there. They weren't even that expensive either. Dzień dobry. Kartką jest dobrze. Dziękuję. Pajda chleba ze smaselem, bez ogórki.
Sam smalec?
Tak, tak, tak. Dziękuję.
Jedną?
Jedną, dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję, miłego dnia. This is my Paida chleba. Now, I'm not going to lie, this is a huge piece. It was 15 zloty, so that's about £3. Huge piece. We have smalec, which is like a pork fat or pig fat or something, pork spread, something or other. So, I didn't come here for this specifically, but I see it. And I wanted one the other day, actually, and I couldn't get one because I only had card and I didn't have cash. That was from Hel. So I couldn't get one in Hel, and so I've kind of wanted to get one ever since. I really hope it lives up to expectations from what I can remember at the Krakow Christmas market. Right here we have our Paida chleba with smalec spread, which is a pork fat of some kind, a pork fat spread. So basically like from a pig or something. Anyway, we've got that. We're gonna take a bite. I hope it's as good as what I remember from the Krakow Christmas market, although that had like a warm, cooked, not warm, a cooked meat on it, like kebab or something, and the juices all melted into the bread and it was just so delicious. I think this is still gonna be amazing. I don't think it's gonna top what I had at Krakow Christmas market, but let's give this a go. I just paid 15 zloty for it, which is about £3. So let's give this a go. That's a massive piece of bread. It was so hard to bite. That is really good. It's going to be so filling in this whole thing, you know. A little reminder that here in Krynica Morska, they have wild boar. And in general in Poland they have wild boar, but I've never actually seen a wild boar. I guess you'd have to go deep into the forest to find them, I'm not really sure. But I kind of forget that. I always think of the bears and the wolves, the elk, but not the wild boars. It would be sick to see one or any of the other aforementioned animals, but I imagine it's probably a bit rare to see them. I'm not really sure. All I've seen so far is a snake, a couple foxes. Struggling to think what else I've seen. I've seen a few other things. Nothing really amazing or like wow. The snake was the most crazy, but it only ended up being like a really tiny, shitty, pathetic snake. So yeah, I don't know. But just to see a snake was kind of cool. We are now walking back down this road here that we started off in this town of Krynica Morska. What a beautiful sight, as I say. All of the buildings having these signs that pop out really gives it character, and I'm liking it. Just down here on my right hand side, hopefully there should be one of these places to give me one of my ice creams. Because like I say, it should be my last one, or it most probably will be my last one of this whole entire coastal Poland road trip. So if we can find one, then perfect. So far it is all just kind of jewellery shops down this side though. I should have gone on the other side. Gone to where I went earlier maybe. Look at these road signs as well, by the way. Look at these road signs and look at how tall they are and how many different things they're saying, like go up here for that and go down there for this. There's just so many. I've not seen them like this before, and today I've seen quite a few like this in this general area. Between Gdańsk and here in Krynica Morska, I've seen like maybe a handful like this, and it's just like when you're driving by, which one are you going to look at? Because you can't read them all, especially as half of them are kind of really faded out, but you can't read them all before you, you know, get to the point and you're like, oh, I need to go right or left or whatever. Like, it's just kind of a crazy system to have all of these different things just stacked up with like 12 on top of each other. I got my last, potentially my last ice cream, my last lody kręcone, or lody amerykańskie, or lody włoskie. What were some of the other names for it? I can't remember. Oh, świderki, that was another name for it, or whatever else you can call this thing. This has been an amazing staple for the last 5 days of me touring coastal Poland, and I've enjoyed every single one of them as much as the last and the next. I like these ice creams so much, and I really wish we had them back at home. They're just really nice. Like, not even the shape or anything, just like the consistency. The fact that they're just so creamy and so, I don't know, just like thick and whatever. Properly made, I would say. So full of flavour as well. Every single one of them just as good as the last. Before we continue with coastal Poland and checking out the last few places along the coast, I want you to check out this place, this traditional Polish restaurant. Look at how awesome this is. All the tables are made out of wood. The structure's made out of wood. They've got one of these wheels in the middle. Like, that's just such a vibe. That's just so sick. It's actually got water pouring into it as well. Pouring into the floor. So it's like an actual working water wheel. And then obviously they've got food as well, which is pretty cool as well. And then check this out, rotisserie chicken. You can't really see it all that well, but you can a little bit. I walked past it earlier and I saw the interior with that place, the decor. I thought that was just such a cool place. I had to just show you guys on the way back. I like the water wheel in the middle, just a working water wheel in the middle with, you know, the nice music playing, everything's made out of wood. It's a very homey feel, you know? All right guys, so that has been it for Krynica Morska. Let's continue this road trip. As I say, we've only got a couple more stops and then we've completed this video and this little mini series. On to the next stop. Okay, well, all that talk about Nowa Czarma and Piaski, turns out they're both the same place. So rather than visiting one and going to the other, we're in the same place, which is known as Piaski. The locals call this place Piaski, and on the road signs it's called Piaski, but on Google Maps it would have you believe that this place is called Nowa Czarma. So I don't know if like Nowa Czarma is like a newer name for a town that used to be called Piaski or something, but it's called Piaski regardless. And FYI, Piaski is the Polish word for sand, so that's what this town is named after, I guess. I'm not really sure, but we've just parked up here. I just tried parking up in a car park kind of up the road, which is slightly closer to, actually quite a lot closer to where the start of the hike is. Unfortunately, they only take cash for the parking, so if you happen to ever come here, bring some cash, because there's been quite a few things I haven't been able to pay for because I've only got card. And this parking would have cost me 30 zloty, which would have been £6, give or take. And he was just like, oh, if you got other cash, euros or whatever, I'll take it. I literally have nothing. So he was like, sorry, you're gonna have to park in the town. So I found some little lay-by, hopefully it's okay. I'll have to find out in like 3 hours when I come back, because this is a fairly long hike. I've just started here and I'm just basically following Google Maps, hoping that it won't lead me to a dead end or anything crazy like that. This almost looks like I could have driven my car down here, and it's a good sign that I see other people up at the end there. So yes, that is a good sign. Once we get down here for like a kilometre or so, we'll then get to the car park where I was refused entry because I don't have cash, and then I'll know where to go from there. Well, I know where to go from here really, but I'll have a bit more of an idea down there. So yeah, this is the final walk here in Poland before you reach the border with Russia, a country I've never been to, a country I've been wanting to go to for a while, but now due to political stances and stuff, it's probably not that easy to get to at the moment. It's probably best not to until things kind of stop and settle down and whatnot, you know what I mean? But this is quite a beautiful little forested area, I must say. And to be fair as well, like when I say this is the border with Russia, I have explained already, but I will explain again. This is the border with Kaliningrad. It is Russia. It's an exclave of Russia. It's not like the main landmass of Russia, but Russia do own Kaliningrad, this piece of land, this exclave that's in between Poland and Lithuania. It's just this land that Russia owns for some reason. So yeah, don't think it's like bordering the main country. To get from Kaliningrad to Russia, to like the rest of Russia, you still have to go through at least one country to get to Russia. For example, Lithuania or Poland, and then to Belarus, and then to Russia. So it isn't like the main landmass of Russia, but it is still a part of Russia. If you understand how exclaves work, then obviously you already know that. We have got an hour and a half of walking on sandy, wooded routes like this, just for me to get the shot of me at the border to then walk an hour and a half back this way. Fun. And you know what this means as well? I had other things planned today. This series obviously ends when I hit the border, but then I had other things planned today to visit, and I'm already kind of behind schedule. And this has taken me a lot more behind schedule because I had planned to be here for about half an hour, forgetting it's going to take time to get to the border by foot. There are some things I wanted to do on this trip, this holiday, that I'm not going to be able to do now, and I'm going to have to miss out on a couple things. But that's not going to affect this little 5-part series of exploring coastal Poland anyway. So I've made it to the car park that I was just not able to park at, and here it is right here. So if you come here, you do have to pay by cash. And it's good to know. But now we've got two ways, either by the beach or through the forest. Dzień dobry pan. Najlepsze... Okay, dziękuję. I didn't even need to ask the full question. I was going to ask if it was better to go through the forest or down by the beach. Okay, so here we go. Oh yeah, we got a sign right here. Krynica Polski, 3 kilometers. I guess if we go by the beach, we're walking in pure sand the entire way for 3 kilometers, and it ain't something that I want to do. And instead, we've got quite a nice little path in comparison to a bunch of sand. I kind of wish I had a bike now because they're making it a lot quicker. And I'm just here yet again, only after a few days of walking through Słowiński National Park, doing the same thing there just to go and reach a particular point. I'm doing the same thing again today. How far do I go? Słowiński National Park, okay, that was 6 kilometers that we walked. So in comparison, this is only half there, and then obviously back as well. So actually, we'll get these 3 kilometers done in no time. I can run 3 kilometers in like 20 minutes maybe, or 15 minutes. I don't know exactly how far. Oh wait, 6, 12, 18, probably 18, 19 minutes, something like that. I can do 3 kilometers with running. So if I'm walking it, probably like 35 minutes to get there. And oh, so that's, if that's correct, if my maths is mathing, then actually it's not going to be too bad to get there and come back. We've already done like a good kilometer, I would say, from the car to here. So yeah, this isn't too bad. You still have to walk for 3 kilometers to get to the border though. Kind of thought, you know, just like with other places here in Poland, you could just kind of drive up to it, you know, get your photo with the border and then fuck off again. But it's not the case. As we walk up here, we have another sign here on the right that says Krynica Polski, the border of Poland, or Polish border, or you know, something like that. Krynica is border. Right on the left-hand side here, we have some graffiti. Now, you know, it's quite strategically placed, I'll say. Before we walk any further, we've got a little walk to the beach, and I think we're going to check out the beach first. The border's going to be the very last thing we see. Yeah, I wonder if he's come here to look at it himself. We're going to look at it ourselves. All along this coastline, from Świnoujście all the way to every single town I visited to now, I've seen signs like this, but they've all had different numbers. 25, 5, Piaski. They've all been different numbers. I can't remember what the highest number I've seen all the way down at Świnoujście was, because I didn't really pay attention, because I didn't think it was a thing. But I'm imagining the numbers start from 1 down there at the border of where we're going any minute now. Because I saw like number 20, I can't remember what town or city it was now. It might have been like Kołobrzeg or something that I saw like number 20. Could have been, I don't even know where. And maybe in these vlogs in the background, you've seen those signs as well. You'd have to watch them back to I don't know, look out for them or something. But yeah, I didn't realize until just now. Well, I just saw that and it just kind of reminded me. I've seen it enough times, I kind of figured out that there are various entrances, because wejście, if I'm saying that correctly, is entrance, and wejście, which I can't say correctly because they're both basically the same word, is exit. Wejście, wejście. They're so similar. There's just one letter difference, and it's so annoying because that one letter is like such a similar sound. I can never get those two words correct. Earlier I was asking someone for, what was it? I was trying to exit the car park actually at the concentration camp earlier today. And I was trying to say in Polish, my ticket doesn't work for me to exit the car park. And he goes, your ticket doesn't work for you to enter the car park. I go, exit in English. I'm like, I can't exit. And he's just like, oh, okay. And then he come to help me. It's such a similar sound for me. I can't differentiate wejście, 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 wejście. It's so silly that exit and entrance or enter and exit, such a similar, like two opposites, but they're such similar sounds. Okay, that over with anyway, but like I'm saying anyway, different entrances onto the beaches of Poland, and they're all numbered. I don't know, there's probably 40 of them, maybe, I'm just guessing. But here is the beach, after that little rant, of Piaski, Poland's last beach. Let's make it down there and have a proper look. I can now see why they call it Piaski. There is so much sand here. Obviously, it's a beach. I'm just, you know, chatting shit while I'm walking down. And I've got sand in my damn shoes again. I thought I was going to avoid sandy feet and sandy shoes for the rest of this trip. But one last time cannot hurt. So we have Plaża Biała, White Beach. It still says Krynica Morska. Maybe that's the voivodeship or something. You know, the shire, as we call it in the UK. The county, you know, that's the word I'm looking for. So guys, we have made it to the final beach here in Poland. Down that way is going to be the border with Russia, only just under 3 kilometers down that way. And this way is the other direction of Poland. This is the Baltic Sea that we have traveled down for 5 days, but we're not yet fully completed. We are almost there. I don't know how many kilometers it's been since Świnoujście, but I would estimate a good 500 kilometers. All the way down in that direction is where we started off 5 days ago. And we're only 2.7 kilometers away from the finish over there at the Russian border. Here is Piaski. This is Piaski's beach. This is the water here at Piaski. And that's all I've got to say for Piaski's beach here. Let's move on down and see if we can get to the border of Piaski, which is the border of Russia and Poland. We've made it to the Polish-Russian border here in Piaski, all the way from Świnoujście, 500 or so kilometers down that way. We come all the way across Poland's only coastline to this border right here into the Russian Federation right behind me, as is read by the sign behind as well. There's obviously the barrier there, it's fenced off all the way down the border, and there's a car behind as well to make sure that nobody breaks the rules and crosses over the border, because it's punishable through, I don't know, getting arrested or something. But yeah, that is the end of the line for the Polish road trip here, the end of the line of the Polish coastline. And yeah, 5 days spent traveling down. It's been an amazing experience. But before we end this, let's go and check out down here, because as I showed you a minute ago, we have Wejście 1, Piaski. This is the very first entrance. As I say, up the road we had Wejście 5, and now we're going to look at number 1, because maybe there'll be another border or something over at the beach. We're just off to check the beach one last time to finalize that we've visited the entirety of the coastline here in Poland, all the way from Świnoujście, 500 kilometers down that way, all the way here to Piaski, on Poland's most northeastern point. Piaski. This is the coastline in front of us that we're just making our way to. And the border with Russia is literally this fence right next to me. that marks the difference between Russia and Poland. The Russian Federation, as the sign read. Here we have a stop sign covered in stickers of all sorts, some a bit more crass than others, some for and some against Putin. This is the line, this is the border between Poland and the Russian Federation. Over there, I don't know if you can see, are some kind of birds. I don't know if these are penguins or what. It's hard to tell, to be honest. I don't actually know if you can get penguins in Kaliningrad, Russia, or whether they're just a blackbird that kind of looks like them from a distance. I have no idea. Right here is the same sign that I just saw up there. I didn't properly show you up there, so I'll try and reverse back on the sand and show you this sign. It says, "Dear tourists, you are at the city limits of Krynica Morska. This is the border of the European Union and the Russian Federation. Please be informed that this is the state border and it is forbidden to cross. Trespassers will be prosecuted." And then some legal stuff next to it. Technically, I kind of just put my arm over the border, but there's also two little border bits. There's like a no man's land in between. Just down here, there's like a border there and a border here or something. But that is the sign right there. I'm kind of a little gutted. There's no Russian flag on it. I wanted to see a Russian flag there. That was part of the reason why I come here, to see the Russian flag next to the Polish flag. But I don't know, maybe politically that kind of signifies something that Poland doesn't want to signify. I have no idea. But anyway, guys, we have spent the last 5 days traveling down Poland's only coastline, starting all the way in Świnoujście and visiting many beautiful, wonderful cities and towns along the coastline along the way. Over the last 5 days, we visited some fantastic places, which I hope to get the chance to visit again someday. As we started the video all the way down there, and we've traveled all the way this coastline, we even went along the Hel Peninsula, come back out, visited other places, and we slowly made our way down until we got to this point here, to Piaski, Wejście number 1, Wejście 1, here in Poland. This marks the end of Poland's coastline right here, in the sea, technically in the sea. The wooden posts that go into the water, that marks the end of the Polish coast right here. And what a fantastic journey this has been. Just take a look at the coastline right here. And look, this is quite a quiet beach. It's pretty quiet right here compared to some of the other beaches that we've seen along the way. And look, if we look behind us in Kaliningrad, Russia, there isn't a single person on this beach. Right now I'm stood basically on the border. I fear to go any more that way because who knows what's going to happen if I do and if I get caught. But that is behind me, Kaliningrad, Russia. One day I hope to actually visit Russia. It's a country that interests me. Before all of the shit kicked off and hit the fan, you know, I've been interested in it in a while, and hopefully at some point in the future things will calm down politically and I'll get to visit. I don't really want to visit right now. I know that you can still, but I'd rather visit when political tensions are a little less heightened, let's say. But that is crazy to look into there. It's my first time ever looking into Russia. What a fascinating world we live in, you know. And that, my friends, is the border behind me. And this will pretty much be the end of this video, the end of this little 5-episode series. I've had a really good time traveling down and exploring the coastal part of Poland. It's been really fun just stopping off and exploring each town and each city that I've stopped off at. Obviously, I couldn't go to every single place, every single town, every single city. That would have taken way too long. I've chosen places that either I had an interest in visiting or just that looked good when I was doing some research. Please let me know in the comment section below if there was anywhere, any hidden gems that I missed, whether that be a town, a city, a point of interest, a statue even, you know, anything at all that would have been great to add into these vlogs as like an addition. You know, I added in a variety of different things, from a concentration camp to ice cream to, you know, the canal we saw earlier, to whatever else we saw, you know, fairground rides and walking down the main pavilion and piers and all sorts. I tried to do my best to kind of show what each place had to offer, at least from what I was able to find. But obviously I appreciate the fact that I only had a certain amount of time in each place, and therefore I may not have gotten the best representation of each place, or maybe there would have easily been things that I'd forgotten to see, or things that I'd missed in my research or whatever. I mean, I was this close to missing going to Stutthof concentration camp this morning, because it was only yesterday that I realized, oh shit, we're near Stutthof concentration camp. I went to the World War II museum in Gdańsk and I saw on a map, I was like, oh wait, there's a dot near Gdańsk. What concentration camp is this? I need to look into it. Oh, it's Stutthof, okay. So now I had to go, because I like to visit these places to learn about them, as well as show them in these videos. So if it wasn't for me going to that museum, I wouldn't have realized, I'd have just completely missed over Stutthof. Somehow my research didn't come across the fact that Stutthof was in Poland, let alone right along the sea, right along the coast. You know, literally part of what I'm doing in this video series, which is showing off bits along the coastline. And though obviously I try and show off the best bits of these places and cities and towns and whatnot along the coastline, and if there's something as historically important as a World War II concentration camp, I'm going to visit it and show it off in the vlog at least a little bit. I don't know how much I'm going to put into this vlog yet, but I'm going to show it at least a little bit, because the whole purpose of this series is to show what the Polish coastline has to offer, and that is one of the things literally along the Polish coastline. So yeah, you know, like that was very almost nearly missed by like this much until last night when I realized that it's there. So then I had to move a few things around in my schedule to make that fit in, which means that I now don't have time to visit somewhere else, which I don't care about as much. But yeah, let me know if there's anything I missed in my research, or if I skipped over anything that I shouldn't have done, or whatever it may be. I want to thank you guys so much for watching this 5-part series. It's different, I've never done like a series like this before, so let me know you know, how you liked it, how the flow of the editing is going to be and all that. You know, I have no idea at this point while I'm walking through the forest near the Polish-Russian border. I'm just filming this and then I'll worry about it later down the line. But let me know how you found the series. I really would appreciate all feedback, comments in the comment section down below. And of course, if you could like the videos, if you could comment on them, if you could subscribe if you're new around here, you know, all of that stuff, it really would help me out, help out the channel. You know, I really have been trying to grow this channel this year. I've been uploading consistently twice every week. Some weeks I've uploaded 3 times a week. You know, it's been a grind, and I've been spending a lot of my time editing and less time focusing on language learning. So my language skills this holiday has been a little rusty, let's just say. I could have been a lot better if I haven't been focusing my time this year on editing all these videos that I keep uploading every Saturday and Tuesday. But I'm doing it because I want to grow the channel ultimately. And so if you could help me out in any way, or if you like these videos, then please let me know by a subscription or comment or like or whatever you can do to help out the channel. It really would go a long way for me and helping out the channel, and I'd really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys so much for watching this series. I hope you've enjoyed, and hopefully I'll be back with another series soon. But for now, I'm going to continue uploading videos. I've got another week here in Poland, and I'm going to Lithuania for a couple of days as well. So I have no idea what's going to happen yet when I go to Lithuania or for the rest of my time here in Poland, but those vlogs will be coming out very soon. So look out for those. And yeah, that's it for this adventure here in Poland. Traveling down Poland's only coastline, coastal Poland, has been completed. Let me know what your favorite place was, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much for watching, and do zobaczenia. Pa pa!